Hello, hello, hello. It is, I'm hoping, working, fingers crossed. Thank you for joining me for the August live stream. What? I don't understand where time is going. Like, it's absolutely mad to me that, like, we are already at the August live stream. That's 8 months. 8 months. I don't like that. Hello, hello, hello. I'm hoping everyone is doing okay today. I don't know if the lighting is okay. I set this up when it was still light. It's 7:30 and it's already going dark. What is happening? So I hadn't prepared any of my lights yet. So fingers crossed. It looks fine. For anyone who is new to the Q&As, every single month I sit down and we talk about witchcraft and paganism, spellwork and spirits and everything spooky ooky in between, and we just get to have a nice chat about it. And it's one of my favourite things to do every month. It's stressful, but it's like really fun. And so yeah, feel free to put any questions that you may have in the Q&A tab. I'm pretty certain that this time it is working. And yeah, as mentioned in the chat guide, I try to work chronologically as best as I can. So that means that sometimes it can take me a while to get through the questions. I do try to answer them as quickly as possible, but you guys know what I'm like. I can literally talk for England and I will usually go off on tangents. So we'll just have to see how this goes. So let's just see where everyone is from. Let's have a look-see. What have we got here? We've got New Orleans, New Mexico, South Dakota, Alaska, Indiana, Greece, Wales. What else have we got here? Atlanta, Slovakia, Connecticut, New York City, Virginia, Chicago, Carolina, Nottingham, Greece, Boston, Kansas, Ohio, Arkansas. Is it Arkansas or Arkansas? Arkansas. That sounds right to me, but when I see it written, it looks like I'm saying it wrong. Anyway, Pennsylvania, California, Michigan, Colorado, Germany, from the Highlands, Canada, New York. So many people from so many places. Oh my God. More Wales, Yorkshire, yeah. Essex, Florida, Kentucky, Albuquerque, France, Finland, damn. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to go over into the Q&A tab and hopefully that works. Also, want to say it now, I don't know which mods are going to be on at any given time, but it doesn't really matter. All mods are here of their own just free time. Like, they just do this because they're amazing people and they're lovely. So please always be nice to the mods and to each other. And yeah, with that being said, let's dive into some questions. I will say just before I get started, a little bit of housekeeping. I mentioned last month that I was posting the streams on Spotify. And they are going to be on Spotify slowly but surely. I'm posting them in sections that break up a bigger stream into like 1 hour videos. Well, 1 hour, what would you even call them? 1 hour podcasts, I guess. So I will do what I can to leave that linked if you do want to check out that, so that you can listen and drive and all that kind of stuff. So you're not distracted by seeing my face on the screen. So where was I? Right here. Oh dear, it's doing a very strange thing. Let's go for this one. Do you believe not letting your subconscious take over when doing a magical working is going to make the working unsuccessful? So when it comes to kind of allowing the subconscious to take over, it's incredibly useful and it is incredibly powerful. However, it's not something that everyone is going to feel comfortable with, and I don't personally think it's a requirement. I think it can be incredibly useful to that working, and if you can feel comfortable doing that, then fantastic, brilliant. But if you don't feel like you can do that, you can rely on other things to draw in additional energy, and as long as you are directing your energy towards the particular goal or target that you have in mind, I think it will likely be successful regardless, because a lot of people especially when they are perhaps living with others or they're quite new to their practice, might not feel as though tapping into that subconscious is something they feel quite comfortable with just yet. And so it's definitely something that you can kind of build up over time. Let's have a look. How can you tell if a deity has left you? So usually when it comes to deity work, there's going to be some form of communication there. And that communication could be through dreams, it could be through meditation, it could be through tarot oracle, kind of reading cards, or some other kind of divination. And when you're actively working with a deity, you might have it set up so that you have, say, daily interactions or weekly interactions. And if you're noticing that you are kind of not getting those interactions anymore, like you are reaching out, and whereas usually you would get your deity reaching back to you again, you're finding that there's nothing there. You're basically just like screaming into the void. That's generally a surefire sign that a deity is not present in that situation. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that that deity has left. It could very well be that the deity is saying, hang on a minute, I don't think that I'm actually needed in this situation, or actually I think you might be better off doing this without me in this situation. And so they might simply be taking a back seat and not being active in that situation. But of course, if extended periods of time have gone by and you've not had any interaction at all, even if you are reaching out, then that is something to consider, that perhaps you might find that the deity has kind of left in that circumstance. But typically, especially if you formed a good working relationship, they usually will tell you if that is something that they're going to do, whether that is that they think that you have outgrown what they can offer, or perhaps you're going in two different directions, or they simply don't want to work with you anymore. They're often going to give you some kind of sign or straight up tell you that, if that's the case. Would you say a nature spirit is different than a fairy? Yes, personally. Now, I think this is going to depend on your definitions, and so it's going to be very cultural. So fairies or fair folk in Wales and Ireland and Scotland and England are going to be different from one another. Like, their perception is different and the belief systems are slightly different. And then when you take that then further afield, it's going to be even more different. So I think personally, in my experience, as this entire channel is, and I feel like I need to reiterate, I think that they are very different. And that is based off my experiences with both groups of spirits. Now, there's definitely some crossover between the two in their appearance, in their behavior. And so I can definitely see there being, like, especially in this kind of grey middle ground, definitely some mixing up and some confusions, and you might find that they appear to be one and the same, but as larger groups, they are definitely different and distinct. So for instance, if you are looking at, say, a water spirit, say a spirit that inhabits a stream, for instance, that spirit is going to be behaving incredibly differently to an unseelie fae, for instance, like one of the court-based faes. Whether it's seelie or unseelie, they're going to behave very differently than, say, a water spirit or a nature spirit that resides within a woodland. Whereas when you're looking at non-court fae, so what people maybe would refer to as lower fae, I don't really like the term, but that's kind of the one that gets thrown around, you might find that there are more similarities because they might both reside in the same area. They might both care a great deal about the location that they are based. They might be tied to that location in some way. They might manifest in similar ways. They might get annoyed at similar things. But if you were to look at the groups that they are a part of as a whole, like zoom out from those individuals, I find that the two groups to be very different from one another. But obviously that's just my experience. And in other places, you might find that there are far more similarities than differences, depending on the kind of individuals that you are interacting with. And I think that's the thing with these kind of spirit classifications, is that you definitely get there's like a grey merging in between, because it's a little bit like classifications of animals. They're based on similar, what is the word I'm after? My brain has kind of gone to mush. They are based on similar, I've completely lost that word. Oh my goodness. Wow, brain mush. I've actually forgotten that word. Attributes is not the word I'm after. They're similar in lots of ways. So for instance, like you would class a mammal based on their similar features, their similar behavior, their characteristics, their traits. You would do the same thing with spirits. And so there's always kind of some crossover on the edges. I do want to just say that because the Q&A chat is working, and because the chat does jump a lot, if you have any questions, can you put them in the Q&A tab? Because then it stops me from losing like whole chunks of questions, like often happens on the stream sometimes. I just got my first set of runes yesterday. Any recommendations on how to consecrate and connect with them for the first time? So this is going to depend on what you feel comfortable with doing. And I'm going to just give a little bit of a warning here that I'm going to really briefly be talking about blood, like just for a moment. A lot of practitioners, when they first create their own runes or start using their own runes, will bless, consecrate, whatever it is the term that you want to use, with some of their own blood. And this is a kind of an ancient practice that's been drawn forwards into the modern day. And that's how some people will choose to connect with them. Okay, speak about that is over. I wanted that to be really brief because I know some people really don't like it. If you don't want to do that, and it's perfectly fine if you don't feel comfortable doing that, you can have them around you, sleep with them under your pillow. You can spend time working with them and energizing them, touching them, interacting with them, running over each individual rune and really getting a feel for the energy of each individual symbol and what it represents. And that way you'll have a deeper connection to it as you begin to use them. This applies to kind of all magical tools. If you want to sleep with them under your pillow, that's something that you can do as well, just to make sure that that kind of energy is attuned to you, and just spend time around them, practice using them, say once a day, draw a rune, or do a rune cast every day, that kind of thing, to really build that connection up if you don't feel comfortable using perhaps some of the older, less savory for some people techniques. And if you do plan on using those techniques, please make sure that you're always being safe with what you're doing. Okay. Have you done a video on the witch's ladder or other not magic? I haven't, but it's one thing that's on my list. So I really need to get around to filming something on that, especially on the witch's ladder, because that is just such a fascinating topic that I feel like I need to fully deep dive into. My problem is that when I start deep diving, I deep dive, and then before you know it, you are like 25 pages deep into a document, and I have no way of turning that into a video that is of a reasonable length. And so yeah, I really need to learn to like condense things down a little bit. Ways to cleanse a bedroom in a very old house without using smoke. So I actually have a video on this, if I can load it up. Let's see because if I can find it, then I will link it in the chat. Sometimes I forget what I've called my videos. Here we go, this one. So this is the video in question. If it'll let me post it in the chat, that would be great. Because this is going to be able to go into way more detail than that is. Is that a functioning link? Yeah. It's playing things. Okay, there we go. For anyone who wants to watch that, because those videos are going to have a lot more information on the topic than something that I'm going to be able to give in the live streams. And as you can see, today I'm really not having a great time with words. I don't know what happened. I came on the stream and all of a sudden I just cannot remember words. It's just one of them days. It's just one of those days. So, where am I? I am here. Okay, so this is one where I will open the question up to other people as well, because I personally don't work with this deity. So this is, I'm thinking about working with Hecate, but not sure how to begin. I've not received any signs that she wants to work with me. Any suggestions? So this is very much about making the first steps and acknowledging that she might not reciprocate those. So it's a little bit like starting all kinds of relationships with people. You can try to be friends with someone, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they want to be friends with you. So it's very much a case of learning some mythology, some folklore, some background, some signs that might come through to you once you have started potentially giving offerings, creating an altar space. It doesn't have to be anything grand or expensive. It can just be a small space where you light a candle specifically for Hecate, and you might be dressing it with some oil. You might be saying some words over that candle as you light it, and the intention of this is essentially to be saying, hi there, I would like to reach out to you. I am opening that up to you. Would you like to work with me? And then see what comes back. And you might find that some symbols come back, some signs, some dreams. You might find that she comes through in meditations or oracle and tarot readings, whatever kind of divination that you do. But you also might not get anything back. And it's important to be patient and also to be aware that not all deities, and this applies to deities and spirits, will want to work with you as well. So yeah, and then I'm sure, many people here are posting book recommendations. So we've got Keeping Her Keys, we've got Entering Hecate's Garden, Cave Goddess. Is that Cave Goddess Hecate, or are they different? But I'm not sure. But there's loads of recommendations in the chat. Oh, hello, Ariana. Hi. In the chat, so that if you are interested in working with her further and you want to learn more information, you can do that. But because she's not one of my deities, I can't really give any, say, like set pieces of advice. Okay. The best crystals and herbs for motivation or willpower. So I'd say in this one, you're probably best looking at the specific thing that you would like willpower towards. So essentially, if you are looking at it from the perspective of, say, work or luck or the specific end goal, I personally would focus on that, because then the herb, the crystal, whatever it is that you're working with, is then adding more energy into the situation that will help drive you towards that end goal. There are obviously lots of things that you can use for increasing energy. So this could be something like quartz, just straight up plain rock quartz is really, really good for this, just for raising that energy a little bit more and boosting it so that you can then direct it towards a goal. So that's an option. But I typically will aim for a particular end goal, and those are the herbs and the crystals that I'm working with are the ones that are associated with that end thing, and then that's the energy that's being brought into the situation. Right. Can you charge sigils using the natural elements, or is that only for activation? Yeah, you can. I mean, charging really is the activation when it comes to sigils. It just depends on whether or not you want to destroy it or not. So a lot of people will charge their sigils or activate their sigils through the act of destruction. So they would say use fire, or they will allow it to turn to mush in a glass of water, or they might bury it in the earth as a way of destroying it, and the act of doing so activates it. But it doesn't have to be used in that way. So for instance, you could, I'm trying to think of a really interesting way of doing this. So you could take, say, a stone, like a little pebble, and you have carved or painted or drawn onto that the sigil that you want to help protect your property or something. And then that can then be placed in the stream, say on your land. And the constant flowing of water over that carved stone, the constant energy that's going into that stream, is then going to charge that sigil to help it manifest in your day-to-day life. So that's just kind of one example of many out there that you can use, where it's you're drawing on the natural world and you are adding it into your sigil making to essentially power a sigil long term, as long as what it is that you are using is able to hold up to that constant interaction with the elements. So if you live in a really, really hot place, for instance, you could do something similar with a stone and leave it in the sun and leave it in the heat and have that be what is charging it constantly. The consistent thermal energy is essentially charging that sigil. So it's kind of different ways of doing it. But there's so many different ways to do it where you're powering a sigil long term without having to destroy it. I have a question about offerings. I'm very uncomfortable to make material offerings, and I wondered if certain activities done in the name of a deity could replace them. Yes, definitely. And there are a lot of people who primarily work with music, who work with prayer, who work with words of intention or positive affirmation to deities and spirits. There are people who will work with dance, for instance. These things can all be done, especially in the name of different spirits and deities. So you might find that if you have a particular spirit, or even this applies to like saints as well, people will do it for. So if, for instance, you are wanting to give an offering to a saint of animals, for instance, you might want to spend time volunteering at an animal sanctuary and do that as a way of giving an offering to the particular saint or spirit or deity that you want to be working with. And so it's just ways of working around it, and generally just ask if that is something that they would be happy with you doing, and just see what they say. Give them that time to weigh up whether that's something that they feel particularly comfortable with, and then they can always come back to you with something that might be more appropriate if that is something that you want to do instead of physical offerings. I mean, I suppose the alternative to this is offerings that are temporary. And that this, some people might classify this as like material offerings, other people maybe wouldn't, because it isn't something that you have to like dispose of afterwards. But something like incense is an interesting offering to give, and it's given in many different places around the world to both ancestors and to saints and to deities and spirits, because it is something that is changing forms. So it's going from the physical to the it's kind of going from the earth element through the fire element into the air element, and that kind of shifting and transformation for many cultures is the transference from the physical realm to the spiritual realm. And at the end of it, you don't have a large amount of you don't have food that you need to dispose of, you don't have liquids that you need to dispose of. So that could be an option if you feel perhaps more comfortable with burning an incense that relates to that particular deity. So that could be a specific incense that is blended for them, or simply something that is associated with them. So if, for instance, you have a solar deity, you might want to be burning an incense of a plant that is associated with the sun, and do it that way. Just kind of an in-between idea that's not entirely physical, but could be really accessible for a lot of people. What was your first experience working with spirits? So it's a kind of tricky one, because I don't have any clear memory of the first time that I worked specifically with spirits. So I've always been able to see and interact with them. But I never really thought about adding them into my workings intentionally anyway. So it was never like I was interacting with the spirits and I thought, oh, I'm going to call upon you in a spell or a ritual. Instead, I think it started with plant spirits, where I started connecting more with individual plants, and then I would add their energy into that working. And now when I look back on it, I can see that that was working with the plant spirit and incorporating them in and asking for their aid. But at the time, I didn't really think of it like that. I saw it very much as plant has energy. Energy is useful. And so I added it in that way. When it comes to like actively working with spirits, I can't think of really the first time that I did. Instead, it was more of I just one day found myself connecting more and more with individual spirits, whether they be ancestors or whether they be kind of spirits of place. And I started asking for their aid. And I found that to be a really enjoyable experience. I didn't experience anything negative from that. It was perhaps a little overwhelming because it was something I'd never really done properly before. I'd never really set about to do it. And now I work with spirits in, I'd say, every single one of my workings. I can't think of a recent working. Can I? No, I can't think of a recent working where I didn't work with a spirit. And that's just kind of to show how dramatically my practice has changed, in that at the very start, I was not working with spirits at all. And now it's basically the majority of my practice is some form of spirit work. Right, people saying Mercury retrograde. Yes, Mercury. Honestly, as soon as Mercury went into retrograde, everything just started going to pieces. And if anything, that just shows me that I need to be working more on my communication, my technical skills. I need to be keeping on top of things because damn, Mercury went into retrograde and I just immediately fell to pieces. So I'm currently trying to patch everything together. Here's a plaster. Yeah, I don't know. This is going to be a long month, let's put it that way, because we've got to wait till the 28th. I think it's the 28th of August for Mercury to be out of retrograde. And then we have another 2 weeks till we are out of that kind of sticky, uncomfortable energy. It's going to take another 2 weeks to get out of that. So yeah, we'll just have to see if everything starts breaking. I know it's time for me to be okay, I think I need a break. Because at the minute, words hold no meaning to me. I cannot retain words. Would you recommend I ground myself before completing a spell bag if you feel the need to draw on additional energy? So if you are not planning on putting massive amounts of energy into that bag, then you're probably going to be okay just using your own personal energy. But if you are planning on putting quite a large amount into that object, I would recommend grounding and just drawing up a little bit more so that you can put it in. And if you don't necessarily want to do it before, do it afterwards, just so that you can balance out your energy again. Otherwise, you might find yourself kind of flagging afterwards because you just feel a little bit drained. If you don't want to do that for every working, see where your kind of boundaries are. See how far you can push your energy until you do start seeing the kind of negative feelings surrounding it, and then you'll know the kind of workings that you can kind of avoid grounding for and the ones where you're going to need grounding. Because some workings are definitely more grounding needed than anything else. I'm not sure if that was even a sentence. You might feel the need to ground more in certain workings than others, and some you will definitely need to ground for if you're using a lot of energy. Has summer finally arrived in England? Well, it did. So what day would it have been? Monday. I think it was Monday. We had the hottest day of the year. I think some places got up to 35 degrees, something like that. That's London though, which always gets really hot. And then it kind of just stopped. So we had really hot Saturday, really hot Sunday, absolutely sweltering Monday. It was amazing. And then it is now chucking it down, and it is 8 p.m. and it's already nearly dark, which is not normal. It shouldn't be. It's August. So summer is kind of starting here, and I miss it. I want the warmth. I want the sunshine. Oh, thank you so much, LV. Thank you so much. And the cute little Shiva. I love the cute little Shivas. Right. Where am I? I am... Are there any techniques or form of spells and energy work you haven't tried yet or want to try? Oh yeah, there are so many, so many. And I think that's the beauty of witchcraft and magical arts in general, is that you are never ever going to be able to try everything or every style of practice. You're never going to know everything. And I really like that. I like the fact that I am not going to run out of things that I'm really interested in. There's kind of a few things that I would like to do more of, or that I would like to dive into a little bit, but I'm not sure if they would necessarily be considered witchcraft per se. So like, I love the idea of learning and getting back into learning more ceremonial style magic. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that I would practice it, but it's something that I'm really fascinated in learning more about. It's one of those topics where I don't necessarily agree with everything, especially their stance on spirit work. I know that doesn't apply to everyone, but like when you're looking back at, for instance, like the Golden Dawn, some of their interactions with spirits are less than savory. But I'd love to learn more about it and perhaps dive a little bit more into planetary magic. I think that could be really interesting. But there are thousands of techniques out there that I would love to give a go. Like even just reading like Gemma Gary's books, for instance, and you're looking through the different spells and rituals, and I'm like, oh my god, I'd love to try this. I want to give this a go. But there's usually something that always stops me. And so I end up kind of getting stuck in my same routine of doing the same things all the time. If I know it works, I will stick with it. And really, I need to be branching out and like trying other things. Like I'd love to know, everyone that's in the chat and listening, what kind of practice or what things within practice would you love to try? And maybe we could like all get together and like come up with some really cool topics that we can talk about. I think that would be really cool, because I'm realizing I'm talking a lot with my hands today. I don't know what this is. We're going with it. And just, yeah, I'm just curious to see what everyone else would love to look into, because it's gonna give me more inspiration as well. Right, I love candle magic, just getting into dressing candles. What kind of oil do you recommend to make a dressing? So it's going to depend on what you feel comfortable with using. It's going to depend on what you have access to, how much money you want to put into it, what is it specifically for, because it's going to depend on so many factors. So what you generally want is I suppose it depends on what kind of oil you're planning on using, like you're wanting to end up with. So typically I would say that you're going to be aiming for a diluted essential oil, because essential oils are incredibly flammable. They are so flammable. And you don't want to be touching an essential oil directly, because depending on the oil, some of them are toxic, some of them are photosensitizing, so many reasons, and some of them, especially things like cinnamon, for instance, are incredibly irritating, and you just don't want to be dealing with that. So you would want a base oil to dilute the essential oil, and the essential oil dilution rate is going to depend on the type of oil that it is. So some oils will have a 2% dilution, some will have a 1, some will have a 0.5 dilution, and you are then going to be adding that into a base oil. That base oil is going to vary depending on what you have access to, how much money you want to put into it, as well as the intention of that working, and whether or not you want the base oil to have a smell. Because the easiest base oil to use is something like a sunflower oil or a grapeseed oil or an olive oil, but some of those have a very strong fragrance like in themselves, and you might not want to work with that. Some people will use things like jojoba oil, avocado oil. These are obviously a lot more expensive, and so are not going to be suitable for everyone. And then sometimes it's going to depend on the kind of working that you are doing. So say for instance you're working in a couple, so it's you and your partner working together to boost the romance in your relationship. You might want to create what is essentially a romance massage oil, and in that is a really nice base oil, so something like jojoba oil, and then diluted concentration of a blend of essential oils that are skin safe and appropriate for your intention. You might want to use it on candles that are going to be used in that working, as well as on the skin. So it's ultimately going to depend on the kind of working that you're doing, what you have access to, and the kind of money that you want to put into it. And I know that was a lot of ifs and buts and maybes, and the problem is that everything is so variable depending on what you are wanting to work with, that there's always 1,000 answers to just one question, which can make things kind of confusing. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Trish and Mickey. Thank you so much. Right, I'm over here somewhere. Okay, here we go. Do you know what water spirits I might encounter whilst living on a canal barge here in Wales, and what offerings would be appropriate for them? So specifically, I'm not sure. And that's mostly because even just the difference between, say, one stream and the river, or the river and an estuary, or the estuary and a canal, even just the difference between a stream and a canal that's right next to it can be immense. Like, you could have completely different spirits living in both of those environments. Generally speaking, when it comes to water spirits, it's about respect, and that respect applies in so many, did I say replies or applies? Brain, mush, Mercury, retrograde, not good. That respect is going to apply in all interactions that you have with the water systems. So that's not just direct one-on-one communication with those spirits, that's also how you interact with the waterways. And I know that it gets really old when people say like, oh, one offering that you can give to spirits is to clear up the environment. I know that people say it as a cop-out, but genuinely when it comes to water spirits, they can be incredibly finicky. Just look at the stories that we have. We have selkies, we have mermaids, we have sirens. Just these have such a variety in stories that vary from really positive to really, really negative depending on the context. And they are very, very hot on respect and respect for the waterways. So if you see that there is litter that's floating in the water, do what you can to safely dispose of that in an appropriate bin or a waste collection centre, or recycle it, even better. It's just a really easy way of giving back to the water and ultimately the spirits involved. Or respecting the animals that are in there. So making sure that they are staying safe, doing what you can to protect them is a good way of doing it. And then it's very much about looking into the specific location and the spirits that are present in those environments. So that could be looking at even pub names, for instance. So pub names are a really good indication of the kind of things that are present in that area. So in England specifically, we have a lot of green men pubs, we have a lot of mermaid pubs, and these are often related to the spirits that were believed to reside within that particular area. So you want to be looking into the mythology and folklore of particular regions, of particular counties, and see if you can find something that really connects in with that waterway that you can really dive into. You can have a little shrine or a little altar space where you can burn candles and put things that represent the water systems as well, as a way of bringing that with you no matter where you are. And yeah, generally though, respecting the waterways, it's so cliche and it's so overused, but genuinely water spirits, the difference between having a good day and a bad day with a water spirit can be something that they deem as being disrespectful. And so just making sure that you're doing what you can is probably the best kind of offering that you can give them. This also applies, by the way, to other kinds of spirits as well. So especially spirits that are at sacred natural sites, or just natural sites in general. If they are tied to a location, that location is usually really important to them. So if you are, for instance, noticing, if you have, say, a stone circle around you, or even just, say, an Ogham stone, like in Ireland, there's just hundreds of Ogham stones. If you have an Ogham stone and you're noticing that there's a spirit attached to that location and you don't know what to give as a way of opening up communication or connection, clearing up any kind of litter, any waste that's left behind safely. Of course, you never know what is out there, so make sure that you're doing it really carefully. But by clearing up that space, you are giving a very clear statement that you respect them, that you respect their space, and you're willing to help them and aid them in that in a way that they maybe can't. And that can be a really useful kind of opener for working with nature spirits, land spirits, things like that. Oh, thank you so much, Magic999. Thank you so much. I like the little black kitty. The black kitty's really cute. Okay, so where am I? Ooh, here we go. Do you have any recommendations on herbs and their uses? Yes. So Well, I have a couple of different recommendations depending on your style of learning and also your style of practice, and I would say blend them together, honestly. So when it comes to recommending for how to recognize which herbs are associated with which things, you can obviously go down the book route. Now, there's lots of books on the subject. My favourite is Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs, but I know that not everyone likes that one. So have a look online, look at different books, especially ones that are targeted at witchcraft or magical uses. Although if you are interested in herbalism, then you can look specifically for a book on magical herbalism or simply just herbal medicine, depending on the kind of branch of it you want to go down. They will typically include illustrations of that plant. They're going to include the different astrological signs that are associated with it, the planetary bodies that are associated with it, the intentions, the mythology, the folklore. It tends to contain a lot of information. Now, though, those books are not going to be for everyone. And I would say you also need to be working on your intuition as well as your senses and what you can see and experience. So you can often tell a lot about the magical uses of a plant based off where it grows, how it grows, its appearance, the plants that are around it, and the kind of job that it performs in that natural environment. So, for instance, the sunflower. Sunflower, really beautiful, vibrant plant associated with the solar energy, abundance, fertility, growth, all of these really good things. People will often use it in money magic. And the reasons why it's associated with all of those things is because of its behavior and its appearance. So sunflowers are called sunflowers because they seem to literally follow the sun. Like if you were to watch one on like a sped up time lapse, you'll see that it literally like tracks the sun around, like the face of the sunflower. And a lot of plants do that. For instance, daisies will open and close as the sun is out and the sun sets again. So they can be a good solar plant as well. I just stopped speaking then. And then also the colour of it, yellow, is very much associated with abundance and finance and money and all of these really positive things like happiness and joy. And then it also produces copious amounts of seeds, and therefore it's believed that one plant is able to produce a lot, therefore it's associated with abundance and money and all of these kind of things. If you're looking at something like nettle, nettles are very abundant. They usually grow at the periphery of woodlands and forests, and so they often act as a protective boundary. They also contain thousands upon thousands of little stinging hairs that inject histamine into the skin, which causes an irritating reaction, and it's very defensive. And so nettle is often used in healing, but it's also used in primarily defensive and protective magics. And so you can get a lot of information that way from plants. I will say though that is obviously not going to tell you if a plant is dangerous, if it's poisonous, if, whatever it might be. So make sure that you're also looking up guides for proper identification of all of these plants to make sure that what you're getting is what you're actually wanting to get, because some of them, I forget which one it is. So cow parsley looks a lot like, is it hemlock? Let me just double check that. I think it's cow parsley that looks a lot like hemlock, and that can be a very dangerous, so it's cow parsley and hemlock. If you are in an area where you have both of them, it is so easy to get them mixed up. So always, if you're going to harvest, make sure that you know exactly what it is that you're harvesting. Now you can take this a step further. I know I'm going like fully off on a tangent here. If you want to get into the more spiritual associations of a particular plant and you want to work with that plant's spirit, one way of doing it is to take some of that plant with permission. So request permission to take a small part of that plant, or if you have a local occult shop, witchcraft shop, herbalist store, whatever it is, you can get some dry, just a little bit dry. If you place it in a bag and then put it under your pillow, you'll often find that your dreams will relate to the plant that you are working with, and you might find that their spirit comes through and you can interact with them that way. So that's kind of another additional way of connecting with that kind of plant association and plant energy. But it's going to depend on what you feel comfortable with. I find that I do a mix of kind of everything. I just find that over time, I now rely maybe a little bit more on my senses and less on books. But I think it is important to say here that that's because I have read a lot of occult books on plant magic. I am fairly good at identifying things, and so I do feel comfortable doing that. If you are just getting started, I would more heavily go into the books than intuition, just to keep yourself safe. One thing I forgot to mention is if you live in an area with a lot of historical connection with plants, look into the legends, look into the folklore, look into the symbolism and the spirituality that is seen within your own culture, within your own heritage, within the land and the people that came before you, because there is so much history and information that comes from people that came before that maybe now is only seen in folk tales, folk stories, nursery rhymes, these kind of things. It can be really useful to draw on things from the past. Right. So this is one that I will touch on really briefly, but I do think it's really important to say that because of where I am in the world, I do not have much information on this, which is, will it hurt or help to use cannabis to help me get past my conscious mind? If you're having to ask, I would say don't. Simply because if you are concerned about it causing harm, then that's something that you're always going to be kind of focusing on. Like, it's always going to be like a subconscious part of your mind is going to be concerned about it. Many people in many different places do. I don't have any knowledge on it myself, so I'll leave that open to the chat and let everyone else discuss if it is something that you have experienced. This is a complete tangent, right? But I'm looking outside and the sky is yellow. And if you live in the UK, it means something very different than if you live in America. I was told this a few streams ago that like in America, like a yellow sky is like a sign of like tornadoes. Here it usually means thunderstorms. Thunderstorms! Oh my god. I love thunderstorms so much. And it never happens. And we might be lucky and we might catch a thunderstorm on the stream. That would be really, really cool. Okay. Anyway, let's go back to where I was. Okay. I have a beloved familiar who seems to attract negative entities which try and harm him. I've crafted a lot of protections, but it's still tough at times. Do you have any advice? So I don't have masses. The one thing I will say though is, depending on where, or should I say what protections you have in place, it might be time to diversify. So covering lots of different options with multiple different techniques in different ways. So it may well be, say, a protective charm on a collar, for instance, or it might be a puppet that you've created in their image that contains some representation of them. It might also be a candle spell that is going on. It might also be a spirit that is there to offer protection. You know what I mean? Like, cover lots of different bases to see if that is going to help kind of stop things from slipping through the cracks. The alternative is to literally start from the ground up and start with a spiritual cleansing and then work upwards from there to see if it might not be something that was attached prior to those protections, because protections are finicky little things. If you are protecting but something is already below that level of protection, so like they're already in before the protections go over the top, you can find that sometimes those protections don't do anything because they're trying to protect from things from accessing when something already energetically has access. So it could be worth, and this applies to like all kinds of protection, if you're finding that things are still either like slipping through the cracks or something isn't quite right, it can be worth just pulling it all down, start from a cleansing and then building it all back up again just to make sure that something wasn't already there. Ooh. Yes, sky being yellow is from sands in Africa. Well, sometimes, see it's different because here you often do find that, but I have almost always found that it directly relates to a thunderstorm for me. It's not like super yellow, like that kind of sky is like really, really obvious. It's kind of like a tint. It's like a gentle tint. And storms, I just want it to thunder so bad. In Germany, a yellow sky also heralds thunderstorms. It's probably all connected, honestly. Say it's probably all linked, but I can't remember the last time we had a thunderstorm this year. I think this might, if it storms, it might be the first one that I've seen this year, and that would be very exciting for me. Very, very exciting. This is why I used to be a storm witch, right? And I love using storms in my witchcraft. I love storm magic. I love working with them. I love just drawing on that energy all of the time. I would like collect bottles of storm water and do not sleep with them in the bedroom. It is a trippy time. Lots of weird dreams. I try to keep storm water well away from where I'm sleeping now, but it just doesn't storm enough. It just does not happen frequently enough for me to be able to be a storm witch anymore. So then I had to kind of find a different technique. I ended up finding like different options because I just couldn't do it anymore, and it's so sad. So I'm so envious of people who like have lots of thunderstorms, because like, yeah, I don't really get them. Either that or I just completely miss them. Right. Do you cleanse your house these days? I don't. I like the spirits passing through. I've only ever encountered one malicious spirit. Yeah, I'm the exact same. I am in the minority of practitioners. I just don't cleanse my house. And it's because when I moved in, while there were spirits present, and some of them were not particularly nice, I didn't discover that till later, none of them were of a concern to me. And so I was quite content to live here for a while and to see whether or not I still felt comfortable. And if I did, then I just wouldn't bother cleansing. And I never bothered cleansing. I've been here for years now. I don't see any point to it. And even when I've had less than positive encounters with some of the spirits that reside here, that's always been resolved through alternative means. So I've never felt the need to do full house cleanse or a banish or anything, because I often find that when interacting with spirits, a lot like interacting with people, you can usually figure out alternatives, you can come to a compromise, like there's usually always something that you can do. And so generally when I say, well, people, especially at events, when I say it, they're like, wait, what? When I say that, like, don't just go into a new house or an old house or like a house that's new to you and just immediately cleanse. People are like, oh my God, but everyone does that. You're meant to cleanse before you move in. And I'm like, you can. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't, but how do you know if what is already present is positive or negative if you never get the chance to experience it? I think a lot of people are very cleansing happy. They're very banishing happy in a way sometimes, and they don't actually allow themselves to sit with a spirit. They just want to immediately kind of have them at arm's length and like push them away. And in which case you're never going to know whether that spirit could be really helpful to you or not. So generally I would recommend anyone who's like moving into a new house to try being there for a couple weeks to a month and not do any kind of cleansing. Obviously, if it starts getting uncomfortable and you don't like it and you don't feel safe, then that's a different matter and do the cleanse. But it just gives you an opportunity to really get a feel for the house, for the spirits that reside in it, the spirits that pass through. And that way you can kind of settle into the space and see whether there's something that you want to work with. You can obviously be putting up protections if you want to make sure that nothing untoward is coming through, but it just gives you a chance to get a feeling for what's going on. Because there was a particular house spirit here that if I'd have just done a cleanse straight away and just removed them from my space, I would have missed out on so much joy in my magical practice, because they are just an absolute sweetheart. They just want to be present. They just want to hear the first chapter of a book or the first page of a book. Like, I have to read the first paragraph or page of every book that I read to them because that's just what they like. And like, I would have missed out on so much joy if I'd have just cleansed straight away before kind of, even just connecting with that energy. So yeah, just food for thought. figure out what you feel comfortable with and whatnot, but I do find a lot of people are very cleanse and banish happy. And I think that in part, I know it sounds like I'm constantly shitting on TikTok. I do think in part it comes from the fear-mongering of spirits that has kind of happened over there. Obviously not for everyone, but definitely some people are very quick to jump on the cleanse train, I think. Let's have a look. Isn't it kind of weird to be the one moving in and also the one kicking out the spirits that were there before you? Yeah, that's how I've always felt with it. Because my house is quite old. And so for me, if I were to just walk in and just immediately cleanse everything out, I'd feel really, really rude because some of the spirits have been here for a very, very long time. It's quite likely that some of the spirits here, especially the ones that are below ground, have been here and lived here in the past. And so it always just seems kind of rude for me to just be walking in. I'm like, this is my house now, get out, and just like kick everyone out. I'd feel really bad about it. And I think that is the difference perhaps between different locations, because if you're moving into a house that is maybe only 40 years old, that's going to be very different than moving into a house that is 240 years old. Like there's a big distinction there of kind of who could be present and the kind of history and the spirits that might reside there. I'm just kind of having a look in the chat for kind of similar topics around this point, because I know that I'm often working so far behind that I'm like gone from the chat. But yeah, my stepdad's mum was here when I moved in. This was their apartment. I felt her presence, but when I told her I would take care of the home, she left. I never wanted to clean her away. Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I know I always say it, and I know it can get kind of annoying, but it is so nuanced. Like, there are, of course, going to be people who have had really, really terrible experiences with spirits, and they're very, very scared, and they don't want any spirits within their space. And I can understand that kind of outlook. But then there's also a lot of people who want to connect with those spirits and have lots of good reason to do that. And so it's one of those where there's no one size fits all kind of approach. It's just doing what you feel comfortable. But yeah, wow, my door just like banged. It's one of those topics where sometimes when you say things to people, they'll be like, wait, what? I was told I always had to cleanse. And it does make me wonder how many people have missed out on amazing spirit interactions because of kind of that default response to cleanse first, ask questions later. I would probably do it the other way around, especially if you live in an area that has a lot of history. I keep like going to speak and then not actually saying anything. History in the land itself. Oftentimes when we do a house cleansing, we're not actually necessarily impacting the spirits of the land. But some people will straight away, they'll go into that space and they'll go onto their property and they will cleanse the entirety of it. They'll do the land, they'll do the house, they do all the outbuildings, they do everything. And that in some ways can actually be a detriment to the people who are living in that space. Because if you are working with spirits that are, land wights, genus loci, spirits of place, are often very powerful. They have memory that goes far beyond what you can remember and recall. And pissing them off is usually not a good start. And so, I see all kinds of people coming through at events with all kinds of stories. And sometimes you do get stories where the land has been tampered with, something has happened, a cleanse or a banish has happened on that land. And those spirits that were pushed out when that's their home have not been happy, and they get all kind of weird things happening. And yeah, it can go kind of bonkers in some cases if the wrong spirit is pissed off, which is why I often have the approach of ask questions first, cleanse and banish afterwards. A little bit like innocent until proven guilty kind of an approach, because what you don't want is to be punishing spirits that have done nothing wrong in that space, simply because you cleansed first and asked questions second. Okay, let's have a look. That's the wrong question. This is the question I'm on. Do you believe it could be a bad idea to work with something like crochet when you're upset because you're infusing bad energy into your work? Some people do feel that way. I think it depends on how good of a hold you have on your energy. So if your energy is just kind of here, there, everywhere, it's just ricocheting around at all times, then there's a reason why people say don't cook when you're angry, especially if you're serving your family, your friends. It's because of the kind of old belief that if you cooked while you were angry, your emotion would be infused with the food. And so if you have got kind of all of this energy bouncing around and you're also crocheting something for someone that you really care about and you're in a really bad place, then that maybe isn't the best idea. However, that doesn't mean that you can't do it. There's lots of ways where you can kind of have a control on your energy and you can really like bring it down so that you are not just pumping it out all the time everywhere. Instead, you have to very specifically focus on what you're doing, and in which case then something like crochet, something like knitting could be really therapeutic and very cathartic in that situation. But yeah, the old wives' tale of don't cook while you're angry also applies to other things as well. And generally speaking, whether that comes from a magical stance or whether that comes from the stance that when you're angry, you're distracted and you're more likely to burn yourself, burn your food, cook it wrong, that's up to you to decide where that came from, but it is just something to consider. Right. Now this one is actually kind of tied in, which is, do you do spell work if you're not feeling well or just feeling down in the dumps? For me, it depends on what that working is aimed towards. So if, for instance, I'm doing the working and I'm feeling particularly frustrated and sad about a situation, if that situation is the situation that I'm planning on working on, then that emotion and that energy could actually be really useful, because I'm taking all of this energy that I'm feeling and I can drive it into that working for change. So it becomes a transformative working. I'm taking my sad, frustrated, angry, upset feelings, I'm pushing it into a working, and on the other side is going to be something better. That's one way of looking at it. But if you're feeling very frustrated, sad, down in the dumps, and you're planning on doing a working that is completely unrelated to that, then it could definitely have a negative impact on that working, depending on how you are channeling your energy. So ultimately, it depends on kind of what you feel comfortable with. You can use it as a transformative energy. You can also just use it as a time just to journal, to do some readings, to meditate, and then come back to it at a later point. Okay. Have you ever incorporated beauty routines into your practice, such as doing ultra hydrating or brightening hair and skin treatments on the full moon, clarifying or stimulating ones on the new moon? I actually haven't, and it's one of those things where I keep looking into like glamour magic and kind of beauty magic, and I always forget to do it. And brutal honesty here, it genuinely comes down to the fact that most of the time I am simply not that organized. I will like fall asleep on the sofa because I've been like busy doing something, or I'm like determined to finish a book, you know, when you're like, yeah, I'm gonna get to the end of this, falls asleep 15 times, completely forgets what you've read, has to reread it all again anyway. And I will wake up and it will be like 5 a.m. and I feel like I'm in like a different world, and I'll drag myself to bed and I'll like force myself to take off my makeup and stuff, and then I'll just face plant into bed, and I'll have gone, oh God, it was the full moon tonight and I completely forgot. That's how I function on a day-to-day basis, that level of chaos. So I'd love to give it a go and see like how it improves things. Like I think that would be really cool. Maybe I could do like a little bit of an experiment with it, of like, I'm gonna do this for 30 days without working with the moon, and then I'm going to do this for 30 days whilst working with the moon, and let's see, because that's going to be like the only big variable that changes. I think that would be really cool. But I'm just not organized enough. So props to anyone who is, because people who have like 12-step skincare routines and they like cycle it with the moon, like props to you, because I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Right. Any recent book recommendations? I don't think I have any. Do I have any? Oh my goodness. I'm not sure if I do. I'll be honest, at the minute, I reapplied for a library card, right? So I have basically been just frantically reading library books for the last 4 weeks, and it's all been like fantasy. So like I literally just finished reading the Moonlight Market, which is something that I've seen like spoken about for ages. I'll be honest, it was a 3 out of 5 book on a good day for me. I wasn't super enthralled by it, but I do need to get back into the occult books. I literally just got my copy of what is it called? Oh my goodness, is it called Under the Dragon Root by Corinne Boyer? It's the new one by Corinne. Yeah, Under the Dragon Root by Corinne Boyer is my most recent arrival when it comes to books. And so it's probably going to be the next one that I kind of look into. So this, for anyone who is interested in kind of occult books, Corinne Boyer is really good at, I never know if it's Corinne or Corinne. And I'm probably choosing the wrong option every time. But primarily she focuses on herbalism and plant magic. And so the information on this one says, Under the Dragon Root is the final offering in a trilogy by Corinne Boyer. This long-awaited book brings 20 plants from the witch's garden into the light, along with their accumulated folklore, folk medicine, and historical magical uses, particularly from the past 300 years out of northwestern Europe, though some information is much older. This book brings together folklore and uses of the plants in an inspiring and yet engaging manner. The plants are organised by season, similar to the other books, and the author's own wisdom and personal recipes included at the end of each chapter. Under the Dragon Root has copious footnotes and is exhaustively researched, including source material from fields such as history of pharmacy, grimoire magic, traditional witchcraft, folklore collections from the Victorian era, divinatory methods, and Swedish folk magic. So it goes into wormwood, valerian, poppy, autumn crocus, mushrooms, mandrake, bay laurel, I've never seen that word before, Daphne mezeron, hellebore, periwinkle, henbane, angelica, lily of the valley, rue, ferns, vervain, belladonna, aconite, foxglove, and thorn apple. And so that's kind of the one that I am, that's the one I'm probably going to be reading next. Although I did recently go to a National Trust place. Now, if you don't know what the National Trust is, I talk about it a lot because I absolutely love it. It's like an organisation that helps to preserve and protect historical buildings and locations. And they help to preserve houses, and then the general public can go and visit and experience the amazing history of these beautiful places. And every purchase that you make, whether that's through, say, a membership to the National Trust, or whether that's the cafe, the gift shop, the secondhand bookshop, all goes to preserving the history of that particular location. And so when I am at National Trust places, I will typically always go to the secondhand bookshop. And recently I found so many books. I got a hardback copy of like the history of legend and mythology of Britain. And it's like a really old book. I also found a book from 1935, which is all about the witches of Pendle. I'm like, that's mad that I found that in just a National Trust secondhand bookshop. So they're also on my to be read pile. But as soon as I see an old book, and I mean like old, I am nervous of handling it because I don't want to damage it anymore. And like some of them, while 1930s isn't like super old, it was kept in not great conditions. There's a lot of damp damage on it. And what I don't want is to make it worse. So it's like I want to read it, but also I'm like, I'm scared of opening it in case I damage it. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. My book recommendation is that Hearth finishes writing her book. Called out. Yeah, I know. I am... The reality of what has happened here, right, is I picked a topic and I went, oh yes, this is a really good topic. I will write about this topic. I'm interested in this. And then as I was writing it, I went, oh, I'll add that in as well. Oh, I'll add that in as well. Oh, I'm going to deep dive into that. And then what happens is I end up with something that is like 50, 60,000 words and barely completed any of the chapters. And I'm quickly realizing that by the time I complete all of the chapters, it's going to be like 150 to 200,000 words, which is considerably too big of a book. And so I end up getting overwhelmed and then I end up not doing it. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at. I'm trying to like plod along and do like a little bit every single day so it's more manageable. Otherwise it becomes just a little bit. It becomes just a bit much. Up here, what does it say? Hearth, you should do a beauty routine experiment. I am that person and it's one of my fave ways to incorporate my practice into my day-to-day. I really hope you give it a go. I'm trying to be that person, right? I'm at that point in my life where I'm like, okay, things have got to change. I can't be that person who's like, oh, I've not moisturized in a week and a half. Like, I can't be that person anymore. I have forehead wrinkles. I can't be that person anymore. So I'm really trying to like pull it together and be that person, and maybe doing it in like an organized, like magic-y way is the way to do it. Maybe. We'll see. I guarantee that like it will fall apart in about a week. I'll have that first week where I'm like, yeah, this is really great. I can do this. And then one inconvenience will come up. Like I will have fallen asleep on the sofa, or I had a friend come over and they didn't leave till really late. And then before you know it, I've completely fallen off the bandwagon again, and I have to kind of restart the process of like getting myself back into that habit. I am so terrible for it. I live in my mind is perpetual chaos. I think like butterfly mind, I think might be an understatement. We're talking like a swarm of wasps kind of mindset. And I've just always been that way. So like I feel like now is the time to change that. Okay. How to tell if when you have a dream about meeting a spirit guide, if it was just a dream or actually a spirit guide interaction. So it's going to be a frustrating answer, right? And I say that because the fact that you're asking the question means that you want to know right now where the distinctions lie. And the problem is that because everyone's minds are so different, it's not as simple as that. And so the best way of identifying whether you're interacting with a spirit or whether it's just a dream is to have a lot of understanding over your dreams. And so keeping a dream journal, a dream diary, a way of noting down all of your dreams as you wake up. And it's going to take a while to kind of get into the habit of doing it. You're going to find that to start off with, you can't remember all that much. You can remember like the sky was blue, or there was a tortoise there. I don't know. I'm just pulling stuff out of my arse here. And like, you're not going to remember very much. But even if you only remember a tiny amount, write it down. Just put a date, document it, and then the next day, do the exact same thing, like the minute you wake up. And you can do this in a physical notebook. You can do this in a digital notebook. You can do it as a voice note. So if you wake up and you can't even be bothered to open your eyes, do it as a voice note. And that way, over time, you're going to start remembering your dreams more and more and more. And as you are remembering your dreams, you're going to start noticing patterns. Your dreams are probably always going to kind of be in the same kind of category. Your dreams are all going to feel very similar. And while, yes, the meaning of that dream and the people in the dream and the feeling of that dream is going to be different, it's going to follow a pattern. So your nightmares might be one kind of pattern, and your day-to-day dreams might be another kind of pattern. And then when you start getting spirits, deities, guides, familiars, all of these figures entering your dreams, it's going to break that pattern. And as soon as that happens, if you're used to your dreams, you are going to immediately notice, hang on a minute, this is different. And that's really the biggest distinction, is it is going to break a pattern. And if it happens often enough, you might find that in itself, it becomes a pattern. So you might notice that every time that you have a spirit guide entering your dreams, you might hear the sound of a bell, or something might happen. So someone will say the same series of words every single time, and it's almost like that is the point where your dream is now changing and it is now communication. And you might notice that the same things keep happening. So every time it's a spirit guide, it has its own unique pattern. If it is a servitor, it has its own unique pattern. And the only way that you can recognize a change in the pattern is if you can recognize the pattern. And that's very much it's going to take time. It's going to be hard to do it if you haven't already done it, kind of a thing. But one thing I will say that might help in this circumstance is that often interactions with spirits, guides, familiars, servitors are often very memorable. And so if you have, say you recognize this dream and you remember this dream really vividly, and you don't normally remember your dreams, that could be something to take into account, because that in itself could be the break in the pattern. The break in the pattern is that usually you don't remember your dreams, but when it is something that you really need to remember, you remember it. And so that could then be the break in the pattern that you need. So note it down, figure out like if that is useful in your life, if the information that was given is really applicable and useful. And then I'd say from this point, start trying to find patterns in your dreams, because it's going to make it a lot easier if that same guide will then come through again. Right. How do you divine with tools about stuff that's not in your subconscious and instead stuff that goes about in the world? Does it have to do with the collective conscious? Some people believe it to be that, but also it's about developing your psychic abilities. So when we are working with, say, tarot and oracle cards, runes, pendulums, we are often working through our subconscious, and our subconscious can be our own feelings and knowledge on that situation, and it can also be our psychic abilities and minds. And whether that is a guide that is coming through to give you that information, or whether you're someone that wants to build and develop your own psychic abilities, that can come through our subconscious minds as well in the same way. So it may well be worth asking guides, asking ancestors, asking servitors, familiars, other spirits who have a different perspective on the world to come through and give additional information if that's something that you do feel so inclined. Or you can simply try asking questions and just seeing what the reading comes out as. And the more you do it, the more, always write down everything that you have done a reading on, even if it seems trivial, even if it was just a whim, even if the answers don't line up with anything, doesn't matter. Write it all down, and over time you're going to be building up your psychic ability so that then it's easier to get answers on things that are external to yourself. Right. Where am I? I am here. Ooh, I do enjoy the Q&A tab. It makes things so much easier. Is it possible that a human is a reincarnation of a fae? I mean, I don't see why it couldn't be possible. However, and some people are going to think I'm a bitch for saying this, and you know what? That's okay. I have found that there are some people in the community, and I'm not talking anyone specific, so it's not targeted at you or anyone else, just being in the community for as long as I have been, there are certain members of the community who want to be special. And they want to be special so badly that they are determined that they have to have been a reincarnated fae, or it has to be somewhere in their bloodline, or they have to be a 7th generation, hereditary witch, and their family has to have been from Salem. And it gets thrown around a lot, the whole like, oh, well, I was reincarnated from Cleopatra, or I was reincarnated from such and such a person. You know what I mean? Like, I am always very dubious about it. That's not to say it doesn't happen and that it can't happen, because it definitely can. I mean, reincarnations can come in so many different ways, or at least people believe it to be coming from so many different ways. You can be reincarnated from an animal, from a plant, so why not also a spirit? But I do think it's always worth being cautious with people who say it as a token of authority. I think that's really what I'm getting at here, is that I have met a lot of people who will say it as they will say it as this authority of, oh well, my such and such and such and such a person 3 times removed was burned in the Salem, burned in this witch trial, or they were hung in this witch trial, or like whatever it is. It's that feeling of wanting something special that makes you different that can sometimes kind of hinder the community. I don't want to come across as being rude, because it's just, I see it a lot. I mean, I have met like 100 people who claim to have been reincarnated from Cleopatra, and I've got to tell it to you. I've got to tell it to you. Like, more likely than not, if you're reincarnated from a person, you're going to be like a pig farmer from Kent or something. You're probably going to have been like a medieval peasant. You might have died of syphilis. Like, it's unlikely that all of the people that I've met are actually reincarnations of Cleopatra. I know that this kind of went off on a tangent, but yes, you can definitely be kind of reincarnated from other spirits, and many people have experiences of it. Now, not all Fey existence is very different from human existence, so how it happens, I don't really know, and I don't think anyone ever will. But always be cautious of anyone who, as soon as you meet them, they're like, oh, did you know I'm reincarnated from a Fey? Oh, did you know I'm actually a 13th generation hereditary witch, and I actually come from a line of Salem witches? Be warned, red flags in the ground. Because, it's reincarnation is not always as glamorous as Faith. So Faith has said, reincarnation is not always as glamorous as people believe. The past is filled with some serious ugliness, and it definitely is. And if reincarnation is something that you believe in, more likely than not, if you go for a past life reading, I would hope that the reader is going to be honest with you. You're more likely to have been reincarnated from a random person that didn't do much of anything for history besides just live a life and just exist. And that is completely fine too. You don't need to have been a reincarnation from a super fancy person, because all reincarnations hold value. And I think a lot of people forget that. Like, people often focus very much on, oh, I'm a reincarnated King Arthur or something, when in reality, being a reincarnation of a housemaid could be just as valuable as anything else. Ah, yes, the occult version of the pick-me girl. When you put it like that, yeah, I guess it kind of is. It is a little bit what it is. But yeah, all reincarnations hold value. All of them. Even if you were last reincarnated from a worm, that still holds value. It just isn't perceived as being as popular as a lot of other reincarnations. Right. Okay, let's have a look at this one. So I've recently found a complete jawbone of a squirrel on my parents' front porch. Before I jump to think it's fairies, it's unlikely. I have to mention that there are lots of crows in my area lately. Any thoughts? It's very, very unlikely to be a fae anyway, simply because usually fae gifts or fae items are out of the ordinary. Now, that's not to say that they don't exist in nature, but more like, okay, I'm trying to think of the best way I can describe it. So say, for instance, you live in a really remote area and there's no one around, like you live like on your own like homestead, and one day you wake up and you find that in the very center of your porch, like say your front step, for instance, there is the most perfect circular stone that you have ever seen. that is probably more likely to be something from the Fae than, say, a bone, for instance, because it's the distinction, at least in my experience, is the unusualness of an object. So it is the perfectly circular stone. It is the highly polished piece of glass. It is a seed from a plant that doesn't grow anywhere near you at all. Like, it grows from like so far away, and it's just right there. Or if it is a bone, for instance, it might be something that is almost highly worked on. So it isn't just a bone, for instance. It might be something that is clean to the point of unnervingly clean. So it's not just cleaned by nature clean, but it would be like almost bleach cleaned, like someone has chemically gone through that process on it. I've always found that Fae gifts tend to be very specific, and they're very extreme as well. So it's like a perfectly circular stone, a highly polished object. And I would say it's probably in this circumstance more likely to be a bird that has left something there. Oh yeah, the sun does naturally bleach, but I mean more like when you see a chemically processed bone versus a naturally processed bone, there's definitely a distinction there in how they come out. As someone who collects dead things, I've always found anyway that there's a distinction in how that bone comes out. So if you're looking at something that looks like it's been man-made, like man worked on it, or like it's been carved into, or it's perfectly white, like to an unnerving degree, but it doesn't look old and it doesn't look damaged in any way, those kind of things are very telling for me. So in this circumstance, I'd say that this is probably more likely to be crows, but that doesn't make it any less magical, actually. If you're getting crows that are giving you gifts, that could be an amazing opportunity to look into deities that are associated with crows, or simply the energy and the archetype of the crow itself, and whether that's something that you might want to include in your spellwork and ritual. Like, just because it might not be a fae doesn't in itself make it any less magical. It's just magical in a slightly different way. Oh, I don't think I saw this. Thank you so much, Danny. And also thank you so much to Britannia. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm glad that you watch them later. Honestly, it means a lot to me when people say that, like, they enjoy the streams, that they catch up with them later. Like, that genuinely means a lot. So I hope that you do enjoy it. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening or morning, or I forget that it's not evening everywhere in the world right now, but I hope you have a good day, because it is 9 o'clock here actually, and it is dark. Like last week, I was going out for a walk at 9 p.m. and it was still light. What has happened? To be fair, it is chucking it down, so that's obviously going to impact how dark it is, but it kind of feels like we've gone from early summer to late summer, early autumn in like a day. The difference between today and yesterday is like we just like flipped the switch and it's now autumn. And to be fair, I put out my pumpkin lights today, so that might tell something. I've got these little like glowing orange pumpkin lights in there, and I genuinely am starting to feel like it's spooky season. It's approaching. I'm very excited about it. Okay, because I've been on the stream for an hour and a half, I feel like I should probably update anyone who is new here to the streams. Hello, my name is Hearth. Every single month I do a witchcraft Q&A where we talk all things witchcraft and paganism. I try to answer as many questions as I can. If you have a question for the stream, feel free to put it in the Q&A box. It's like this little tab at the top of the chat, I believe. If you click on that, it'll allow you to put a question in that will go into the Q&A. And I am going through the Q&A chronologically so that I can try and not miss anyone, though some might still fall through the cracks. So please don't spam your question if I haven't got to you yet. It's probably because I simply haven't reached it. So yeah, with that being said, let's continue, but I forget I have to keep saying that, because while I might sit here for 5 hours, not everyone else is going to do the same. So yeah, I started decorating too. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Well, okay. The week before, I went to HomeSense. HomeSense is the UK. So the UK has TK Maxx and it has HomeSense. They're both UK versions of TJ Maxx, like the American one. And I got one thing. I restrained myself. I only got one thing. And it's so pretty. I have to show you. If you can find them, these are so heavy. Look at that. That's amazing. I had to show someone because I'm the only person that has this kind of taste. If you can find one of these, they do like loads of different patterns. They are so heavy and like really beautifully made. And oh my God. It's the only thing I purchased because I was like, I can't buy any more Halloween decorations. I have so many Halloween decorations. But like they do them with like I saw some with like Ouija board print on and like skulls and stuff, and then they had a few of these which I would consider more like witch core, like witchy goblin like forest core. And this is, yeah, if you can find them, it's really good quality for anyone who's interested in in that kind of stuff. I know that not everyone is, but like, you know, if you like it, you like it. But yeah, what's that? You can look at home goods for Halloween stuff. Ooh, I'll have to check it out. Yeah, August is such an underrated month. It's that kind of like perfect combination of it's still warm like summer, but we're starting to get like the cozy feels of autumn. Like I literally got an email the other day about like pumpkin spice coming back. Now I'll be honest, I'm not a coffee drinker really, but that kind of freaks me out because like it's already that season again. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That's gone so fast. Okay, now where was I? I'm here. How do you know when you're interacting with a deity? Well, you don't really know. Okay. It's one of those topics where it is not a clear-cut answer. Apple cider is better than pumpkin spice. Changed my mind. Actually, you know what? I agree, I think I agree. I am not... Pumpkin spice for me... I know I went off tangent. I promise I'll get back to it in a minute. Pumpkin spice to me is very, very sickly sweet. I used to really love it when I was a teenager, right? I used to... Like, that super sickly sweetness I used to really like. I don't really so much like it anymore. So, yeah. I agree. Apple cider over pumpkin spice. Really, you don't like coffee? I will occasionally have like a mocha or a coffee with vanilla syrup. But here's how ridiculous I have to be, right? And people, I don't like going into coffee shops for this exact reason. I have to order, if I order it, it has to be like an iced decaf soy latte with vanilla syrup. And people are like, oh, that's so much extra work. I'm like, it is. That's why I don't order it very often, because like I have to like change every single thing on the coffee order to the point where I just don't order it. If I do it at home because it's just way less embarrassing than trying to ask someone 1,000 times if something is decaf. And yeah, I give up because the number of times that I have been given fully caffeinated coffee when I've specifically said decaf is actually scary. And yeah, I tend to just do it at home if I do it at all because it's just easy. I don't know why I'm going with sideburns into have I spent the entire live stream with Okay, we're just gonna pretend like I didn't just spend half the stream with sideburns. As a former barista, that's genuinely easy to make. Anyone who complains is lazy. I don't know. Maybe it's just where I go. But I feel so embarrassed asking for it. I'm like, I'm going to have to change this order completely. And I also don't like being an inconvenience. My biggest hatred is feeling like an inconvenience. And so if I have to like change an order completely, I just won't order it. I'll just go for something else. That's fine. Right. Okay, back to where we were before, which is how do you know you're interacting with a deity? So generally, it's kind of hard to tell at face value, whether you're dealing with a guide, a familiar, just a random spirit, are you dealing with a deity? And usually how you can recognize it will depend on the information that you are given. Now, I do think it's important to say that the information can be manipulated to serve a purpose. Not all of the time, but just in some occasions. So it's important to always be cautious but open-minded. So generally deities will come at you with particular symbols and representations that are iconic and deeply associated with them. And so because of that, if you're looking at the mythology, the folklore, the legends, the stories of that deity, you will get through some information about them that is going to allow you to recognize who they are. And then you can kind of take it from there. So for instance, Ceridwen, one of my deities, she would likely come through in kind of this is how it manifests for me. So it's kind of a darker environment. There's often some imagery of transformation in there, and there's often a cauldron present. Whereas if I were to be working with the Green Man, for instance, I would be getting very different imagery, Hecate, very different imagery, and then we can draw on that, learn from it, go into our books, draw information out, and then figure out who it is that way. Right, where was I? Are deities literal or more an abstract energy? This one does not have a solid answer either, and ultimately it's going to depend on your belief system, your tradition, all of that kind of stuff is going to play a part in it. It's a difficult one for me because they're almost energy manifest in my experience. So it is kind of like this archetypal energy that manifests temporarily in certain moments and times and places and then returns back to being kind of this general energy. And that's kind of the best way for me to kind of visualize it at the minute. But it is very much going to depend on how you associate with things, background, religion, all this kind of stuff. What kind of spell is best for getting someone to do what you want them to? So this would be a kind of domination working. So you're going to want to be looking into domination or control type workings. Now, this is not going to be everyone's cup of tea. I will touch on it because it was specifically asked, but I know that generally speaking, it's not really appreciated online so much. And it's the kind, see, that's the thing. It depends on religion, culture, tradition, everything else, because certain spells and workings are a core part in cultural, religious, and spiritual traditions. And because of that, it is not on me or anyone else to say that that particular culture isn't allowed to do a style of working. I think that's really important to take into consideration, because while in the West and in Wiccan-based regions, this kind of working is perceived as being really negative and something that you shouldn't do, they are an integral part of many culturally specific traditions. And therefore, that's not on anyone to decide whether or not they should be choosing to practice something or whether that is something that should be done. So it's all an individual thing. So it's about everyone making a choice for themselves whether they feel comfortable to carry out that working. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, then that's fine. You don't have to do it. But that kind of working is what you would be looking for. What I will say, though, is it's quite likely that you can achieve a similar result through an alternative means and by adjusting something else, perhaps in your life, in your environment, in your circumstances. So, for instance, if that working is to target a specific person on a very particular topic, then it could be worth altering that topic in other aspects of your life to increase it in other areas instead of controlling someone else. But it is entirely up to you as to whether or not that's something that you want to do. Make sure that you do your research, make sure you know what you're getting into and you understand the kind of pros and cons of it, and then make that an informed decision for yourself based off the information that you've gained. Are salt lamps good for home protection? That's kind of a tricky one, because like salt is a very protective thing, right? Salt is a very protective mineral. It is used a lot in protection style magic, and yet salt lamps are often primarily advertised as being for purification of a space, or that kind of a thing. I would say it will depend on the kind of quality that you are working with. I have seen a lot of salt lamps for sale that are not actually made of salt. They're like designed to look like salt, but they aren't actually salt. I suppose give it a try. You can always bolster the effect of it if you like. So if you like the idea of having a salt lamp in that space for protection, you can add like protection sigils and add additional energy into that working, so that you not only have the salt being the protective energy, but you have other things going into it as well to kind of bolster it if you aren't sure of it. But you can always give it a go, and then see if it's something that feels right for you. If you're feeling like it's not enough, you can add more to it. But yeah, as mentioned here, be careful with salt lamps if you have cats. Really, if you have any kind of animal, because they have a tendency to lick the salt lamp. And also, I have heard some stories of people putting salt lamps in bathrooms. Salt lamps will, if it's a genuine salt lamp, it will dissolve in a bath, like a damp environment. So bathrooms and kitchens, they will often dissolve. I've even like seen stories of people who wanted to like clean a dusty salt lamp, so they washed it, and then they wondered why it got smaller. I always find those kind of stories so funny. But yeah, any kind of damp environment is going to kind of reduce that salt lamp. So be careful around pets and be careful around damp environments. Okay. Okay, what do we have here? I have a slightly odd question. Ooh, I always like the odd questions. Would it be possible to make your energy kind of poisonous for energy vampires so that they taste it and get sick or something? Well, yes. Okay, there's a few kind of caveats to this. So the one thing I will say just to kind of get started is like energy vampire, energy leech. These kind of terms are used to describe someone who is drawing energy from other people for their own use. And that can be done accidentally, like they have no idea what they are doing, or it could be intentionally. And so what I would say is to be careful, because some people don't realize that they are doing it, and so to be purposefully trying to get them sick when they really don't know what they're doing. I've met a few within my practice who genuinely just had no idea. And I know it might sound kind of hard to imagine someone just not knowing that they're doing it, but some people just are not sensitive to energy, and like they just realize that when they're around like big groups of people, they just feel really highly energized, and they don't even realize that they're doing it. It's something that they're just inadvertently doing. And you might recognize this in people who they seem to become very, very active and energetic in busy environments, and every single person that they're spending time around gets less and less energetic. So it's like this, because this person is drawing all of the energy from these people, and so while the energy starts like this, over time it kind of does this. So you might notice that in someone. So it's kind of not necessarily fair to be harming someone when they're not even realizing that they're doing anything. But as with everything, it's about individual choice as to whether or not that's something you want to do. But when we're dealing with energy vampires, there's kind of a couple of ways to go about it. The first way, and my preferred way, is to put up a shield. So this is a shield that is created of energy that has been built up over a period of time. So you could use, say, a crystal, you could use a piece of jewelry, and what you're doing, you're charging it regularly, whether that's from your own energy or whether that's from external energies, and then you are carrying that, and it is offering you like a protective field. And the goal behind this is that they are going to, whether purposefully or otherwise, be feeding off the energy of that shield rather than your personal energy. So over your time with that person, your shield is going to lose energy, You are not going to. And that way you can avoid any of the icky kind of drained, not feeling great kind of experience that you might get around energy vampires. The alternative to that, in a way, if you wanted to go down this route, and this I would say is very applicable if you have someone in your life, because I know people who are both accidental energy vampires and very, very purposeful energy vampires. If you have someone in your life and you are consistently telling them what they are doing, you are rigorously bringing it up to them, you are asking them to stop, and they are still choosing to continue with what they're doing, they're continuing their behavior, you may well then put some additional oomph into that energy, whether you are creating, say, a charm that this is going to be like the vessel for that energy for the shield, and it's made from some less than savory ingredients, some plants that are perhaps not super nice, and then you're charging it with additional energy, and all of that energy is mixing and mingling together. And then when that shield gets put up, not only is that going to be the energy that they're going to be feeding off, but it also has got some not very nice energy added in there as a way of saying, like, no, I have literally told you a dozen times, I don't like you doing this, and you are still doing it. So I have given you a boundary, you've broken that, this is the next step. And it's that kind of like, I've already asked you to stop and you are still doing it. And then once it goes past that point, it's a case of trying to decide whether or not you even want to spend time with that person. Should that person even be in your life if they are continuing to break your boundaries again and again and again? And if it's something you can't avoid, say for instance a colleague, then it might be time to be doing other workings. So whether that being binding spells, whether that be a spell to try and help them find a different job, maybe a job that they would enjoy more but gets them away from you, and just try and find an alternative route so you're not constantly dealing with them in this way if it is starting to negatively impact you. Wow, okay. Bum. So, where am I? Oh, here we go. I really want to work with the Fae, but I'm quite scared if I offend them or if anything goes wrong. Would you recommend maybe starting with one-time offerings? Any tips would be great. So, when it comes to the Fae, this is another fear-mongering on TikTok kind of situation. I do understand the nervousness surrounding it, though. One thing, this might make it better or it might make it worse. Honestly, not really sure. There are other spirits that can be just as finicky and particular as the Fae, and they don't get spoken of nearly enough. I mean, we briefly mentioned it earlier in the chat of water spirits can be so finicky. Oh my goodness. Honestly, some of the most difficult to work with spirits I've ever encountered are specific water spirits. They're so hard to work with. They're so hard to please. They're so easy to piss off. Once you've pissed them off, they hold grudges forever. Like, really tricky to work with. But they don't get the same bad reputation as the Fae does. And so I do think it's always important to take into consideration that sometimes things do get like latched onto by communities in a way that perhaps isn't entirely accurate or just blows it out of proportion. So generally speaking, as long as you are kind and you are respectful, you're gonna be fine. Like, the people that I worry about are the people who will go and they'll like cuss out a spirit because they didn't get what they wanted straight away, or they're willing to like be really rude and really mean to get what they want. Those are the people that I kind of worry for more than anything. But if you, say for instance, want to just reach out and give your appreciation for the Fae, say it is a particular time of year, say Beltane or Lammas or Letha and also Samhain are particularly good times for this, where you might want to just give an offering and just say, you know, this is for you. I just wanted to do something that I thought you would like. As long as you are vocal about the reason why you are giving that offering, I don't necessarily think that it is something that you would need to worry about. The only time I would ever say it's something to be concerned about is if you have stated that you're giving an offering and you're going to be giving one every single day, and then all of a sudden you stop. That's the time when I'd be a little bit concerned. But if you're just wanting to give a one-off offering, then just vocalize that. Whether perhaps you might have seen that it was a special time for them and so you wanted to give them something, or you were baking something and you thought that they might appreciate it. And if you just vocalize that it is just you showing appreciation to them and you don't expect anything in return, and you are just giving it as a one-time thing, then that is something that you can do. And they're not going to take it the wrong way as long as they know. It's all about communication, right? Everything is all about communication. It's just about being open about what it is that you are coming at it from, because something to consider here perhaps is that when you have had hundreds of thousands, millions of people doing things to gain something, it's very easy for them to not be particularly trusting of people. So it's about being open about your intentions to start off with. It's going to make it a lot easier down the line. Right. I saw something here. Where was it? Where am I? I'm lost. How have I managed to get lost? I only have 2 tabs. It should not be that it should not be that easy to get lost. It should not be hard to get lost. I just merged both of those together. So, what kind of magic would you recommend for exam-related topics, such as preparation, luck, passing an exam, etc.? So I would be focusing on memory workings and luck spells, I think. Those are that's where I went anyway when I was doing my exams, is memory workings. So you might want to be having lavender in your room, for instance, to help with memory recall. You might want to be wearing a particular piece of jewelry or have something on you that contains herbs for good luck and mental retention. And then essentially every time you go to do your revision, you have that object on you. I had a locket. Actually, I found it today. Where is it? Right here. No, not that. Where is it? It's up here somewhere. I had a locket. I literally found this in a bag this morning. For anyone who remembers a particular TV show, you will know where this is from. But I got given this when I was doing my exams. This is the locket that I would use. I wonder if there is actually anything still inside. And in here, I would put sigils for retention. No, it's just empty now. But I would put like sigils for memory retention. And I would put in different herbs and then little tiny like crystal-like flakes. And I would close it up and I would wear that every single time I was doing revision. And also I was lucky in that we were allowed to take this into exams because there was nothing that I could put in that would allow me to do anything of any use. So that's what I would use, and I would do that for all of my exams. And not only does it help to add that additional energy into your space, so that luck and that memory retention, but also it's like a habitual thing where you know that every time you put on that necklace, or every time you have this around you, or every time you light that candle, that is when you are in your revision state. And then when you're not, you would take it off, you would put out the candle, and it allows you to almost find it easier to sink into that space where you need your memory and you need to be focusing. So yeah, lots of options, but I went with the locket because it's what I had access to, and that's what I used for years. This locket was like all the way through, like high school, college, university, everything. That locket came with me. Right. Okay, this one is kind of an interesting one. Attracting love, prosperity, and my dream life with sigils, or likewise in the book, and then power it when the book is complete by adding energetic ornaments. Do you think? ? I have a friend who is doing something very, very similar to this. I find it interesting that there's so much kind of crossover there a little bit. The only thing I think it's a great idea. I think it's a really interesting way of doing it. I think it could be very powerful. I will say that if you're wanting a lot of things, like dream life is like a big goal, right? You might want to be doing other things as well. Because sigils, while they can be incredibly useful and they're very versatile, are not necessarily the most powerful or fast-acting thing. And so you might want something additional alongside it to really bolster it. And I mean, if you want to include the sigils that you've created for that intention in other workings, then that's a great way of like tying it all together. Ooh, oh, this is like my favorite topic. I'm relatively new to Wicca and witchcraft. I'm also a doll collector. Do I need to be concerned that negative things can attach themselves to my dolls? How can I protect them? Every single live stream we talk about dolls. Every single live stream, and I love it every single time. So, concerned, no. Aware, yes. So, when we're looking at spirit vessels, anything can become a spirit vessel. That could be, I'm just going to grab a few things in front of me. That could be this remote control. That could be this locket. That could be this lipstick. You know, anything could in theory become a spirit vessel. However, some objects are more desirable to spirit attachment than others. And these are often items that look like a human. So they have that physical representation. And people say it's for lots of different reasons. I've always found it to be, in my experience anyway, with haunted objects, it is because they miss or they crave the comfort of a form that they recognize. So the head, two arms, the legs, the very classic doll shape, the very human shape is very desirable to some spirits. And some people may disagree, but I have found that most of the time it is spirits who are very scared. It's spirits who are perhaps very young. And that could be young to the spirit world, like they have crossed over very recently. That could also be very young in that they passed over very young. And so you do find that child spirits are particularly drawn to dolls. However, there are definitely some spirits who know that child spirits are very attracted to dolls, and so will take the form of a child. They will act in a childlike way, and they will make you think that they are a child spirit when actually they are something else. Now, movies have kind of taken that idea and they've kind of gone with it. So we're talking like Annabelle, you know, dolls like this. While the story is very, very interesting, the movies have taken it like above and beyond and into like its own separate thing. So can it happen? Yes. Is it super common for it to be something really negative? No. I don't think it's that common for it to be something really negative. If you do want to protect dolls, well, I suppose first I should maybe mention about how they become spirit vessels in the first place. So if you bring a doll into a space that has a spirit that would like a vessel, that doll is then going to look very appealing. So if you already have lots of dolls in your home, and your home is quite old or it has an interesting history, you might find that some of the dolls already have spirits attached onto them. But if you live in an environment where that house is perhaps new, the land does not have a great deal of history to it, there's nothing unusual going on there, I don't think you have to worry too much about any doll already having an attachment to it. If you do want to protect them from any kind of spirit interaction, then you could put protections on that space. So if they are all within one room, for instance, you might want to put protections on that room. They could be sigils on the doors, they could be charms over door handles, they could be protection items like black salt that's in the room itself to offer a little bit of additional protection. You could, an alternative way of doing this is make or have an individual doll that almost acts as a scapegoat. So it is a doll that is going to be made very attractive to any spirit that might be in the space so that they would then enter that particular doll instead of all of the others. I don't necessarily think it's something you need to be overly concerned about, unless you are regularly inviting spirits into your space and then not suitably releasing them from that space. I don't think you need to worry too much about it. It's just something to be aware of. So if you are noticing that a particular doll suddenly has unusual energy to it, perhaps you're noticing strange things, that particular room has unusual smells or sounds, like footsteps or shuffling movement, something like that, then you might want to be looking into doing some investigations on that. But otherwise, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Yes, see, that's another one. So that new kid on the occult block, that's a great name, by the way, said there could also be children that died traumatic deaths and wanted desperately to continue living and escape their situation, to the point of attaching onto a doll instead, almost like a chosen reincarnation. Yeah, in some cases that could definitely be the case. The idea of like, I don't want to lose my human form. Like this is what they deem as being like their attachment to the physical world, and so therefore they go into the first thing that looks kind of like what they did, and they use it as like that attachment of like still being like straddling the worlds. Honestly, when you really get into it, haunted dolls can be incredibly sad to like learn about, and it's as with all spirits, if you end up with a haunted doll, it's very much about being kind and just being respectful and courteous, and you can ask them to leave if you want. You can ask and see, and if they don't want to go, then it's about figuring out whether or not you feel comfortable with them being in your space, whether they are something positive or negative, and then take it from there. Okay, I am here. Okay. How do you deal with the guilt of not practicing regularly? How do you deal with being in a practice funk? So I used to feel really, really bad about it, right? I used to like beat myself up about it, and I used to just think like, oh, I'm such a bad practitioner. Like maybe I'm not even a practitioner. Like I have not done any workings in ages. Like maybe that's just not me. Maybe I'm just like fabricating it, maybe I'm just lying to myself, there has to be something else going on here. And then as my practice went on, I quickly realized that like what I thought made a bad practitioner and what actually makes a bad practitioner are not the same thing. And that just came from time and patience with myself and just giving myself a little grace. I do my workings when I need to do my workings. And sometimes that means doing a working every single day for a month. Sometimes that means spending 2 months lighting candles on my altars and pissing everyone off because I leave little tea light casings everywhere. And sometimes that means not doing a working for 6 months, a year, 2 years. When I was at uni, I didn't practice anywhere near as much as I should have. I was part of a group, but outside of that group, I didn't practice myself because I just didn't have the time. And I have found that as I extend the time in my practice, the amount of time I've spent not practicing becomes minimal by comparison. And I think that's really important to take into consideration. Just think back to when you were a child, right? This is probably the best way I can describe it. So think back to when you were a really young child. Say you're in junior school. What year would that be? So I'm trying to do this because Americans call it different things. So junior school for us in some of the UK, it's different in different places anyway, is like from 6 to 10 or from 7 till 10, 11. So say you're in junior school, you're 7 years old. To you, your summer holiday feels like an age. It feels like it goes on forever. It is the most amazing thing. Every day is summer and you have just weeks and weeks and weeks, and that feels like such a massive amount of time. But as an adult, when your kids have summer holiday, it goes so quick. Like it's 6 weeks. 6 weeks goes like it's nothing. And it's because when you are young, that holiday is such a massive percentage of your life compared to when you're 35. It's suddenly a much smaller. 6 weeks when you're 35 is not that much time, but 6 weeks when you're 7 is a massive amount of time. I'm not sure if that analogy is going to help, but like when you first start your magical practice and you've been practicing for a year, if you've taken 3 months out of your year where you've not done any practice, that's a massive percentage of time. But when you've been practicing for 25 years and you have a 3-week point in time or 3-month point of time where you aren't able to practice, 3 months out of 25 years is nothing. And so over time, it becomes less significant. Like I've been doing this now for 18 years. I need to do the maths on that. I'm not sure that's right. 18 years. And now it's like, oh no, I didn't practice for 6 months. Oh well, I've still been doing other things. I've still been doing my readings, or I've still been working with my deities, or maybe I've just been in a really bad place for 6 months, and it's about giving yourself grace. Because being a practitioner, while yes, to be a witch is to practice witchcraft, it is almost just as much as how you perceive the world around you. When you are a practitioner or a witch, or however you want to refer to yourself as, you do perceive the world in a different way. You perceive the world in energies and in spirits. You perceive the world in the plants that are around you. You perceive so many things in a slightly different way. And if you haven't practiced in 6 months, it's not going to change that. Who you are as a practitioner is still going to be the same. It just means you've not been able to do your practice for a while. So I find it's just about taking a step back and looking at the bigger picture. Because if you need to take a weekend over a full moon to yourself and not do any workings, that doesn't make you a bad practitioner. Right. I am here. Where am I? Being a non-believer, how can a person know that there is truth to these claims of spirituality? You live it. You live it and you experience it. And that's basically the only thing that I can say on that, because my job is never to convince anyone, right? My experiences have shaped my belief system rather than the other way around. And I do think that that's an important way of doing it, because a lot of people leave organized religion because the beliefs shaped their life rather than their life shaping their beliefs. And I do truly believe that it's a very cathartic thing to allow your life experiences to shape your beliefs and to shape your opinions. And my life experiences have led me to where I am today. But that doesn't mean that my belief system is going to align with anyone else's. And so I find it's very much about being open-minded about it. Research, read, learn, experience things, try things, come at things from an open mind. If you like it, fantastic, you can add it in. If you don't and it doesn't resonate with you, then you don't have to. At the end of it all, you might find that this was a great experience, but it's not for you. And that's okay too. You know, it's not so much about finding and picking things apart so that you find that perfect truth that is going to be enough to convince. It's just about experiencing and seeing what comes out at the end of it. And you might find that you just don't resonate with it, and that's okay too. You know, I think there's a lot sometimes that I think a lot of people come at spirituality from an Abrahamic background, I suppose. And that's definitely not everyone, and it might not be your circumstance in this, but I have met a lot of people who come at it from an Abrahamic background, and they're like, tell me what to believe and then I will live it. And I'm like, I can't do that. I can't tell you what to believe so that you then experience it in your life. You have to have the experiences, and then they will shape what is going on here. You get personal gnosis experience after enough trial and error where you go, oh shit, this is real. You do. You genuinely do. The amount of times in my practice where I've done something and I've gone, oh shit, that was good. I need to do that again. Like, that's how most of my practice is formed that way. Like, I'm just gonna kind of bring it back to something that happened the other week, where I got a comment of someone who said, like, why don't you share some of your own experience instead of just sharing books? And I'm like, you've not been on my channel for very long then, because most of, like 95% of my videos is just me sharing my own shit experiences. And sometimes they really are like, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that experiences. And then sometimes it's just pure trial and error, dumb luck that I stumbled across something useful. The books are so that other people don't make the same mistakes that I did, because there are so many times where I've purchased a book and I've read it and I've gone, oh my God, why didn't I have this 15 years ago? Why didn't I have this when I made that massive mistake 10 years ago? Like, I always like the idea that books are kind of a bolstering of our own trial and errors. Like, use books, read books, enjoy books, like go for it. If books are your thing, then go for it. But also having the oh shit experiences where you're like, oh damn, that worked so well. Those experiences are, if anything, more powerful than anything that you will read in a book. Like, the books are really good for learning other people's oh shit experiences, but some of the joy in it is having your own oh shit experiences. Like, I've been practicing for this is Relic of Ages, but I forget that I'm reading comments and it sounds like I'm just talking. I've been practicing for 25 years and I still, from time to time, think it's bullshit until stuff happens. Yeah. I'm same. Sometimes I'll be like, why am I doing this? I shouldn't be doing this. I could be spending my evening doing so many other things. Sometimes I will just be in that bad headspace where I'm like, oh, why am I doing this? Like, I could be doing so many things with my time, and then I'll light that candle and immediately it happens and I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's why I was doing it. Okay, got it. I'll have more faith in myself next time. But yeah, it's just, it's one of those things that it's uncomfortable, I think, for people who aren't used to it, perhaps, because they want that kind of like, here is everything that you need to know on a silver platter. That's all you need. And when it comes to things like this, that's not all you need. It's useful and it's great, but it's the reason I don't like spoon feeding people, and it's the reason that I push people to do their own research and to do their own stuff. Because you can have all of the spoon-fed information, you can have it all delivered to you on a silver platter, but until you have those oh shit moments, it doesn't sink in fully until you've had a couple of them. Right. Ooh. Oh yeah, this is kitchen magic. Pure and simple kitchen magic. What are your opinions on using something like a smoothie as a spell, where you use different fruits and ingredients as correspondences for what you want? Yeah, if you haven't already, that is definitely something that you need to look into, kitchen magic, because it seems like you are just right in there, straight with what it is. And then if you wanted to, you can be using different things at different times of day, different moon phases, different days of the week for different intentions. You can be drinking it out of different coloured glasses. You can be stirring things in certain ways, using different words, listening to different music. Like, there's so much that you can take from that really simple concept and expand it out into this whole practice. Yeah, kitchen witchcraft. I definitely skipped one. Oh, okay, so this is one where kind of ties into something that I spoke about earlier, which is any tips to improve clarity of prophetic dreams. So first up, I will always say dream journals. Fantastic, because when it comes to prophetic dreams, you might find that you've had previous ones that you maybe didn't recognize as being prophetic dreams. So you thought, oh, this is just a bit of a strange dream. And then at a later point, if you had noted that down, you might be able to look back and go, oh, okay, so it was all tied together, and it might really link it together for you. Whereas if you don't write your dreams down, you don't have that ability to go back on yourself. But for now, we're going to work on the principle that you're not having a dream journal. You don't have something to look back on, in which case it's about working with divination in some format. That could be working with servitors, working with familiars, working with guides, working with deities, as a way of amplifying that energy. So say coming into it and being, okay, well, this is what I experienced. I would like more information on it. Can you aid me with that? They may then come through in dreams, in meditation. You might want to do divination on that. Or you can go for your subconscious mind, so you can use something like a tarot deck, where you are kind of deep diving further into it, you're asking the deck different questions, you're drawing on different aspects of it, and then you can expand further from that. But it's going to depend on what you feel comfortable with, because not everyone is going to want to use something like a deck. Oh, that's so true. Sorry, I just read the comments of my local witch coven gets annoyed when people ask spoon-feeding questions and end up just opening a book or Google and pointing at it. Yeah, it's a really tricky line to walk, actually, because it is so... I can see it from both sides, because I've experienced both sides of it, right? As a beginner, you don't know what's a reliable resource and what isn't. And so you as a beginner would go, okay, well, this practitioner knows what they are doing, so I'm going to ask them because I can trust them as a reliable source, right? I get the mindset. But as someone who's been doing it for a really long time now, well, really long time to a beginner, not in the grand scheme of things, when I'm asked what color is associated with love for the 50 millionth time, it does get a little bit frustrating. And I'm not frustrated at the person that's asking it, because they don't know that I've been asked that question 50 million times. But it can get a little bit frustrating when you're constantly being asked questions that you could just Google. But the internet is not a reliable resource, and so there's so much misinformation online, it's easy for people to go wrong, and so it's, it gets very complicated. And so I can see both sides of it, and I can see why beginners get annoyed when they're told, like, go Google it, because it's like, well, I don't know where to Google it. Like, what do I do? I don't know where to look, what is reliable and what is not. So, like, it's about that balancing act, and that's why I try anyway. Yeah, or the beginner finds an AI-generated book. Exactly. Like, I always try to work on the basis that no question is a stupid question. Sure, I might have answered the question 1,000 times, but that's why I made the channel in the first place. Like, that was the whole point of it, was to make content that had been asked 1,000 times. So, yeah, it's a really difficult one. It's always good to give them a book or give them a resource that they can work with and that they can use. But yeah, there's so much AI generated stuff out there. Because obviously now I'm doing the monthly, like, what's new in witchcraft videos. I go through like hundreds of books every single month to like see what I like the look of and see what I don't. Oh my God, so many books now are AI generated to the point where it is bonkers to me. There's like one author in particular that they've like published like 50 books in 2 months. That's not possible. That's not possible. There's no way that anyone could do that. And yet people just blindly buy into it. And it's so frustrating. But yeah, that's the thing when it comes to these spoon-fed questions is in theory. So I'm bouncing around everywhere. I'm really engaged in the chat. I should really be answering questions, but I'm just in the chat of like it. When it comes to like spoon-fed questions, once again, there's always more nuance to it. So if, for instance, I get asked about love, as Frankie says here, it depends on the type. It's red for romantic love and pink for self-love. That's exactly my way of doing it as well. So like, it also depends on the way you're looking at it. So if you are wanting to work with a color for love, then if it is, say, sex and passion and lust and romance, then you would probably go for like a really dark red. If you wanted something that was all about like a blend of like romance and passion, then I'd probably go for something like a magenta or like a darker like reddy pink. If I wanted something that was about familial love, then I might go for something like a really pale baby pink. If I wanted friendship, it might even be something like yellow. If I wanted abundance of love, I might choose green. Like it's so variable, and I think that's also where beginners kind of get caught up, because there is so much nuance to everything. It's never as simple as red is only this, it's just love, it's just all of love. And it's like, well, yes, but yes, but nuance, yes, but there's variation in that. And I think that confuses a lot of beginners as well. And it's the pleasure of having hindsight and experience that allows me to see that. But obviously when you're in it, it's incredibly frustrating to be a beginner, especially when there's so much misinformation out there. Like, especially if, like, TikTok, I know it sounds like I'm shitting on TikTok in this live stream, but, like, I promise I'm not. I don't think it's all bad. It's just that because there's so much content on TikTok, it's very easy to get confused because so many people are talking all at the same time that it's hard to know who is a reliable resource, who isn't. Where I should get information from becomes very tricky when everyone is just screaming into the void of the internet. And I'm aware that I am one of these people that is just talking into the void of the internet. That's why I recommend books. Basically, that's why I end up recommending so many books, because I do think that having options is like a great way of doing it. Yeah, like cross-referencing, exactly. Like, always cross-reference all of your information that you're getting, and never ever blindly take it from a single source. And I will be the first person to say it, and it always sounds so contradictory when I say it, when I say, like, don't take everything I say as like gospel, like, but don't. Like, my experiences are literally just my experiences, and you might apply it in your practice and find it just doesn't work for you, and that's okay. You know, like, having multiple different voices is really good, because when I started practicing, I was learning from very set individuals. Like there were like two people specifically that were kind of like mentoring me a little bit. Like, it wasn't like a full like apprenticeship, but I very much saw them as a mentor in my practice. And oh boy, the bad habits and the misinformation that I took from them took me so long to fix, and I will always be appreciative of them, right? They were phenomenal teachers, and sadly one of them is no longer with us. He passed away a good 12 years ago now. But people have misinformation, and that's not necessarily a malicious thing. Like, I don't think that I was taught misinformation, like, beginner, you shouldn't have asked us that, we're going to teach you bad things. But like, practitioners and people have biases, they have bad habits that they pick up along the way, they have misinformation, and if you're only learning from one person, you are going to pick up all of their bad habits. All of their misinformation is going to become your misinformation, and then you pass that on to someone else. So that's why, I mean, even I have it. I guarantee we'll have misinformation. I guarantee we'll have bad habits. And that's why, like, always reference, especially cross-reference between multiple different resources. So don't just go off 3 different YouTubers. Go off YouTube, online websites, and a book. Or go off one person and then two books, or 2 books from 2 different authors. You know what I mean? Like, cross-reference between individual people will help you to minimize the amount of misinformation and bias that you are getting. And yet, trial and error as well. Like, you'll notice things don't add up necessarily. If you've been taught something that isn't quite right for you, you will notice it in your practice, and then you can tweak it and adjust it, which is why, I know I'm still going off on a tangent, I also think it's very important to not take someone's word as gospel and follow it blindly. Ask the whys, ask the hows, ask the where did that come from's. That's really important as well for figuring out what works in your own practice and feeling like you can go outside of the box a little bit when it comes to your magical practice. Like, if I'd have taken everything that I got from my first 2 mentors and I'd have just blindly followed it copy and paste, my practice would not look anything like it does today. I mean, mostly because they were Wiccan, traditional British Wiccans, which obviously doesn't necessarily apply to me now, but like, if I'd have taken that blindly, I would not have experienced half of the things that I have experienced. Yeah, exactly. It is ever evolving. It's constantly changing and shifting. So like, feel free in your practice to adjust things as you need to. If the author's name has silver in it, I would not trust the book. I would be inclined to agree tentatively, because I don't want them to come for me, but be incredibly careful. That's all I will say. Just be incredibly careful. Okay, I'm going to go back to the Q&A now before I fully go into like a tangent again. Have you ever heard of anyone using ASMR in their energy work? I've never heard of it directly, but I can immediately imagine what that would be like. So like, I don't know if it necessarily counts as ASMR, but I hate ASMR. Pre-warning, I hate it. It makes my skin crawl. It makes me want to rip my flesh off. Like, it's like nails down a chalkboard to me. I don't like it. However, when I started my practice, I didn't use any words. And I didn't, it sounds like the previous topic is a good video topic. Honestly, maybe I should take the topics from the live streams and then like put them into a video. I think that would be cool. Anyway, where was I? At the start of my practice, I didn't like speaking. I've never been a good outward speaker, which sounds so stupid because I'm now talking to people on the internet. But if you put me in front of a room of people, I will fall to pieces. I fall to bits. I can't public speak. I can't do it. So I never felt comfortable verbalizing my spells. I would never speak out loud. Oh, good, it's not just me. Okay, I feel a little bit better doing it now. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat at the same time. Ivy the Occultist has straight up called out Mary Silver at least twice. Okay, I feel a little bit better about it now. Be warned, okay? No normal writer is able to pump out 50 books in 2 months. It just isn't possible. And also, I know I'm bouncing around topics. Massive red flag for me. If you have an author that is writing every book on every topic under the sun, that is a massive red flag, because there is no way that you as a practitioner have a full understanding of ceremonial magic, of shamanism, of runes, of astral projection, of familiars, of candle magic, of herbalism, of this, that, the other, this, every single fucking thing under the sun. There is no way that you can do it. Yes, as a practitioner, you might know a lot of stuff about a lot of things, but you don't know enough stuff about enough things to write a book on it. So, like, massive thing that I will say, just things to look out for when it comes to purchasing books. Always check the reviews. Always listen to the rest of the community if they are saying that something doesn't seem right, something doesn't seem right. Always look up the information about the author. Who are they? Are they a real person? Is it a ghostwriter? Is it AI generated? Do they have a place within the community? Are they respected within the community? Because there are some authors that are very much not. Is it someone that people are recommending? Are people that you like the practice of recommending that author? Or are they not saying anything about them? Make sure that they are not writing on every single topic under the sun, because there is no way any author or any practitioner is gonna be able to know all of that information. They're just never going to. And then also, if you are finding that they are publishing so many books that it's physically impossible for them to be writing it, you only have 24 hours in a day. You're going to be sleeping for probably 6 to 8 of them. You might have kids, you have a job, you need to eat, you need to go and exercise, you need free time, you need to see your friends and family. There is no time in the day to write 50 books in 2 months. So just take that information and do with it what you will, but just be careful, because there are some people out there that want your money and are willing to get their information from not very good sources to be able to publish that book. And also, that information is not coming from nowhere. That information is coming from real people, and especially when that information is on closed groups, closed communities, when that information is on very, very specific pieces of cultural heritage, that information is being taken from often very vulnerable and mistreated communities. And that is something that needs to be taken into account. That is my piece on it. Do with that what you will. I will get back to the question that I was on using ASMR. So I just gasped like I hadn't breathed for like 20 minutes. Whew, I need to learn to breathe more in between sentences. So back to the ASMR. So when I started my practice, I hated speaking spells. There was one spell, only one, that I would do that was verbal. And it was a storm calling spell. It's my favorite spell that I've ever done. I still use it to this day. And I still kind of get nervous about it, but I will vocalize a little bit more. I will talk through my spells. But there was a period of time in the middle where I would like almost like ASMR whisper my spell work because I didn't want anyone to hear me. Even if there was no one around, I didn't want anyone to hear what I was doing, so I would often like whisper over my workings in kind of what would now be considered like an ASMR type way, and then tie into that like the ambient music that gets used. I don't know, it could be really good. You could tie in like some binaural beats or something that aligns with the vibration of what you want to manifest. Like you could go crazy with it. But there's lots that you can do in that, especially if you, like me, don't feel that comfortable public speaking or just like verbalizing your workings. Okay, where am I? I am here-ish, I think. What do you think of experience offerings where you eat or drink the offering and offer to share the experience of it with the spirit and entity? Ooh, interesting. So, okay, so this I've seen done in different ways. So like one way would be something like the dumb supper, or a dumb supper, should I say, where everyone is having that meal and you leave a place setting and you leave food for the spirits that have passed over. You leave it for any spirits within your space, and that acts as an offering because they are sharing a meal with you and your family, your loved ones, whoever it might be. So that's kind of one way of doing it. The other is that offerings are often the most powerful when you are giving up something of value, of significance. And so if you are eating a cookie, for instance, it's the last cookie in the pack, and you share half of that cookie with your ancestors, with your spirits, with your deities, that's kind of significant there, because while sure, it's just a cookie, right? You can just go and get more cookies, but it's the last cookie, right? And that holds significance to you. And sure, in the grand scheme of things, it's not the biggest offering on earth, but you know, you wanted that cookie and you're willing to share half of it with a spirit or your ancestors. And that then makes that offering more significant because it's something that you really wanted. So that's kind of one way of doing it. Now, when it comes to like, I don't know if this would be included in it, but it's almost, that would almost be, sorry, my brain is going in a million directions. It's like I'm thinking faster than I can talk, of like, if you are eating and drinking that offering, that's almost like you're allowing them to partake in that. That's almost like you're allowing temporary possession, but more like invocation, where you are permitting that spirit to enter your body temporarily for the process of consuming that offering so that they can experience that process with you. That is a level of trust that is very, very intense. I will say, like, that's definitely not going to be for everyone in every circumstance. And I'd say that unless you are really careful with it, that could go wrong. But that's an alternative option as well. Perhaps a more extreme or just out there one. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely an option. But I'd say sharing offerings in other ways is probably the better way of doing it. So here we go. What is this? So, do you know of a resource for magical workings around your menstrual cycle? The different phases of my cycle affect me so strongly. I'd like to learn more about this form of magical perspective. Oh, there is one book. Am I going to remember the name of it? Oh my God, it's going to really bother me if I'm not. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is the book. Okay, yeah, I was right. It's called The Red Moon. And I don't know if it's good. I need to get hold of this within my own practice, I think. I think it's called The Red Moon. Let me just double check. Is there any information on this? The Red... I keep clicking on the same blooming link. Where is it? This. So, I don't know if this is kind of the kind of thing that you're after, but this is the book that I was recommended. Now, this is not something I fully dived into, right? Just a little bit of pretense on this. So when I was at an event, I had this amazing woman come up to me. She was so knowledgeable, and she was talking about being part of a coven and how they really closely work with their menstrual cycles and all of this stuff. Sorry, TMI, if anyone doesn't want to talk about this, I apologize. But she was talking about it, and she asked me, have you ever looked into it? And she recommended me this particular book. Now, I never got this book. It's been on my wish list for a long time. But it's described as this. So it says, for our ancient ancestors, no, ancient isn't in there. I just managed to add ancient in by accident. For our ancestors, the menstrual cycle was a source of wonderful creative, spiritual, sexual, emotional, mental, and physical energies. It was a gift that empowered women to renew themselves each month, to manifest and create the world around them, to connect deeply with the land and their family, and to express deep wisdom and inspiration. This ancient female teaching, I'm not really convinced I like the language there, but I will go on anyway, is still available to us in our mythology and nursery tales, combining storytelling and traditional tales with practical tools and methods, including the moon dial. Miranda Gray introduces modern women to their cyclic nature and guides them in expressing a passionate and creative cycle-empowered life. It allows you to interact positively with the energies of your menstrual cycle, apply these energies creatively, sexually, and spiritually, and reawaken the cyclic myths for themselves and for future generations. I don't know if that is going to be an interest to anyone. I don't know if that's good, but that's the one that I was recommended. Do with that what ye will. But yeah, when it comes to the menopause, this is kind of a similar topic. That's why I wanted to touch on it now. I would say go for books that are written for and by those who want to work with crone energies. And that sounds, people don't like the name of it. And I can understand why it's got this kind of negative connotation. But that's often about connecting deeper with a more level kind of energy. So obviously when we have like the cycle, it's very, very up and down like this. And that energy is going to feel very different when you're out of that stage of life. And so books written that are regarding that kind of crone energy could help to more deeply connect with your own energy and also the energy of place when everything is going to feel so different afterwards. Yeah, that's the thing, is that this is about the language of the book. I just completely missed that. I have always struggled with books that are about female empowerment, periods, because I'm like, that sounds kind of exclusionary, and I don't really like that. And it's such a problem. You just need to change just a few words, and it makes everyone feel a whole lot better. But I'm not going to even give them the benefit of the doubt. It is an older book. It's older, but this is a new edition, and I kind of would have liked them to change a few things, but alas, yeah, it didn't work out like that. But maybe the book is good, maybe it isn't, I don't know. If anyone's read that book, by the way, let me know. I always worry, brutal honesty here, I always worry that books like this are going to be a little bit like Witch. If you don't know about that book, be glad for it. But I always worry that it's going to be a little bit like that. And I came away from reading that book feeling all sorts of not great. Let's put it that way. So check it out. Check the reviews, see what you think, if it's something you'd be interested in, all of that good stuff. I'm not affiliated with any book or author or anything, by the way. I'm just giving you the recommendations that I have been given in the past. So, now this is another book question, and I'm not going to be able to answer this because I don't have kids. But anyone who does, and you have a recommendation, let us know. I feel like there aren't that many books for expecting or new mothers. Do you know any books that would be useful to mama witches? So if you have children, if you know any information on books that you would recommend for this, oh my god, that's such a bad joke. Oh my god. Sorry, I'll finish this bit and then I will appreciate the stonker of that dad joke. Well, what was I even saying? Oh yeah, if you have any book recommendations for witches with very young children or people experiencing that change in life, do let us know. Joe, I almost feel like I should be disappointed. For anyone wondering, if you haven't seen the joke in the chat, it's an older book. Does that make it a period piece? About the menstrual cycle book. I shouldn't have had to explain that. I didn't need to explain that, but there you go. For anyone who is listening to this and doesn't have the chat up, there you go. Have the... As much as I can say it's a dad joke, it did get me, so like I can appreciate it. Okay, let's have a look. Where am I? I am... that one's gonna stick with me. I think I might use that one. If I ever talk about that book ever again, I might actually have to talk about that joke as well. Right, where am I? I am here. Okay. I'm struggling, doing the same mistakes and cannot move and do steps towards my goals. Do you have any suggestions on what or where I should go? So if you're feeling very stuck and very trapped, it could be worth looking into why. And it comes back to that whole ask the whys. Is it that there is energy around you that is not benefiting you? Is it that there is something in your life that is blocking you from progressing to where you want to be? Is it that there's something there that is limiting you? And in which case, it's about breaking those blockages before you progress forwards. So like sometimes you can be doing your workings towards your desired end goal whilst also breaking those blockages. And that can be a really great and highly effective way of doing it. So make sure you do your cleanses. If you want to, you can look into, what was I going to say? My brain just went, all of the information gone. What was I going to say? Oh yes, doing like complete cleanses and maybe even doing some divination to figure out if there's something going on there. Like if you're doing lots of workings and you're finding that you're not getting the results, do a reading before you do that working to see if that working is even going to be effective. If it isn't, ask the whys. Why is this working not going to be effective? What is stopping it? Try and get to the root cause of it, and then you can figure out a way past that blockage so you can move forward smoothly. Oh, so just a few here that were in relation to the previous topic about kind of becoming a new mother and becoming like a new mother that's also a witch. We've got some recommendations here. We've got the magical family, pagan family living in harmony with nature, as well as it's not necessarily witchy, but I like spiritual pregnancy. I enjoyed how it broke down each stage. And then we've also got Life Ritualized by Gwion Raven and Phoenix LaFay, can help with transitions. Ooh, very interesting. I always like seeing how other people's recommendations for stuff, because there's some things that I have no recommendations on at all, because it's not something I've ever looked into. How do you please the Fae? So generally it's about respect. It's about courtesy, it's about respect, and that's a big thing. Like communication and respect go a long way with the Fae. It's not necessarily about pandering to, it's about having due respect. And I think sometimes people feel like they don't really resonate with the Fae because they don't want to have to pander to something, or they don't want to perceive something as being more powerful than them. But I wouldn't necessarily word it like that. I'd say it's more giving a powerful being the respect that they deserve. And that can be in the form of verbal, that can be in the form of offerings, that can be cleaning things up, that can be leaving a space for them. There's lots of different ways to go about it, but primarily it is about showing that respect and having a respectful relationship with them. So, what kind of workings do you do with spirits? All of them. Literally all of my workings now are with spirits in some way, shape or form. So whether that is working with the spirit of the willow by walking past and brushing those leaves and whispering my goals and intentions into the wind as I'm walking past, even though you might want to do that just by working with the tree, like just the energy of the tree, because I have quite a deep connection with the willow spirit, that's primarily what I'm working with. Or I will be giving offerings to my servitor. That's primarily what I do is I will work directly with my servitor, or I will work directly with Bridget, whose altar is just over there, or Ceridwen, whose altar has recently moved, actually. I've had to move her. Other spirits aren't happy. Like, I'm just going to say that sometimes I make mistakes too, because I should not have moved the altar, and yeah, I need to move it back real quick. So those are like primarily how I do it. If I'm not working directly with a spirit like that, then I am calling upon them alongside other workings. So I will do a working with a candle and oil and sigil card, or like a symbol card and pictures and herbs, and I'll dress the candle and carve into it, and then as I'm adding the final layers onto that working, I will call on my servitor or my spirits, ancestors, to aid in that working. Basically every single working that I do has a spirit included in it in some way. It just isn't always the same spirit. Spill the tea. Oh yeah, so I'm having renovation work done in the house. And so I basically have a wall of plasterboard next to me. Like, I have a pile of plasterboard. And that, right there, over there, is where my altar for Ceridwen used to be. And obviously I had to move the altar to put the plasterboard there. So I put the altar in my other room next to my other altar. Oh, it did not go down well. It was very much a, what are you doing? I am not going to cooperate. Well, cooperate, okay, it's maybe a strong word, but I'm not happy with this placement. Can we fix it? So I have to move the altar back as soon as possible, because I didn't ask first, because I just had to move the altar to get the plasterboard delivered. So yeah, not particularly happy with me right now. Not super unhappy with me, but very much oh, you should have known better. Like, move it quickly is basically where we're at right now. So that's what I'm gonna have to do soon. Okay, here we go. Do we have to worship traditionally like our ancestors or predecessors to appease the gods? No. I have trouble with getting into a reconstructist lifestyle, which is very structured and dogmatic. No, we don't have to do the same as we need to, as we used to as a collective, for instance. There's definitely change in things that we can do that, where am I going with this? That will allow us to have a similar outcome to it. So, for instance, if you were to look historically at, say, I don't even know, people who used to perform human sacrifice, right? It's not something that we need to do today to get the same results. Because what they were doing, obviously it's going to vary culture to culture and it's going to vary, but to me anyway, I perceive it as being the sacrifice of something valuable, significant, whether that was blood, whether that was life, whether that was essence, whether, whatever it was. To sacrifice something of value was seen as the greatest offering of them all. Today, we don't need to be doing that, because there's lots of things that are very valuable to us that we can sacrifice without that being the option. So it could be sacrificing time. To be fair, that's, if anything, that's the biggest offering that I give to my spirits in particular, is that I will essentially say, I'm going to burn one of these candles every single night for 7 days. But what happens, because my brain is an entire swarm of wasps and has no real cohesive plan, is I will forget to light a candle till it is 10 p.m. at night. Now, if I'm burning a 4-hour-long tea light, and it's already 10 p.m, you can imagine how late it gets by the time that candle is done, and do not leave burning candles unattended. So therefore, I end up staying up way too late, because, of course, a 4-hour tea light doesn't actually burn for 4 hours on an active altar. It burns for 5. And then I'm like trying to stay awake, like trying to write, trying to edit, trying to get stuff done, because I've left it too late again. And that is a sacrifice of time. And also me being an idiot because I can't have time management skills apparently, and I light my tea lights at like 11 p.m. at night, which reminds me I actually should probably do that, and it's already 20 past 10. But yeah, that sacrifice for me is really valuable because I could be sleeping. I could be doing anything else, and instead I am attempting to write at 2 o'clock in the morning because I forgot that I had to burn a 4-hour candle down till 11 p.m. at night. So yeah, we don't need to be practicing the way that we did. Wait, hold up, she's from the UK. Yes, I am. Hence the insufferably posh sounding accent. So yeah, we don't need to be giving offerings the way that people did 300 years ago. We can adapt things and change things over time, and that's why I like traditional witchcraft so much, because it takes things from historical practices. Like we're looking at witch trials, we're looking at really the entirety of the early modern period, basically. We're just taking all of that information and we are going, okay, I can infer how that was practiced here, and I am going to implement an adapted version into my modern life and have it be effective in that way without having to be as effective is the wrong word, without it being as invasive in some ways or as unpleasant in other ways. I mean, there's some things I will directly take. So for instance, witch bottles. If you don't know about witch bottles, be prepared for lots of piss because they're full of urine. Historic witch bottles were just full of urine. And that is something that can still be applied today if you want it to. Human sacrifice, however, can't. So it's very much about picking and choosing what it is that you want to draw forwards from historical times, and what you don't can be adapted to fit. Yeah, that's the thing. Even our ancestors weren't super strict with it. We find so many, so many words in my brain. Just looking at witch bottles, right? So I've spent a lot of time researching witch bottles. You'll see, it'll come out eventually. I hope, maybe. So even witch bottles, we can see over time, they went from being a very strict series of practices. So it was like the same things in every single bottle almost, or very, very similar things over time. And then when you get like a couple of 100 years later, you start noticing that people are substituting things. Like in one of the witch bottles that was found, instead of using bent pins or bent nails, someone filled it with grass. Well, it wasn't filled with grass, but it had grass, like fronds, like grass leaves in it. And I can almost imagine the mindset of it, of like, oh shit, I need something sharp looking and kind of pointy. I don't have any pins or any nails. I know what I can use. I can use grass because grass looks pointy. You can almost like see their mindset. And I think that's really amazing. And that is from like 200 years ago. And people were already adapting things from like 50 years ago. They were like, well, I don't have that and I don't have this, but I do have grass. I'm really curious though, because obviously we are never going to know the mindset of the people. We're never going to understand it. I would love to know what had happened for them to be making a witch bottle on such short notice that they had no idea what else to use other than grass. Yeah, when in doubt, grass. Because it's clear that they must have been doing it quickly. They must have gone, I need to do this right now. I'm just going to see what I've got. And I'm always so fascinated in figuring out what it was that caused them to need something so urgently they chose grass as a substitute for pins. I think that's really interesting. So even just in that example, we can see that things are changing. Like even in this historical time frame, even just in like the early modern period, we are seeing people adapting practices that are still quite current for the time period. They're already adapting them. And so I don't think it necessarily means that we can't adapt them now. Like we can still adapt. If anything, it's more important for us to adapt now because there are things that we were using 200, 300 years ago that are incredibly dangerous now. So, I didn't know this existed. Sorry, what? Did you support the Black Letter Press Kickstarter for a discovery of witches? I didn't even know it was happening. Wait. I didn't know that was even happening. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that later. I want to see what's going on with that, because like that is right up my alley. Like, ooh. Okay. Where am I? I need to figure out where I am now. I'm gonna deep dive into that later. I've actually been trying really hard to not look at any book releases, because oh my goodness, I've been finding books everywhere. I'm currently working on a video of like organizing all of my books again, and there are books that I'm like, I had that on my to be read pile like 4 years ago. Have I not read that yet? I should have read that by now. And so I'm gonna have to like just clear through and just read as much as I can. And okay, right, this is the swarm of wasps inside my brain, right? I want to read like 15 witchcraft books all at the same time. So what do? I try to read 15 books at the same time. That's never gonna work. I know it's never gonna work, but I still try to do it. I've started so many books. Like I started, oh my goodness, what is it? It is the Gnome Grimoire. That's it. The Gnome Grimoire by Wilma Tall. Fascinating book. Read it for like 4 solid hours in one night, put it down, didn't pick it up ever again. Why? Because the little wasps decided they wanted to read something else. And that is what I'm realizing is happening. Like, I'm never actually finishing the books. Or the worst thing is I get to the last chapter of the book and go, oh, I'm so close to the end, I'll start something else while I finish it. You know what happens? I never finish it. And then I end up with a bunch of books where I've got like 1 chapter left at the end, and I can't remember anything else that's happened in the book because I already started reading something else and just forgot to finish it. It's like the bane of my life is my own brain doing the exact same thing every single time. The worst thing is that I do it with TV shows as well. So I was watching, I've seen Blue Exorcist, right? Blue Exorcist is my favourite anime of all time. I absolutely love it. I have seen the first season of Blue Exorcist so many times, except the last episode, because I do it with that as well. I go, oh, I've only got 1 episode left, I'll start something else. And then I never watch the last episode. I have no idea what happened in the last episode, because despite watching the series like 15 times, I've never seen it. I need to learn to finish what I start. This is like the big thing is that I need to finish what I start. And I'm terrible for it. So I need like someone to like poke me and be like, finish it. Do it. Otherwise, I'm never going to get anything done. That's like my life is filled with mostly finished projects. Okay. Anyway. Let's see, where am I? How can you more accurately hone your skills as a very earth-centered witch without having a deity? Asking for myself, as I prefer to work with nature, not deities, but I don't know how to start. So this is very much about reconnecting with the earth, getting out into nature, experiencing the energy of place. Because if you don't want to work with deities, you might not want to work with spirits either, but that is an option. You can also work with land wights, genus, loci, whatever it is that you want to refer to it as. And that's very much about being rooted in time and place, connected with the natural world. And so it's about feeling the energies of the natural world, going out in all different weathers, as long as it's safe, and all different seasons, and experiencing the shifting of everything, the changing of the leaves, the growing of different flowers, the berries, getting it connected with the weather and the seasons and how that shifts the energy of the land. And that involves a lot of energy sensing and a lot of tapping into yourself and also the natural world, but it can be incredibly powerful, especially if you then want to go on to work with nature spirits or plant spirits and things like that. Maybe you didn't want it to end. Honestly, I didn't. And then I know that they've come out, sorry, I'm going back to Blue Exorcist again. I'm realizing that when I turn this into a podcast, no one is going to know what I'm talking about because I ricochet around at 1,000,000 miles a minute. Maybe I didn't want Blue Exorcist to end. Honestly, I didn't. When did the first season come out? 2011. It took them like 13 years to make a second season. And I knew that we weren't getting a second season way back when I was like watching it through again and again, and I just never wanted it to end. So maybe that's what happened. It's a bit like how I never watched the last episode of The Librarians. Is it The Librarians? Is it The Librarians? No, what am I thinking of? It's not The Librarians. What? Whoa, what is that TV show? Quentin. It's got Quentin in it. Quentin. I don't know how I've forgotten that show. Quentin Coldwater. The Magicians. Why did I say The Librarians? The Magician. Yeah, the Magician. I just had to say Quentin, didn't I? That's all I had to say. Absolutely love it. Love that show so much. Do be warned, it has a little bit in there that, I think it's in season 1, that might really, really impact a lot of people. I don't really want to say too much on that, but just make sure that you kind of do your research. That is such a good TV show. So good. I don't think I ever got to the end of it. I did that thing where I'm like, I don't want this to end. I'm going to watch something else to drag it out a bit. Never finished it. That's what I permanently do. The Blue Exorcist has got 3 seasons now? Oh my God. It only had 1 season last time I checked. Okay, well, I know what I'm going to be doing now. I've got to look that up and I've got to find it. Watch One Piece. It never ends. I can't. I tried watching Bleach, right? I fully tried to watch all of Bleach. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. There's so many episodes. How many episodes of Bleach are there? Let me just check. It's like I tried watching Fairy Tail. I caught up to the English dub of Fairy Tail. And once I caught up to that, I never watched it ever again because there's just so many episodes. Episode total. How many episodes of Bleach are there? Will it tell me? The internet doesn't want to tell me. 108. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. Too many. And if One Piece is worse, definitely not. Not happening. Okay, anyway, back to where I was before. So, here we go. I've never used runes before. Can you read 1 rune daily, for example, like tarot or oracle cards? Yes, definitely. And actually, I would probably... One Piece has like 1,200 episodes. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. That is not happening. Not happening. Yeah, exactly. One Piece is good, but I do not have the time. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Anyway, what was I on? Oh yes, runes. So I would actually recommend doing 1 draw a day, like 1 rune a day. And the same applies to all other forms of divination. So say, for instance, tarot. There aren't as many runes as there are tarot cards, but there's a lot of runes to remember, a lot of meanings to remember. And that isn't always something that people find easy, and you don't necessarily want to be reliant on a book, for instance. And so doing 1 reading a day of like a single rune, take that rune, figure out what it means, figure out kind of the history behind it, the folklore of the symbol, the mythology, who it relates to, the stories behind it, really deep dive into that rune. And then do the same the next day, and the next day, and the next day. And as you're doing this, you can essentially be learning the runes as you are actively using them. And then when you get a rune that you've already had on a previous day, before you even look anything up, go backwards into your mind and try to figure out like what it related to. Could you remember anything from it? What sticks out to you? Then look up the information on it. Rinse, repeat. Eventually you end up learning all of the runes. You can apply this to tarot cards as well. It's not easy for people to learn them, and I think people make it look really easy online. Like if you're like looking on like Instagram or something and you're getting up like card readings and people are just like pulling out cards and they're like, oh, this is this and this is this and this is this, and you're like, I can't even remember what day of the week it is. Doing these kind of daily readings can be really, really useful for that. So, ooh, look at that. We've got the 10 of Wands. pretty. You can't actually see it because it blows it out so badly. Yeah, white backgrounds are not great for camera work, I'm realizing. This is actually the reason as well, just to throw this in there for anyone who's curious, I don't know if anyone is, I often get asked to do card videos on YouTube, like explaining card reading and stuff. The reason I don't is because so many of my decks blow out my camera to the point where you can't see anything on the screen, or like the runes, like the tarot cards are blank. And I've not perfected that yet, so I need to do some tech research to try to figure out how to fix that without like ruining every other video that I film. We'll see what happens. Right, where am I? Oh, where is a good starting point for someone that's completely new to these ideas of witchcraft? So, I have an entire video on beginner witchcraft books, which I will recommend. I know it sounds like I'm just plugging my own content, but I can't go over all of those books in this video. That contains a list of books that I would recommend for a variety of different styles of practice, so that you can decide where you want to kind of start with and what you want to look into, because there's a few different starting points that you can take. But generally, I would recommend looking into a little bit of the history of witchcraft, a little bit of what witchcraft is and what it isn't. That one's really important because a lot of people come at it with a lot of misconceptions, and that can then feed into their practice. And then it's about looking into some basic practices. So we're talking meditation, we're talking energy work, so centering, grounding, energy sensing, some visualization, these kind of things to help bring in some foundations that we can then build up on at a later point, because these are the things that are kind of the building blocks of everything that comes next. But a lot of the books that I recommend in that video could be really good for this. Is something like Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. You have, oh my god, what is it called? I've actually forgotten. Practical. Oh my goodness, my brain is like mush today. Oh, where am I? I'm going to blame Mercury Retrograde. What else have we got? Do I not? I'm sure I recommended it. Oh, I did. Practical Solitary Magic by Nancy Watson is another one that's really good. Both of those are for modern witchcraft practices. You also have something like The New History of Witchcraft for a book on history and all these kind of things. And that video really goes into it. Whether you want something that's more ceremonial in nature, or whether you want something that's more kind of traditional or modern, depending on what you're after. So yeah, lots of options in that video. My brain is mush every day. Honestly, at this point in time, I kind of feel like it. I woke up today, my brain was just like, not there. It's just gone. And I've struggled all day. And as soon as I get on the stream, I'm like forgetting stuff constantly. I think that might be a sign that I need to like be writing more stuff down so I don't forget stuff. Right, where am I? I am here. Oh, okay, this is really interesting. I'm going to reach out to all of you guys for this one. Do you know of anyone who uses sign language in their workings? Oh, I like that. So, obviously, I know British Sign Language to a point, but obviously I don't need to use it in my working, so I don't. However, what I do in my workings is I do a lot of, you'll often see me doing this. So I've been holding onto this locket all day. I feel like it might be telling me I need to wear it again or something. So if I take the locket as an example, so I'll put that there. If I'm, say, charging jewelry, for instance, or I'm charging an object, you'll often see me doing this over the top of it in videos. And I often get asked what that is. So that is me doing this. So it's a pentagram over the top of my workings to charge it. So it's the pentagram and then the pushing of the energy down in, and then do it again. And I do that a set number of times based off the intention of the working. So for something like love, it might be 2. For something like abundance, it might be 3. For something like stability, it might be 4, up to 13, 20, whatever it is. I reckon that you could probably do something very similar, but using sign language instead, because it is a specific movement that has a, wait, it's in the craft? How did I miss that? Did I miss that entirely? Sorry. I must have missed that. I did not realise. I'm going to have to rewatch that now. I'm so curious. Sorry, that blindsided me for a minute. I'll go back to it. I'll go back to what I was doing. This is why my videos take so long to edit, because this is what my brain is like 24/7. So I'm wondering if you could do the exact same with sign language, because you are creating a series of symbols that hold significance and that have meaning, and you can charge them with your energy. I think you could do something really similar. So it's the equivalent of verbalizing your intention over a spell, but instead you're doing it with sign language. That's so cool. If anyone does that, and if any, let me know, please. I would love to know how you incorporate it into your practice if you do. I think that would be really interesting to learn more about, because it's not something I've ever really... I've never had to think about it, which is not really a great response, but yeah, I've never had to think about it, so I haven't, and now I suddenly am, and I'm really curious. Okay, let's have a look. Where was I? Has there ever been a time when you lost your faith in magic? Not so much that I lost my faith in it, but more that I felt disconnected from it so completely that it was kind of like losing faith in it. So it's not so much I lost faith in magic, it's that I lost faith in myself. There was a point in time where I very often compared myself to others. And this was before YouTube and everything like that. But I was with another practitioner, I was in a relationship with another practitioner, and that in itself sounds amazing, right? And in some ways, it was really cool. We could talk about similar things, we had the same interests, all that good stuff. However, and it's no shade to him at all, he's still an absolutely incredible person, but what I found was, it was my passion, it was my hobby, it was my job, it was my lifestyle, it was something that I had so much joy and so much passion in, but because I was so close to someone else and I was seeing someone else practice, I allowed myself to judge my own practice by their success. And that's not a them problem. I want to emphasize that really clearly. That was very much a me problem. I was allowing myself to become psyched out, almost, honestly. I was constantly comparing my practice to someone else's. I was constantly thinking that my workings weren't complex enough because they weren't ceremonial. My practice was very lower magic. It's very rooted in the ground. It's always been like that. And I got to a point where I psyched myself out so much because I was second guessing everything that I was doing, to the point where my workings weren't working anymore. And it's because every single thing that I did, I was like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, this isn't something that he would have done. Oh, he would have done this instead. Oh, it would have been better if he did it. Maybe I should have just asked him to do it instead. And I genuinely got to the point where I just cold turkey just stopped. I just didn't anymore. I just fully stopped because my practice was making me feel so bad about myself. And that wasn't a reflection on who he was. It was entirely based off how I felt about myself at that point in time. And I don't know if this is going to resonate with anyone else, because I think at some point we all get imposter syndrome for something. It could be social media, it could be talking to other people, it could be teaching other people, it could be comparing your practice to someone else. I think we all experience it at some point, and mine was so bad that I fully stopped practicing. And I didn't practice at that point for, I'm going to say maybe 8 months. I didn't practice at all. I didn't see the point. And it wasn't that I'd lost faith in the magical arts. It wasn't that I lost passion for the community. It's completely that I had such bad imposter syndrome. I lost faith in myself, and it took me ages to get out of it again. So yeah, that's so we've got, I'm bouncing between different sides. So that's one of the hard parts when you have a partner who practices. I've been in the same position. I find it easier with a civilian now. And yeah, I completely get that. And I've been both sides of it, and I think it's about finding balance. You don't want someone who is going to undermine you with it. You know, oh, what you do is really stupid. Oh, you should stop doing it. Oh, I don't like you doing that. It's daft to me. Can you not do that around me? Like, oh, you know, your practice is stupid. You don't want someone who demeans you for it. But I do think that there's a balancing act of going so far the other way can have its own negatives as well. Everything in life is about balance, ultimately, is what I'm getting at here, where it's about having someone in your life who respects who you are, and you're allowed to also be your own separate person. I think that's really important. And it can be really difficult to draw that line when everyone's interests are exactly the same, like everything is the same. You almost can end up in this situation where you either mirror the other person or you have comparison. And I mean, they say comparison is the thief of joy. And yeah, people do it online as well, where it's, you see people on Instagram or you see people on YouTube and you think to yourself, like, why doesn't my practice look like that? Or why can't I have workings that are that fluid and that sound that nice? Or, you know, why can't I have a space that looks that good? And you start chipping away at your own practice. And that's why social media is kind of a double-edged sword. Like, there's lots of great in it, but you have to be able to take a step back and look at your own practice from a results-based viewpoint. And I think that, I know that this is like a whole tangent that I'm going on here, but I think results-based is the best way to view it. If your practice works for you, it does not have to be as pretty as someone that you see online. But if your practice doesn't work for you, maybe it's worth adding a few things in, trial and error, seeing what works and seeing what doesn't. And I think that's a really important way of doing it, of if your practice works for you, that is all that matters. It does not matter if it is lower magic. It does not matter if it is ceremonial. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look like your friends. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look like someone on the internet. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look like mine. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look like yours 10 years ago. Because my practice looks nothing like it did then. And like, it is about following the results. And that is really all that matters with it. Like, if it works for you, keep doing it. If it doesn't, change it. Change, adapt, shift. Ever altering, ever adapting. And try not to do what I did and beat yourself up about not feeling good enough so much that it damages your joy in the practice. Because it took me a long time to kind of get back to where I found so much joy in the community and in my own practice. Right. Oh dear. So what happens if your cat eats or drinks the offering you left for a spirit? The cat's fine, it was just water. I don't think you need to worry too much about it. Spirits are going to understand. Like, there's a lot of variables there and spirits are going to get it. I'd say one thing you might want to do is give an offering, especially if it's going to be food, for instance, at a time when your cats aren't in that space, even if that offering is just there for an hour or so and then it gets moved somewhere else. Most spirits are very forgiving of it because they themselves probably had animals in their space. If they were human, so if it's like, say, like ancestors, they know what it's like to have pets and have animals in that space. It isn't always something that you can control. And just as long as obviously what they're eating isn't, something bad, but in this case it's just water, so that's fine. But yeah, high things are very useful, giving offerings in high places or like in a temporary space. I love that. The cat is now one with the spirits. Just have it be left out in a time frame, say an hour or so, where they're not going to be there, and then you can always put it in a sealed container. Might sound not super aesthetically pleasing, but you can always get like, this is a tangent, you might not have them in other places, but I have like these glass, I call them Tupperware containers, but they're not Tupperware, obviously, they're just glass, like microwave safe containers. You can get them from IKEA and they are glass and you can get bamboo lids. So if you don't want plastic on your altar, you can go for the glass and bamboo. They're not very expensive. I think mine were like £3.50 or something. So if you have animals and you still want to give an offering, put the food in the container and then put the container on the altar. because that way, if you want to avoid plastic, you can avoid using plastic, but it gives you something that just kind of protects it. If you don't want your animals getting in, I mean, especially if it's food and you don't want them to be eating something that they shouldn't, you know, that kind of stuff. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Where am I? I've hit that point during the stream where I go a little bit hyperactive. So actually, that being said, having been on now for 3 hours, something or other, I feel like I should just mention really briefly for anyone who is new on the stream that, hello, we're doing a Witchcraft Q&A where you can ask questions about witchcraft, paganism, spellwork and spirits. There is a Q&A tab. It's at the top of the chat box, I believe. You can just click on that and then you can go in and you can write your questions there. And that just allows me to get through as many questions as I can without skipping any, without them getting lost in the chat. I do answer questions chronologically and I'm usually very far behind. So do bear with me and try not to spam any questions because I'm getting there just really slowly. And please be nice to everyone in the chat and everyone who is moderating. And also thank you so much to Frankie, who is consistently reminding people about the Q&A, and I very much appreciate it because apparently I keep forgetting to do it. So yeah, thank you so much. Okay, back to the Q&A. Where was I? How do you know if nature spirits are around? Oh, damn it, I missed one. Okay, I'm going to go back to that one afterwards. So how do you know that nature spirits are around? It's going to depend on the kind of spirit that it is and where you are. So, for instance, my experiences with nature spirits often come from the woods. So it's a lot of wood-based nature spirits and also bodies of water. So that's what I'm primarily going to be focusing on because that's where my experiences lie. So if I were to be seeing if there's nature spirits around, I would be going out into a woodland and I would be taking some time to be present. So I'm not going to have any music in, headphones come out, and I'm just going to be still. And that can be difficult for some people. So if you want to take like something that you can fidget with, that's a great option. If you do still want to have music or stuff in, just turn it down so it's not so loud so you can still hear what's going on around you. And if you need to sit down, that's fine too. You don't need to be standing for this. You can just like relax against a tree or something. So you're going to want to be taking time to be present in that space, listening, seeing, observing, smelling everything that is happening around you. And first time you're there, you might notice nothing at all. But over time, you might start noticing interesting things. So one of the things that I always get when I'm noticing that there's nature spirits specifically around is I will get, maybe some other people will have experienced this, sparkles. It's like sparkles, like around, sparkles around. That was not very descriptive of me, but I hope that makes sense. Where it's not in my vision. It's like, if you were to put, so like, it's gonna sound so stupid, but you know, like the filters on like Instagram where it makes lights look sparkly, just imagine that in a woodland and there isn't a filter on it. And I get this, like, it's like the light starts going kind of sparkly, goes all sparkly. And, oh my god, Blessed Knight said, kind of like if you put glitter glue on midges, like midgies. Yeah, like the little flies. Yes, kind of like that. Like a disco ball, like the refracted light from a disco ball. It kind of goes kind of sparkly. And then what I've also noticed happens is it often goes very still. Like, not still like something bad is around, but still like, it's like sparkles, and then you almost have this very serene, still moment, almost like the world has like held its breath for a minute. And then sometimes you'll see figures, sometimes you'll see movement, sometimes you'll smell, often kind of, it's not sweet like the Fae, because that's like a very sickly sweet smell, but it's like sweet vegetation in a way. And that's when I know that they're really present and they're like paying attention and they're like, who are you? You've been here for a while. So that's just my experience in the woods that are around me. this might be different in other places. It probably is, depending on the spirits that are around. If we're talking water spirits, I do get a similar kind of vibe where everything goes kind of sparkly. Like the water just seems to take on a sheen that it didn't have before. And then you will often have like corner of the eye phenomena. Yeah, corner of the eye phenomena, exactly. And then smells often come through, quite like being by the sea, or like very fresh kind of smell. And these are all things that I have just noticed and I've picked up as being things that I recognize. Other people may well experience slightly different things, and it's going to depend on where you are, what you're interacting with, how you sense things. I think it's all going to be very different. Oh, Of Blessed Night says, I always think of it as like dipping down into nature itself. Like that movie, like in that movie where the girl shrinks to the size, to those little people's size. Oh, you mean, wait. I always think of the Borrowers when I think of figures like that. Is it Thumbelina? Is that the one? So anyway, but yeah, it is kind of like that. So it's like, you're sitting there and you're very much in the normal world, and then all of a sudden it's like you get offered a glimpse into a different level. Oh well, oh my god, Alice in Wonderland. How did I forget Alice in Wonderland existed? How did I go to the Borrowers instead of Alice in Wonderland? Sometimes I wonder. My brain just doesn't function. It's almost like you get given a glimpse into like another layer on the world. Yeah, like the veil drops, exactly. And everything goes kind of sparkly a little bit, like twinkly. And it's like everything's got like a sheen on it. Like you're there, but you're not quite there. And it's like the world goes kind of muffled and still and quiet. And that's when you know that they're really close. And then when they leave, it all kind of lifts again. And then all the sound comes back again. It's just this really weird experience, unless you've experienced it. I don't know if that explanation is going to help in any way, shape or form, but that is the best way that I can think to describe it. Is it's like you're temporarily offered a glimpse into this extra layer on the world, and then you snap back out of it again when they're gone, and it's like, whoa, what was that? Am I okay? Should I get checked? I mean, true, if anything, like if you do notice that you're getting like consistent dark spots in your vision, or if you're noticing that you are getting light like moving in your vision, please do get that checked. But things like this where it's like external and I know that my eyes are fine, I'm okay. I know that I'm okay. So, oh, Epic. I've never heard of the movie Epic. I need to look this up. Epic. I should have typed more than just epic. That's just going to give me a whole bunch of descriptions. Okay. I'm going to have to... 2013. Ooh, okay. I'm going to have to check this out. I'm going to see what this is like, because I'll be honest. This might change some people's opinions on me. I don't know. I'm the kind of person where when I'm feeling really stressed, I will watch movies like Tinkerbell, the Barbie franchise. Any Barbie movie from the late 90s, I will watch when I'm like ill. Like, I just want to watch a Barbie movie. And it's just that kind of comfort of like a brightly coloured animated movie that I've seen 1,000 times. Like, I don't know, it's a vibe, right? It's a vibe. Some people would find that really, really weird, but like it is just such a vibe to when you're not feeling very well and you're really under the weather and you just want to stick on something you've seen like 1,000,000 times, and it's like Treasure Planet. I will watch Treasure Planet all day, every day. I bloody love that movie. That's such an underrated movie. If you've never seen Treasure Planet, one, the soundtrack is legendary, but like, watch it, please. It's absolutely incredible. And I feel like only a very specific group of people, there's like a very specific segment of a generation that remember Treasure Planet, and everyone else just forgot about it. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yes, I will still watch it. I love Avatar: The Last Airbender. I'm still mad. Sorry, spoilers if you haven't seen it, but it's been out for like 15 years. So at this point, that's kind of on you. I'm still mad that Katara and Zuko didn't end up together. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. You set it up. They set it up so perfectly. They set it up and then they didn't use it. Not happy about it. Maybe that's the reason why I like a Court of Thorns and Roses and things like that, because I'm forever wanting Zuko and Katara to get together, and they never did. And so I'm searching for that ending in like every other piece of material that I read and watch. I'm just searching for that ending. Like Damon and Elena. I was always a Damon and Elena fan because it's like Katara and Zuko, like bad boy turned good. It's a look, it's a mood, and I didn't get it from Avatar, so I'm searching for it in everything else. I love Treasure Planet. Yeah, Treasure Planet is such a good movie. It's just one of those where it's just yeah. It is a shame. You're right. It is such a shame that they didn't end up together. I'm glad I'm not just me, but I like Damon and Elena, but I also hate them because I want Damon. That is such a vibe, honestly. That is such a vibe. Oh, dear. See, like, so many people have different things. So we have, like, Coraline. Now, I can't do Coraline. I can't. It creeps me out. Not many movies creep me out, but Coraline, there's something just so deeply unsettling about it. And then Paranormal Activity. I couldn't. Paranormal Activity. I fell asleep through Paranormal Activity, honestly. I can't get there. It's so slow. But then I'm that person. Like the Blair Witch Project was so boring. That kind of movie that's really slow just is not it for me. Corpse Bride is top tier. See, you'd think that I would really like that. Given my aesthetic, you'd think that I'd really like it. For me, it was always Nightmare Before Christmas and Beetlejuice. Which... Beetlejuice 2. Oh my goodness, you know I'm going to go and see that. I am such a massive fan. And no, I'm not going to say it again. I know better. But yeah, I'm so going to see that. That looks so good. Okay, I went fully off on a tangent. I am so sorry. I'm going to go back to where we were. That's what I need to do. Any tips on having witchcraft, or any tips for having witchcraft as part of one's career? I probably can't make a decent living on what I'm studying at the moment, translator, for a more magical life overall and adding it as a stream of income. So I'm guessing this is about like including like witchcraft in the community as kind of an income stream. And yeah, I mean, there's always a call for it in some way, shape or form, whether that is being a reader, like a tarot reader, oracle reader, whatever it might be, whether that is being a public speaker for it, they're often in a lot of demand, or whether it's about like selling products and doing that kind of thing, or doing this, you know, talking to people about witchcraft. Like, there's always ways of doing it. What I will say is it is a very, very saturated market. And because of that, it's not as easy to break into it as it was 10, 15 years ago. Like, it isn't something that's as easy to break into as it was before. But if it's something that brings you joy and you can get a little bit of extra on the side from sharing that joy with other people, then you can always give it a go and see if it's something for you. It definitely isn't for everyone though, and I will be the first one to put my hand up and say that sometimes the community isn't that great and supportive. Sometimes it can be really bitchy and really cliquey and not always super friendly, and that's, you run the risk with all things of ruining the joy in it for yourself by seeing what it's like behind the scenes. So just take that into consideration. That's not me saying that like the community's bad or anything like that, nothing like that, but it's a little bit like if you were to eat your favorite food every single day, it probably wouldn't be your favorite food anymore. It's just, or like if you figure out how your favorite restaurant functions behind the scenes, you might not want to eat there again. It's that kind of, once you pull back that curtain and see what it's like behind the scenes, some of that magic might dissipate for you and it's going to change your perception of it. That might be amazing for you. You might really enjoy that behind the scenes vibe. A lot of people don't. And I just want to kind of pre-warn you as someone who went from being like the outside to the inside, just pre-warning that sometimes it kind of removes the rose tinting a little bit and you can see the industry for what it is. A lot of people are incredible. Most people are incredible and lovely and kind and genuine. But there's always that but that kind of isn't that. So yeah. Lockdown made the witchy market saturated. It did, yeah, massively. It was so weird because like I'd obviously been on YouTube for a couple of years prior to that point, and I was just like plodding along, just doing my own thing. Like I'm just like talking to this like group of people, like this is cool. And then all of a sudden we got to like May 2020. Oh my goodness, I was not expecting that to happen. It just went absolutely bananas. Like it's like witch talk became a thing, and then YouTube was just flooded with people that I where did they come from? What happened? And then whole new waves of creators started coming out, and now it's very difficult actually to break into it now because there are so many creators. And yeah, it was bonkers. Lockdown really did something. Good or bad, I'm not sure. I think it's probably a bit of both, but yeah, it went absolutely nuts. Okay, where am I? I am... Oh. Sorry, I managed to make every sound effect on earth except tell you what the question was. Just curious, your thoughts on when it comes to old castles and buildings. Do you think the spirits of these places and their energy remain? Every time I visit, there's a feeling I get. So this one is... yeah, there's definitely something there. I visit a lot of old buildings, right? It's one of my favourite things to do is, it's a Sunday afternoon, let's go to see a castle. Like, that's something that I just love doing, and I've been to a lot. And there's always a vibe, right? There's always something going on in almost every place I've ever been. Whether it's abandoned, whether it is super modern and like updated, whatever it is, there's always a vibe. Some places more than others. So in some places you go in and it's almost like an echo of life. So it's less like active, how do I describe it? It's not so much active hauntings. So it isn't like there's a spirit that's present or multiple spirits that are present. Instead, it's more like echoes of energy from the past. It's like this place had so much going on that's still kind of a ripple effect that's coming out from it. Like it never quite went quiet after all of these servants or all of the chefs, you know, it never quietened down. And then there are other places, this is especially significant as well, in anywhere that has an oubliette or anywhere that has a dungeon of some variety. It rarely to me feels like there's someone in there. Instead, it feels more like an echo of all of the energy, the fear, the emotion, the stress of everyone that had been in there. So I don't think that you'd necessarily get like an active spirit coming through, but you would get the energy of it. There are some places where I have seen animal spirits, where obviously like the owners have been such animal people that it kind of, their energy is kind of lingering left behind. So I've seen a cat spirit fairly recently, I think it was only a few months ago, running through one of the rooms in one of these old castles. And I know that it wasn't a real animal because they don't allow animals in for good reason. They don't want to damage anything. So I know that it was a spirit, but it was very, very viscerally there. There's some places, one actually that I go to quite often, where they have an underground storage area. And at the minute it's being used as like a location for information. So you go in and there's loads of information boards. And so you can stand and you can read. And I don't know what it was there for before. It may well have been storage for food. It may well have been workshop space. It may well have been where they kept, I don't know, things that they wanted to kind of keep hidden away. But I just remember being in there, and I viscerally, like, I would have sworn it on anything on earth, right? That my dad came to stand right next to me to read the board that I was reading. Like, it's like this figure stood right next to me, but like just out of my peripheral vision. So like I knew that they were there, and like I could kind of see them, but I couldn't like see them. And they stood there for ages, and I'm thinking, oh, it's taking Dad a really long time to read this board. He's usually a much quicker reader than this. I turned to say it to him. There's no one there. And I could have sworn blind, I could have put money on it, that there was someone standing right next to me. And that was definitely a spirit. I've been in other places where, where was it? It was somewhere in Northumberland. Yeah, it was last Christmas would have been Somerset. Somewhere in Somerset. And we are standing in like the old butler's pantry. So like the butler because the butler is like the highest ranking male servant, essentially. So he would get like his own room. We were standing in the butler's pantry, and this like cold spot just came like right over me, stopped for a minute, and then just kept going. And it was very much like someone had literally walked right past me and gone out. And it could have been like an echo of like repeated behavior. It could well have been an active spirit, but it was very much like someone was presently there. So I think it varies a lot. I just went completely down a rabbit hole on that one. But I think it varies a lot based on the events of that location. So if you go to a castle and it has been there for hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of years, as we often get in England and across the UK really, I find that it's often energy echoes more than individual people, because it's been such a long amount of time. People have often passed on. They've moved to a new location. Something has happened. It's often just the energy that's left behind. But if we're looking at something that is more maybe 17th century to modern day, then I would be more accustomed to experiencing actual spirits. Don't know why there's that distinction for me. Maybe it's just that's what I'm most sensitive to. I don't know, but there you go. That's my experiences with it. And like I try to keep up like notes of like when I experience like spooky experiences, so that I can then look back on them later and compare, because I know that I've spoken about it in a previous live stream of when I previously went to a particular castle. I forget where it was. It's where Catherine of Not Arrogant, that's the wrong one, Catherine Parr is buried. Wherever that is, I'm going to Google this. Where is Catherine Parr buried? Which, by the way, is such a sad story. If you want to be made sad tonight, go and look up the story of Catherine Parr's death and what happened to her body. It is very, very sad. Catherine Parr is buried in... where? Sudeley Castle. That's it, Sudeley Castle. So I'll go over... This is really brief because I've already mentioned it before, but like... Sudeley Castle, beautiful, beautiful building. There's a room in there that's set up as like a movie theatre where there's like this historical thing that's playing. We went in there the previous year, and I remember very, very viscerally there is a rocking horse. There is a rocking horse in that room, and there was a figure, like what I thought it was like a doll on the rocking horse. So I noted, and I said to my mum, who was right next to me, I was like, there's just something horrible about that. There is something just viscerally, gut-wrenchingly, I want to run away wrong with that. And I thought it was just me being over dramatic. I just thought it was me just being like over freaked out by something. So we left and we went about the rest of our holiday, and then last year we went back again. So we went back to Sudley Castle, and we are predictable, and so we went and we watched the movie again. And at the end of the movie, I remember thinking, oh, I'm sure I didn't feel very good in this room last time. And I turned and I looked at the rocking horse, and there is no doll on the rocking horse. There's actually nothing on the rocking horse at all. It's just a rocking horse, and I'm pretty certain that the horrible vibe that I was getting was actually from the figure that was sitting on the rocking horse, and I'm still not sure whether it was real or not. Was it a figure? Like, was it a doll that didn't feel good? Or was it a figure that I mistook for being a doll? Ugh, I don't know, but that creeped me out. So yeah, that's why I take notes, and that's why I would recommend anyone take notes, honestly, of the spooky, ghosty things that they experience, because you might want to look back at that experience and see if you experience it again. Like, that could be cool. Okay, where was I? But yeah, English history, just UK history in general, it's very cool. Everything is so interconnected. So like, this is a tangent. I know that some people are not going to care about this, but just enjoy it for a minute. I'm sorry if you don't. But we travel like all over, right? Love going to old places, love historical sites, like absolutely incredible, right? So the Cotswolds is gorgeous, and my favourite place in the Cotswolds, besides Oxford, that's like top tier, is Snows Hill Manor. So Snows Hill Manor is a really interesting place. If you've seen my video on the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Boscastle, you will probably recognise the name Snows Hill Manor. It was owned by Charles Wade, who was a very prolific collector, and he had what was known as the Witch's Garret, which was a working space where he would perform witchcraft out of grimoires and see what worked and see what didn't, basically. And some of his material is in the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic. Anyway, that's unrelated. What I didn't realise until this time is that Snows Hill Manor was actually the home of Catherine Parr before she married Henry VIII. So I had no idea. I think it was before anyway. It was either before or like during, but she owned Snows Hill Manor. So I had no idea that multiple places that we'd visited in the UK were all interconnected, because Snows Hill Manor was owned by Catherine Parr, and then she ended up marrying Seymour after the death of Henry VIII, and she ended up moving to Sudley Castle, and then she had a child with Seymour, and then the child mysteriously disappeared after Catherine Parr died in childbirth, and then, oh yeah, it's an entire story in itself. But everything in the UK is like interconnected in like a really, really cool way. And maybe I should put this in an entire like Through the Blackthorn Arch episode, because like that history of that was just so fascinating to me. I'm just a history nerd, just ignore me. This is why I edit so much of my videos so much, because like, oh damn, I can go off on tangents. Okay, where was I? I was somewhere here. Okay, recently I've had to redesign my craft due to health. Is there any recommendations you can give instead of candle and incense in magical practices? It's gonna depend on what aspects of practice you're gonna have to alter, because there's so many alterations that you can make. Obviously, I don't want you to be adding in too much personal information if you don't feel comfortable doing that, but is there anything in particular that you need to be shifting and adapting that I can maybe give some inspiration for? If not, I understand. It's just a lot to try to give every kind of alteration that I could. I think it would just be too much in this, but maybe that's something I could do in an entire video of like things that you can alter, things that you can change as you need to. Maybe that's something that I can do. Right, I am. Okay, this is a great one, and this one is, annoyingly, I'm going to tie this back into a previous video that I did. So, how do you work with your ancestors if you have no idea where you came from, if you are adopted or raised in an orphanage, for example? So, I have an entire video called Setting Up an Ancestor Altar, and in that video that's going to give you lots of ideas for how to set up a working space to work with your ancestors. Now, in that video, I go over what are known as the known and the unknown dead. For your purposes, for the purposes of this example, you're going to want to be focusing on the unknown dead. So this would, for everyone, apply to people who are so far back in time that you don't know where they were from, you don't know their names, you don't know who they were, you don't know anything about them. But in this instance, the unknown dead apply to everyone up until if you're lucky enough to be adopted, or your found family, in terms of the people that you keep around you now that have a positive influence on your life. So it's about working with the characteristics that every person has in common. And this is often, a lot of people don't like using it because it kind of freaks them out, but the skull candles, skull figures, skull imagery, because it is something that is recognizable to every human that has ever existed. And then what essentially happens when you set up an altar space to the unknown dead is that you are saying, I am using this skull as a representation of those who created me. And so therefore you can use your own tag locks on that altar if you want to maybe have people come through to you. So if you want to connect with the people, the unknown dead, every single member of your ancestral heritage has gone into creating you. And therefore you are tiny, tiny fragments of every single ancestor you have ever had. And so you can use your own tag locks, whether that be blood, whether that be hair, whether that be, whatever it is that you want to use. The variety of tag locks is enormous. And that can then be used to tie that skull, that representation of your ancestors, to you directly. You can then, if you want to, start giving offerings, leave candles, leave incense, talk to them, interact with them, ask them to come forwards to you. They might come forwards to you in dreams. They might come forwards to you in meditation or tarot or oracle reading. And you might want to draw on that as a way of gaining information from them. And then they might give you information about where they were from, what they were called, who they were. These kind of things can start coming through to you, and then the unknown dead might become the known dead. That might then be someone that you can look into and see if it ties in together, because you might find that it does. Oh yes, can you do a Blackthorn Arch episode on Catherine Parr? I will fully do that, because that story, people, right, this is the thing. People, when they hear like Henry VIII, they're like, divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived, Catherine Parr had it great. I think what people don't realise is Catherine Parr only lived for a few months after Henry VIII. Like, she did not have a good run of it. Like, Seymour was a piece of shit. Seymour was not a nice person. And yeah, it's a story that so many people don't know. So now I'm going to have to that's what I'm going to spend my evening doing, isn't it? Probably. Yeah. I'm just going to have to deep dive into that. Because I am, for anyone who asks, because I do sometimes get like DMs and comments about it, I am still planning on doing the Through the Blackthorn Arch podcast. The problem I've been having is that my memory is so bad that I am struggling to remember the scripts that I'm writing to then be able to film the video. So like in my normal content, I have like bullet point scripts, and then I will just kind of go off the script. I will just like word vomit my way through a video. But when I'm doing something that is very history based, that has times and names and important things, I have to be very on the money with it. And it will take me like 3 hours to film a 30-minute video because I keep messing up. And then I put off doing it because I don't like continuously messing up. And then before you know it, it's been two years since I released an episode, and I really need to do something about it. So I'm sorry, I have like 4 episodes finished. I just need the rest of them for the next season so that I can then post it every week. That would be good. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Manny. Thank you, that means a lot to me. Okay, where was I? I need to get back to where I was. I am What's your favourite thing to use storms for? Honestly, it wasn't so much one thing. It was more that I would use them as a power source. It is like the biggest power bank ever is a good electrical storm. And so I would use that energy to essentially fuel all of my workings. And it would allow me to do bigger workings than I could do otherwise, just based off the amount of energy that was coming down that I could then use. I'm somewhere around here. Okay. Are there any quick ways to work with storms, thunder, lightning in workings? They come so quickly and surprise me. I'm never prepared to use it. Store it. I would rarely ever do a working as the thunderstorm was happening. I would always enjoy the thunderstorm, store the energy, and then use it later. So I would be funneling the energy into a vessel, like a quartz crystal, that I would then use at a later point. So I would then draw the energy out of that quartz crystal and put it into that working. And that way you can still enjoy the storm. You can still use the energy in that working, but you're not necessarily having to have everything on hand, because like storms here, like they come out of nowhere and then they disappear just as fast. Like you aren't going to be prepared for it. So if you can, having big-ish quartz crystals are particularly good for this, that you can then implement as needed when you when you need something quick to take on that energy. If I smoke cleanse my room for neutralizing the energy, but I have an altar for a spirit I'm working with and the spirit is present, will the spirit be banished? No, because a cleansing and a banishing aren't the same thing. However, you are going to displace that spirit temporarily, and that spirit might not like you for it. So banishing is a much bigger step than I think a lot of people realize. To cleanse isn't necessarily to banish. I'd say think of it more as you are shaking up that energy, which is why it's typically recommended that you open doors and windows afterwards, because you've shaken up all of that energy. Think of like a snow globe. Instead of having all of that snow sitting at the bottom of that globe, it's now floating around. And if you were to then tip out the contents of that snow globe, you're more likely to get all of that snow out because it's agitated. Whereas if you were to let it sink and settle at the bottom, if you were to break that snow globe, you're likely going to get it stuck to the bottom still. So the cleansing kind of shakes everything up, and then when you open the doors and windows, it draws it out and it like pulls it out of that space. So when you've got spirits in a space and you cleanse, you're going to be irritating that spirit. And some spirits will go, "Ugh, I don't like this, I'm going to leave." So then they leave with that energy. If you've got a spirit that's on a working altar and you cleanse that space, they might go, "Oh, dude, what the fuck? Why? I was peaceful, and then you did that," and then you might be in their bad books. So I typically would recommend, if you're going to cleanse a space and you've got an active spirit like on an altar or working in that space, give them a heads up first. I tend to knock on wood if I'm going to do any cleansing in a space, even if that's just like the cleansing of an object. I'll still like give them a bit of a heads up and tell them, and that way they can move into a different location while you're doing it, so they can choose whether or not they want to be there or not. Okay. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. I don't know where I am. It jumped. Oh no. I don't think I've ever had the Q&A jump before. I'm really sorry if I'm now missing questions. I don't think I'm missing questions. I don't think I've ever had the Q&A jump. Well, that's new. I recognise that one, so that means I must be somewhere around here. Maybe? Maybe. Where am I? Let's go for this. So, do you have a good book recommendation for hearth magic? Yes, I will always recommend Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin. I know I say it in like every single stream, and I have to because she is the one who created the term hearth witch, and she is my inspiration in my own craft. So yeah, Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin is really, really good. What have we got here? Do you have any book recommendations for doll magic? I do, actually. There's a few out there, but some of my, some are better than others. So for instance, like Pagan Portals does technically have a book on, wow, words, doll magic, but I don't necessarily think it's worth it. One that is maybe harder to find is by Moira Hodgkinson. It's called, it is available. Oh, is it available on? I don't know. It's called The Folklore and Magic of Dolls by Moira Hodgkinson. I was very lucky in that a lot of the shows that I do, because Moira's on the circuit, you end up just, I get to just buy books from Moira because she's just there selling them. So I was able to get them from Moira. I don't know where they're available. Like, where can you buy this book from? I don't know. Can you get it from her website? Let's have a look. I never know, see, because I tend to get them from the events. Oh, I'm sorry if you can't get it. It's called The Folklore and Magic of Dolls by Moira Hodgkinson, and it's described as being from the elaborately carved foliate heads found in churches to the mass-produced fashion dolls of childhood. Dolls have been a part of our world throughout history and across the globe. Nor are they restricted to children. Many adults still enjoy playing with dolls and using them in magic. This inspiring and truly beautiful book not only explores some of the stories, legends, and folklore of magical dolls, but also investigates why some people fear them, along with directions and patterns to create your own unique dolls for spellcraft or as temple icons. This book is teeming with inspiration and ideas to create a world of playful magic for any purpose. Be inspired by the patterns, rituals, and spells in this delightful volume and create your own magical dolls for protection, or even conjure up a green man figure to adorn the sacred altar. So that one is, I really enjoyed that. It was a very relaxed read. If you already know a lot about doll magic, it's not going to be super insightful necessarily because you are probably already going to know a lot, but it does cover a lot of stuff that varies from very handmade dolls to using like mass-produced dolls, which could be good for some people if that's what you're interested in. So yeah, lots of options there. Right, where am I? Oh, damn. Sorry. Whoa. That is very, very similar to my own experience. Holy shit. Sorry. Mind my French. In North Wales last month, we were followed by something that was jumping tree to tree for several minutes until we likely exited its territory. Any idea what it could be? Okay, so, some of you say that I talk about this story way too often, right? But like, damn, this is insanely similar. So, about, what year would it have been? It's either 2014, 2015, or 2016, one of them. It's Samhain, right? Walking along. I see a couple of spirits that look kind of shifty and kind of shady, and I'm like, I'm not sure how I feel about that. We kind of get to a point where we are walking down this road, and I see this very, very distinctive hand coming out of the branches of a tree and gripping another branch below it, right? And all I know is that, I did actually confer this with the person that was with me at the time, and we all kind of agreed it was weird. The shaking of the trees, and but it was like there were so many of them, and they were moving from tree to tree to tree, and it was the Boggarts, and it was the weirdest fucking thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. I have never had anyone ever have an experience that's even similar, and I have never seen the person that I was with that freaked out before. It was awful. Like, obviously now, like, I can look back and be like, oh, I'm glad I had that experience. It was really cool. It's like a fun thing. It's a fun story to look back on. But at the time, we were shitting ourselves. It was so visceral. Like, it could have very much been physical beings in the trees. And I have never experienced something before or after that was so on that line of like, is this like an actual thing in the tree? Like, has something escaped from a zoo? Or are these like spirits? That's so interesting. Because when I was living in North Wales, my experiences were always very, very intense. Like, spirit activity in Wales is so strong. And so I had so many experiences in North Wales that were way more amplified than they were anywhere else that I've lived. And so it's really cool to see that, like, yeah, I saw nothing at the time, but it was freaky. I tried to tell myself it was raining, but my wife told me, no, they are making the drops fall from the leaves. It's not raining now. That's so weird. My brain is actually blown right now, because that it's very much kind of what it was like. It was like when you see like people like shaking apples off trees, and it's like the entire tree is kind of shaking, and everything, like all like the leaves start coming off and stuff with the apples because like it's shaking so violently. That's so what it was like, where it's like, it's literally like someone is just vibrating the trees, and like all of the leaves were like shaking. And then that's so cool. Probably not for you, sorry, it must have been like a really stressful experience, but like, mind blown. That's so awesome. But in like a I'm sorry it happened kind of way, just like I wish it hadn't happened to me kind of way. That's so interesting. And then Frankie said, I've heard about something fairly similar in the southern US, but can't remember what they were called. It's something folkloric there. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, that's what it was like. And like, I would have probably thought it was something physical if I hadn't have seen one of the hands or multiple of the hands. Creepy grey things. Ooh. And that's the only reason that I kind of clicked that it was like things in the trees actively shaking them. I mean, I don't know what else it could have been, honestly, because there was nothing around any of the trees. They were just like violently shaking. And like for a while, I'll be honest, for a while there, we were like, is it something big that we can't see that's shaking the trees? Or is it something in the trees that's shaking the trees? And it was the second option. It was something in the trees that was shaking the trees. Oh, it was directly above us, so we couldn't see. Stopped when we finished the path and went down the mountain. That's so interesting, because that's kind of like how it happened to us. So like we're like walking a circular route, and as we are walking along the route, there's like trees at like intervals, and like as we move from like, it was like they were like keeping in front of us. Like we're walking along, and as we get close to a tree, it starts, and then we walk a bit further, and then it starts on the next two, and then we keep going and it starts on the next two. And when we got out there pretty quick, but when we exited that road with the trees on it, they just stopped. They just like went so still, like eerily still, as though it was very much like a territorial thing of like, I don't want you getting close to us. Like, you are too close to us. We want you to leave us alone. So we're gonna act out to get you away from us. That's kind of what it felt like, because then as soon as you are like away from that space, it just stops. That's just so cool. Mind blown. That is incredible. See, now I need to deep dive into the Boggart a little bit more, because it might not have been what it was. It's just when I compare all of my other experiences with Boggarts, the physical features that I saw kind of lined up. But then to know that there's something similar in the US as well. Like, I just want to see how prevalent Boggarts are in Wales, because I know that they're very prevalent in England. Ah, a boog. Hobgoblin found in Wales. Yeah. Interesting. Boom, boom. So they are found in Wales as well. Well, that makes a lot of sense then. Maybe it was all the same. Yes, please, more details on the boggart, because for me this is a first. Yeah, I'm gonna fully deep dive into this. And like, I need to know more, because it can't just be us. Like, there have to be more people out there that have experienced something similar, because this is like eerily similar. I've never known anyone that has had the same experience as me. I feel like I want to sit down with you and get coffee. That would be so cool. We could just talk about this for hours. Yeah, I'm gonna fully deep dive into that now. Like, boggarts are like fully on my list. So, okay, I've noted that down. I'm gonna deep dive into that, and then I'm gonna see if I can come up with a video or something, or some kind of explanation for that. Because, like, what? Thank you for telling me. Honestly, thank you for coming on and just saying that, because that's like, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go off onto a different subject before I end up just like stuck on that for ages. I live outside of Boston, had a boggart in my house, had to have a psychic witch remove it. Oh, that's incredible. I mean, if you ever feel like opening, actually, okay, so I'm gonna share with you, hey, anytime you come to South Wales, I'll buy you coffee and tell you everything. I might end up taking you up on that if I ever go to South Wales. I will have to do that. Okay, so this is an idea that I've had for a while, and I think I am going to open it up now, because after this, I kind of have to. I've spoken about it in previous live streams where, like, people could share their experiences and it would be included in a video with other people with similar experiences, so that we can kind of be together as a community and like be lining up our experiences with other people. And I feel like this kind of topic would be really great for that kind of a subject, because I genuinely thought I was alone with that experience. Turns out I'm not alone with that experience, and it seems like other people have had things that they can't explain as well. So I think I'm going to work on that this week and see what I can pull together, because like, if it means that people feel less alone with their experiences, that has got to be a good thing. Didn't Native Americans have fairy legends as well? I guess they kind of did, yeah. I mean, I'm not super well versed in Native American like folklore and mythology, but lots of cultures all around the world. No way. Sorry. What? The witch said the boggart looked like Gollum. What is the one thing I've always said about the stupid fucking boggarts that I saw, is that it was literally like a grey-skinned, hunched over, like stooped forward creature, and with like literally like Gollum. It's the only way I can describe it, but with no hair. What? I'm sorry, this is bonkers to me. Like, because I saw two before I got to the road with all of the trees on it, and I was like, oh, it's Samhain, obviously there's going to be more spirit activity. I kind of expected that. And I saw two that looked exactly like that before all of this kicked off. What? Sorry, this has got to be the coolest live stream I've ever done. What? They didn't want you around their precious trees. Oh, I think you're coming for Joe with the jokes tonight. Yeah. I read one story where a brownie was described like that. Well, yeah, that's the thing, because there's a lot of stories where brownies and boggarts are actually the same being. So a brownie is a positive fae that is a household spirit, and they will help around the house, and you give them offerings of milk and bread, and they will be really helpful. They'll help tidy, like it's like the story of the shoemaker and the elves, right? But if you mistreat a brownie, they become really aggressive, and they're then known as Boggarts. And they're still technically counted as household fae, but they are highly aggressive, and they don't like humans, and they actively will target and trick people, and they become almost like trickster spirits in a way. And usually it's because they have been deeply offended as a brownie, and so they've now become something else. Like that's the story that I was always taught about brownies and Boggarts being like two sides of the same coin. It's the same spirit, just with very different outlooks. Yeah, that's just incredible. Wow, okay. And it wouldn't surprise me if they're seen in other places as well, because as in the Appalachian, they encourage people not to look in the trees. I too become a boggart when I become deeply offended. Same. But like, I'm just wondering, because like, as mentioned earlier, like Native American legends have like fairy type stories, and they're often given like very different names, and you find very, very similar creatures and very similar spirits all over the world, and like different cultures and religions refer to them by different names, but fundamentally they have very, very similar attributes, to the point where you would think that they were the same being, and they very well might be. It's just all of these different beings are being classified by different groups of people who at the time weren't interacting with one another, so you would never know. Which I just love talking about fair folk, and yeah, it's just bonkers to me. Wasn't there an episode of Grimm for this? Was there? I love Grimm. Right, I'm having a look at this. That's on my list of things to look into. But yeah, that's just, yeah, I definitely feel like we need to draw like all of these stories together and like put them together. I think that would be really cool, so that, yeah. No way. Isa said, I literally had a similar experience a few weeks ago. They looked like they all climbed the trees from the ground as I walked up to them. So I've spent like the last 8 years feeling like this is like me just going bonkers. No way. That's so cool. Okay, yeah, I think we need to bring all of this together. I need to find a way of doing that into like something. Because I'm sure there are so many people out there that must feel so alone with their experiences. Because like they either don't feel like they can talk to other people, or they think that the people that they can talk to are not going to have had the same experiences. When like there's probably thousands of people out there who've experienced the exact same thing, and they've just kept it to themselves for maybe decades because they've never felt like they can talk about it. That's so mad. Well, that's, yeah, you literally just read my mind as well. Do you think there's an overlap between aliens and Boggarts? I actually massively do, because, right, okay, this is going to make me sound like such a nerd, right? I love, like, anything that's like cryptozoology. I love like UFO stories, anything like that, right? That was like my childhood, right? And I always thought it was really weird because during the Victorian period, we would... I've met a gremlin once. I'm the gremlin. Because I live with clutter. Like, what was I saying? I've completely lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, right. So during the Victorian period, right? Everyone was being like stolen by the Fae, right? Like children were being like swapped for Fae children, and like you would find people disappearing into the fairy realm and like taking part of like the Seelie and Unseelie courts, and they would like spend time with like the fairy king and queen and like the king and queen of Elfame and all these things, right? And the things that people said was that they would wake up and they would be like in an environment, and there would be these light beings around, and they would be warned to not like drink the wine or eat the food. And like these stories were so prevalent. And then at some point in the early 1900s, maybe like 1940s, 1950s, I say early 1900s as though like 1950s isn't halfway through the fucking century. And all of a sudden it became abducted by aliens. I don't know. I'm not going to say that there's something in there, but there might be something in there, because I think it's really interesting how as soon as like public interest switched from fairies to aliens and UFOs, all of a sudden, all of these fairy kidnappings are suddenly now alien abductions. I just think it's cool. Like, so this is why I honestly kind of want to go to uni and like do like a whole anthropology thing, because I think that would be really cool. puts on conspiracy hat. Let's fucking go. Yeah, exactly. This is the kind of shit that I love. I don't necessarily believe everything. Like, I'm not like a conspiracy theorist, right? I just find the topic so yes, I am the goblin. I am the gremlin. Yes. I just find the topic just so interesting. Like, you can just deep dive into rabbit holes. I'm meant to be answering questions and I've just completely lost my train of thought. But like, I just think it's really cool how when societal ideals or when societal opinions shift, people act like sheep. And that sounds really bad, but like the Victorians were obsessed with ghosts. They were obsessed with ghosts. They were obsessed with fairies. We see all like the fairy pictures. We see like loads of stories of them. And then all of a sudden it's like UFOs, Area 51, all of this stuff. And then it just switches over. I mean, fairies were considered beings of light. Like there's several groups of fairies that were considered like light beings. And then you start seeing aliens being referred to as light beings. I think it's just us as a society, like human nature is to shift with public perception. Like, you're more likely to see aliens if everyone around you is saying that they've seen aliens. You know what I mean? Like, you're more likely to adjust what you're seeing to the culture that is around you. And I just think that's really, really cool. That's a complete tangent though. 4 hours 20 and we're off on a blooming tangent. That does not surprise me. But yeah, interdimensional beings, ? I mean, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Because like, when you actually think about the stories of the fair folk, when you actually think about it, it does line up a lot with what people believe to be like aliens. Now, I'll be the first one to say that I do genuinely believe that there's life outside of Earth in the universe. I think us being the 0.2% is reasonably doubtful. Do I think that they are green or grey-skinned aliens that are kidnapping people and probing them? No. I think they're probably amoeba that live on planets outside of our solar system. But I think it's really cool anyway. I'm one of those people, I'm like, I will deep dive into Bigfoot. Do I think it's real? Probably not. I will deep dive into aliens. Do I think it's real? Maybe not. Maybe not, but who knows? Maybe. It could be real, who knows? I'm genuinely at that point where I'm just a little bit doolally right now. I'm just like a little bit over the line of hyperactive. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Hearth has a potty mouth this stream and I'm fucking loving it. I'm so sorry. I try to keep the swearing to a minimum. But anyone who knows me in real life knows I swear all of the time. I am terrible for it. And especially when I'm overexcited. Also, an entity that looks like they're made of straw. I almost got into an accident beginning of this month because I saw one run in front of me. I haven't been able to find out what it is. Okay, so hear me out. We're down the conspiracy line again. So I've always thought it really interesting that a lot of people, a lot of cultures, especially rural areas, have a lot of stories of scarecrows coming to life, right? Like, that can't just be a me thing, right? I've noticed there's loads of areas where people have like stories of like scarecrows being like haunted and stuff. Like, I know that America has quite a lot of it. We have quite a lot of it in rural areas over here. Maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's something out there that's like giving people the impression that it's like a scarecrow or something. I'll be honest, scarecrows creep me out. There's something about them that's just like fucking weird. It's like the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, the first couple of episodes where they're in like the corn maze, is it a corn maze? They're in like a maze and they're being hunted by this anthropomorphic scarecrow. I don't like that one little tiny bit. There's something about it. Something, yeah, maybe it is Uncanny Valley. There's something about it that I just really don't like, especially when people make them just a little bit too realistic. It's like, that could actually be a person. Wasn't there an episode of Supernatural about that? Where there was like a scarecrow that was like hunting people down and then they became scarecrows? Maybe I imagined an entire Supernatural episode. I don't know if that was real, but it creeps me out. I live in upstate New York. It was a taller, lankier figure that looked like they were made of straw. That's really weird. And you're right, Klaus. Scarecrows could really easily act as vessels. You are looking at something that's like a giant puppet, right? Because you can make puppets out of straw. Like, they use them for Bridget dolls and stuff. Yes, there was a Supernatural episode about it. He was a god. My memory's not as bad as I thought it was. Damn. That's the thing though, like, scarecrows could literally be used as giant puppets. So any farmers out there who are also witches, there you go. You can use your scarecrows as ginormous, human-sized puppets. Just don't do anything weird with it, okay? Let's not do anything weird with it. We don't need any more horror stories. Scarecrows are scary enough as it is. Right. Okay. I'm glad it's not just me. When Lilith brought the scarecrow to life, that was horrifying. Yes. Like, yeah, no. There's something about it. Scarecrows are not it. I'll be honest, there's not much that really creeps me out. Like, ghosties, ghoulies, not really that bothered by them so much anymore. But there are just some things I really, really don't like, and one of them is scarecrows. And like, yeah. I'm even fine with like dolls and stuff, like porcelain dolls and stuff. Some people get freaked out by them. I don't mind them so much, but as soon as it's almost like, it is the uncanny thing, is that it's almost too close to being human, but it doesn't look it. Like, I almost feel like Uncanny Valley it looks almost human, but it isn't. But the scarecrow thing, it's like, it doesn't look human, but it looks enough like a human to be creepy. So I don't like them. Nope. What's the scariest thing for you? I'm trying to think of, what am I actually really scared of? Like, if we're talking like horror movie kind of level scare, for me it isn't like the ghosties and the ghouls. It's not like it's not Scream, it's nothing like that. It's not like the Paranormal Activity or the Blair Witch. The scariest thing for me is always like creepy medical shit. Is the best. Creepy medical shit and creepy scarecrows. Nope. Have you ever heard of the Children of Wolf Pit? I have. I actually did a podcast episode on it about 2 years ago now. I think it's episode 3 of the podcast. And that one, that's a really interesting episode to me, because as soon as I was going through the research for it, all I could think was Fairfolk. That's all I could think of. It's the traveling through into another realm and interacting with beings that you wouldn't normally interact with, almost like you've slipped through the cracks in the world, kind of. That story just absolutely fascinates me every single time. I said clowns for sure. I'm weird in that I don't find clowns that creepy. I just don't understand what's funny about them. Like, I don't understand what could ever be funny about a clown. If anything, the fact that people find them funny is the creepy bit, because there is absolutely nothing funny about a clown. The Scarecrow Doctor. Oh God, Scarecrow Doctor, that's like the worst two things. I have a thing with doctors, and I'm sorry if any of you are medical staff. I promise it's nothing personal. It's just like to me, something like Casualty, like the TV show Casualty, which I realise now is a very English TV show, I think. So anything like Casualty, or like any like emergency doctor shows, that's like a horror movie to me. I'm not watching that shit. It ain't happening. Turn the TV off, mute it. I'm not listening to it. Never watched that Doctor Who episode. Oh no, what Doctor Who episode? Okay, I'll be honest. Okay, I know I should be answering questions, but I'm so invested in this. I love Doctor Who, right? Absolutely love it. I stand by the fact that Matt Smith is my personal favourite, but David Tennant is a close second. However, I got to the one episode with Matt Smith where the lizard people come up from the earth and they kidnap people and then they cut them open and then they rearrange their organs and then put them back in again. And then I swore to myself that I would never ever watch Doctor Who ever again for as long as I lived. That episode is horrific to me. And then they're just allowed to just be there. Like, let's just pretend that you didn't just experiment on people. Not going to happen. No. That episode, like, scarred me a little bit. I don't like that one. No. There's just something about it that just was a visceral no. Like, I can literally watch Don't Blink and I don't flinch. Like, that episode never freaked me out. Like, everyone I know is like, oh my god, especially the baby weeping angels. They're like, they are the creepiest things ever. I'm like, I understand that they're creepy, right? I get it. Like mentally I understand that they're creepy. But there is something about those, like, the medical, like, when they're, like, cutting people up to experiment on them. No. I'm the exact same as, like, I am fully, like, hypochondriac at the best of times. Like, I'm terrible for it. But if you've ever been ill, like, during the day and you, like, stay home from school or something and Doctors was on the TV, it's like this really cheesy, like, Doctors soap opera. I can't sit through it. Like, everyone in my family loves Doc Martin, right? It's a TV show about a doctor, obviously. I can't do it. I can't sit there. Everyone's like, oh, Elle, but this is a really good episode. I'm like, no. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It is awful, and I never want to watch it ever again. And people, like, relax and watch, like, ER. No. No thanks, I'm good. Right, I probably should go back and actually answer some questions. Otherwise, people are gonna. I don't want to make people sad by not answering people's questions. So I really should go back. But yeah, I'm just enjoying, like, going into this so much. I remember there's a story of scary stories to tell in the dark where there's a scary scarecrow called Harold. See, I never saw scary stories to tell in the dark, but what we had in the UK, I don't even know if it's a UK show, honestly. Some of the weirdest shows I've ever seen are Australian. You guys have the weirdest shit. Like, has anyone seen Round the Twist? That show is absolutely crazy. It was like a mid-90s TV show, right? And there's this one episode. I need to check that this wasn't a fever dream. It was absolutely bonkers. So Round the Twist was, let me have a look at this. It ran from 1990 to 2001, right? So there's this one episode. I genuinely, this might have been a fever dream. So if anyone remembers this, let me know. Where the boy pees on a tree and the tree is actually possessed by a tree nymph, and the tree nymph says, mate, you got me pregnant, you're gonna have to carry the baby. So this teenage boy then carries a baby, and at the end of the show he burps up a green baby. I feel like I'm going mad. I distinctively remember that episode and nothing else from the show, and it feels like a fever dream. It feels like a fever dream. Australian TV shows were absolutely crazy. Like, that one in particular, like, is like a mark point in my childhood. It was like this defining moment where I was like, what is happening? I have to see if this is a genuine episode. What would it have been called? Series 1. Any in there that look like it? Season 2. I don't know what it would have been called. Okay, I'm just round the twist. Tree nymph baby. Season 3, episode 1. It's called The Big Burp. Wait, it existed. I didn't go mad. I can as well. The Round the Twist theme song is like for children. Oh yeah, this was a children's TV show. It had the wackiest episodes, like the most fever dream. You must have been on something when you were writing the script for this. How did none of the actors say something kind of episodes? It was absolutely bonkers. It was that show was something else. If you want to check out that particular episode, because I watched all of them, and that episode was the one where that's what stuck with me. The other show, if you just want a comparison to what Australian TV shows are like, this kind of alternative to this is a show called Ocean Girl. Right? Ocean Girl came out in 1994. I loved it. I watched every single episode of this show. The theme song changed my brain chemistry. The theme song is the reason why I like the style of music that I like today. It's beautiful, and it's like the polar opposite of like Round the Twist. Round the Twist is like fever dream, what the fuck is going on? Ocean Girl is like, oh my god, she can talk to whales. Just complete polar opposites. What I was going to say though is that in the UK we had a TV show that was, I don't even know if it was UK. It could have been, which is why I went on the tangent of Australian TV shows. It could have been Australian. Oh no, okay, it's a British TV show. Okay, cool. It's called Grisly Tales for Gruesome Kids. This was my bread and butter when I was a kid. And it's this weird, like, stop motion horror show for children. With like the weirdest, like, coolest, creepy stories. When was it on? Like, I feel like it maybe wasn't on for that long. It came out in 2000. I thought it was older than that. But yeah, it was just like this like creepy show, and I feel like it was like England's version of Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. It was like, I always remember it being Grisly Tales for Gruesome Kids. That was a great show. Yeah. They just don't make TV shows like that anymore. They just don't. Like, they probably wouldn't be allowed to show it now, honestly, because like some of them are just like, what the hell? Like, that's just a crazy show. But yeah, that was great. Like that, no wonder I turned out so strange when I was watching like teenage boys burp up green nymph babies and like Grisly Tales for Gruesome Kids. Anyway, maybe this shaped why I am the way I am today. Who knows? I am somewhere in this list, and I feel like I need to like quickly go through things because this is gonna get really, really long if I don't. Okay, really quick, let's have a look. Follow up on my rune, consecration, and connection question earlier. Do you have a resource on recommendations on how to use life force in a safe way to make a connection? Yes. So, I have a couple of videos. One of them is on centering and grounding. I would recommend that for connecting to the earth and drawing up energy so you're not using too much of your own personal energy. And then the energy kind of sensing video, which is about kind of feeling that energy and figuring out what it feels like. At the end of all of that, it's about, instead of, you're going to learn to like move your energy around. So instead of keeping it in a central point, you're going to want to push it out and into the object. So you're releasing it instead of just moving it around inwards. That's typically how I would recommend learning it. That's how I did it, and I worked out kind of okay with it, so I'm hoping it will work for you too. But that's a way of doing it so you're not using too much of your own personal energy. Just having a look at some of this. For creepy content, the production value seems to be reverse proportional with the investment. Oh dear, what have we got here? So I think like a horror show for children, that can't go wrong. It was so good though. Like, if just watch a few episodes and you'll be like, damn. I'll be honest, there were so many shows that I genuinely think like shaped like who I am as a person. One of them, so underrated. I think it's Australian too, actually. Let me just check. Australian shows were something else. Like, I love them. Oh, it's German. Okay, never mind, it's German. It's called Ubos. The Ultimate Book of Spells, Ubos. it was just this, it was only on for like one season. And for whatever reason, it just like fascinated me. And now I'm a witch on the internet like that. I feel like that adds up somehow. Check it out. You can watch some of it on YouTube, I think. You probably shouldn't, but it is on there. Ubos was a great show. Like, just and the theme song for it is just incredible. Okay, where was I? I am here, I think. I found myself in a situation where I had to banish some neighbours. It worked well, but it went quite rough, and they acted out before they left. How can I make it work more smoothly? Unfortunately, with things like that, it's difficult for it to go smooth, because what you are doing is in direct counterance to other people's desires and wishes. And so there always is going to be a pushback to that. It's never going to be super smooth. It's more about just mitigating how it's going to impact you is basically the way to go with it. So you can't make it super smooth sailing, but you can make it smoother by mitigating the damage by doing other things. Okay. Speaking of squirrels, have you connected with your strawberry bandit? You know what? I ended up just giving in and letting him have the strawberries. So now, okay, right, we have a further expanse on the wildlife situation. So in the last live stream, I was talking about how I've got strawberry plants, and I didn't know what was taking bites out of my strawberries until I saw him. I saw him sitting there, bold as brass on my fence, just chowing down on a giant strawberry. And like, I'm thinking, oh, you little shit. You've stolen my strawberries. And then he's just sitting there, just like stuffing his face. And then when he's done, he doesn't just run off like a normal squirrel. No, he lies down on my fence and rubs his strawberry covered face all over my fence and then leaves. So I've got a strawberry thief who's cheeky enough to use my fence as a napkin. But he's cute, so I can't be mad because, like, he's so adorable. So I let the rest of the strawberries go to the squirrel because he clearly wanted them and he clearly liked them, so the rest of the strawberries went to the squirrel. And then I started noticing, and other people around started noticing, like, other, like, neighbours and stuff were saying, like, my strawberries are going missing. Like, what's happening with my strawberries? And it turns out there's a family of foxes that are living nearby. And every single day, the foxes come and they have cubs. They've got like 2 or 3 cubs, and they come and play in my back garden. So I've just done my garden, and now I can't use it. Well, I can, but like, I want the squirrel to have the strawberries, and I want the fox cubs to be able to play because they're really cute. And they now play in my back garden like every single day. And it's just so cute. And I can't even be mad because they're adorable. But yeah, fox cubs and squirrels are now just in my back garden just permanently. And I'm not even mad about it. Like, they're just really cute. We need a video of them, please. I'll do what I can because they're so cute. They're really flighty because obviously they're like little foxes. But I love them to pieces. They're just so cute. And if I look like into my back garden from like an upstairs vantage point, you can see them like playing like under the arbor. It's just so cute. So yeah, it's unfortunate for my garden because it's basically going to be full of fox poop, and that's not going to be nice, but they're just so cute. Like, how can I be mad at them? They're just adorable. So yeah, not to be morbid, but squirrel, fox, ? Yeah. It might not end well for the squirrels, but at least they'll have had a strawberry last meal. That's all I can say. Like, at least they'll go out happy. Maybe. But, yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I was dead shocked. I was not expecting to see foxes at all. Like, I know that they're around, but I wasn't expecting to see them so readily. Like, just in the middle of the day, just these fox cubs are just playing in my back garden. Yeah, strawberry last meal. I think that's quite a good last meal, that. I mean, the squirrel probably didn't know it was going to be a last meal, but I think the squirrel's fine, to be honest. So we'll see if I ever see him again. And if I do, I'm going to be watching him as he wipes his face on my fence again. Right, I am somewhere over here. How did you realize you believed in witchcraft? I'm still exploring my beliefs and I would like to listen to what others think. So I know I say it a lot on the stream, so feel free to drown me out if you've heard it a million times before. But for me, it was never a case of I suddenly believe in it, or like it suddenly happened, or like I found it. Like a lot of people do. A lot of people will come to witchcraft a lot later on in their life. They'll have maybe been a part of previous religions and they've left them and switched and changed. In comparison, I have a very, very boring story. Like mine isn't oh, I left organized religion and I found myself, and like I don't have this like fantastical story of like how I did it where I like broke past adversity or anything like that. And like I love hearing stories like that because I think it's so empowering for people to take control of their lives and to feel like they can step away from something that they're not happy with and all that. I just never didn't. It's so boring. Like I just never didn't believe in it. Like a lot of people have that point in time where like they get older and people are like, oh, you know, this is childish, you know, this is the real world, that's fantasy world, like separate the two. I never got that point in my life where I was like, okay, this is fairy tales and this is reality. Instead, I just continued my life as though everything I saw and experienced as a child was as real as it was when I was a child. Like I've always been able to like see spirits and interact with things. I've always been fascinated by nature and by the moon and by cyclical energies, and like all of this stuff has always really fascinated me. I was a weird child. And then I became a teenager and I was telling my friends things and they were just not getting it. They were just like, what are you talking about? Like that's not my experience. I don't know what's going on. And that's when I realized that like other people weren't having the same experiences as I was. And so for me, it was never that I started believing in it. It's not like there was a point in time where I went, oh, this is for me. It's more of a case that I never got to the point where I felt like it wasn't. This was like my default setting. And whereas a lot of people get to that point where they're like, okay, I need to start believing in adult things now, I never had that moment. And so I don't have this like grand like story of like how I found witchcraft or anything. It's just I never left, I guess. And I think a lot of children very much start in that default of like this is reality, and then it changes as they get older. So yeah, just one of them. I think people tend to have two different ways of coming at it. They have it where it's like they either come at it later on and it's like this revolutionary thing that like blows their mind, or they just never left. I'm very much in that category. Oh, here. The whole squirrel thing reminds me of those videos of little animals eating the vegetables growing in gardens. Oh, I've seen two of them that are so hilarious. One is it a groundhog or is it a gopher? Are they the same thing? I don't know. I think it might have been a groundhog sitting in front of the CCTV camera that was meant to catch the culprit of who was eating the food. And this groundhog is just chowing down, just making eye contact with the camera. He's like, yeah, I'm the one that's stealing your food. What are you going to do about it? I love it when you catch things like that on camera. Or there's one where someone's recording like their carrots and you're just watching the carrots just get devoured, just sucked into the soil as something is just eating them from the bottom. Like, I'll be honest, my Instagram feed is just full of animals. It's just full of cute things. Right. Could I make servitors like characters in my book to help it get published? Yes. Just make sure that you have a fail-safe, not even a fail-safe necessarily, but make sure that you have a built-in system for how that servitor is no longer going to exist anymore. Because what you're going to have is you're then going to have a servitor that, by the belief and the understanding of other people who are reading that book, is going to be given more and more and more energy, and it could run out of your control. So if you're going to do it, make sure that you have a fail-safe so that you're able to dismantle those servitors so that doesn't become a potential problem. Okay. Oh, this is an interesting one. Okay, I will talk about this. I wasn't going to, but I will talk about it, which is, how do you feel about Lady Gravedancer converting to Christianity? So for anyone who doesn't know, Lady Gravedancer recently, as far as I'm aware, I kind of missed it when it happened, took down all of her videos, and then when asked about it, admitted that she had, admitted is the wrong word, but essentially came forward and said, my path has changed, I have converted to Christianity. And has since now kind of re-uploaded the content on her channel for the people who do still want to use it, because Lady Gravedancer was a massive member of the community for so many years. She's a massive inspiration to me and to so many other practitioners. And honestly, I just want everyone to be following a path that they want to be following. And yeah, I understand why so many people felt incredibly hurt by it, because she was such a figure in the witchcraft community online for so many years. I can understand why people are really hurt, because some practitioners have not been alive for as long as Lady Gravedancer was sharing content. That's insane, right? That's mad. But fundamentally, I just want people to be happy in whatever path that they are going to be in. And if Tequila is far happier in her path now than she was before, then there's nothing I can say about it. It's not on me. You know what I mean? Like, it's on... I just want everyone to be their happiest selves. And for a lot of people, that is converting from Christianity to Wicca or witchcraft or paganism or whatever it is. But to other people, it's the other way around. And that's their choice to make. It's all about them being happy. And I'm happy for her if she's happy. I think people expect me to have like really strong extreme opinions about it and to like be really offended and stuff, but I'm very much you do you, right? You follow your path. Your path doesn't have to be my path. I don't have to like your path. As long as you're happy on your path and you're safe mentally, you're safe physically, you're having a good time with it and you feel good. That's all anyone can ever want for someone else. So, yeah. On to servitors, though, which was back with the question just a minute ago, which is like, I'm out of the loop. What is a servitor? So a servitor is a man-made spirit. So they are a spirit that has been created for a specific purpose. So rather than working with a spirit that is external to yourself, so that being something like an ancestor or a nature spirit or a land wight or a demon, rather than working with a spirit that is outside of yourself, you are creating a spirit from your energy that is directed towards a specific goal and intention. This could be to become a man-made familiar. So a servitor could become a spirit that is within your space all of the time and acts as a familiar would act. You also have servitors that are designed to gain information. So they may be sent out to retrieve information from the spirit world as well as from the physical world as a way of gaining insight and inspiration. A servitor can also be used to help achieve a specific goal. So for instance, to find a job or to earn more money. They can be sent out to achieve those goals. And once that servitor has completed its task, it is then dismantled again, so that you can use that energy further and that servitor is not going on to do things that you don't want it to do. So servitors can be really short term, they can be really long term, depending on what it is that you want. What do we have here? Yeah, this is a really good way of putting it. Relic of Ages has said, my rule of thumb, I don't have to like your opinion, but I have to respect it as I expect the same from you. Exactly, yeah. Like, with that circumstance in particular, I can understand, I'm not going to be able to go into how to make a servitor in a live stream. That is going to have to be its a whole other thing. That's like a process to go through there. But yeah, I understand why people were upset, because certain figures within the community are very iconic. I mean, if you weren't on YouTube in the 2010s, then like in the witchcraft community, you might not know. But the videos were very different then, for one. Very sit down and chat, less produced. Just, they were very raw. And when you've got a creator who is making very personable videos, and they are making very educational videos for so many people, I understand why when that person suddenly switches up and becomes someone that in the past you would never have expected from them. I can understand the hurt in that. However, I think it's important to remember that the connections that we make with people online are not real. They are parasocial. They are real to you, but they're not real to that person necessarily, because that person might not know that you exist. It's what happens with vloggers. You know, vloggers are sharing their lives on the internet. They don't see your life the way you see theirs, and it builds this parasocial relationship. And so I find it, maybe it's because I'm on the other side of it. I see both sides of the YouTube world. But we don't have a say in how anyone chooses to perceive their spirituality. We don't have a say in that. Like, you might feel as though you have a close connection with this vlogger or this content creator, but unless you know that person personally, you really don't have a say on their life. And then while I understand the hurt, it's also important to remember that they have their own life and they're their own person, and they need to do what makes them happy. And it's a double-edged thing where it does hurt, but you have to respect someone else's ability to change. If we accept people from organized religions who have changed in what they believe, the same must also be true. Like, we have to accept that people may choose to go the other way as well. Anyway, different topic entirely. What have we got here? So, here we go. So, I'd like to incorporate spirit workings into my practice, but I have protections and wards around my home. Should I take them down before attempting a working? You don't necessarily need to take them down, but I would adjust them to suit. So, for instance, you would want to adjust them so that spirits that have positive intentions or neutral intentions are able to cross that boundary. That way you can do spirit work while feeling a little bit safer, because you do still have protections up, but you are still allowing some spirits to enter that space. Okay. Do you have many male witch friends? Actually, so you might be surprised, but the majority of my friends within the community are men, or at the very least male presenting. I don't know why that is, because a lot of people will say to me, oh, I don't know that many men in the community. Can men even be witches? And yet the majority of the people that I'm close to in the community are men. Don't know why. It's just the way it's always worked out, I suppose. But they do exist in the community. I know that a lot of people think that they don't, and they can feel very isolated when they haven't met them for themselves, but male witches do exist. They are part of the community, and a very valuable part of the community as well. Is it possible to practice without an altar? Yes, definitely. You can practice with a big altar, a small altar. You can practice with a temporary, little tin altar, or nothing at all. You know, whatever works best for you. What kind of wrong question. Do you think it's possible to influence such a big thing as war with magic? Okay, so we're gonna take it back all the way to 1940s, right? So we're talking Second World War. We are talking potential invasion of Britain, right? And what happens? Gerald Gardner and his coven of witches perform a cone of power, which they direct towards the oncoming Germans to stop them from crossing the English Channel and invading England. After that night has all played out, several members of the coven don't survive. In the coming days and weeks, a lot of the older, less well members of the coven pass after this cone of power. And England is never invaded by the Germans. Now, that's not to say that any of that story is 100% true, because it's all just what was recounted by the members of the coven that were there at the time, and we don't know if they embellished any of it. But that is a story that is very heavily rooted in witchcraft history. If you want to know more about that entire thing, by the way, read the work of Philip Heselton. Absolutely phenomenal author, studied Gerald Gardner and his coven and all of that. There's one that I have in my collection that is... What is it called? Let me just get the books up. What book is it? Is it In Search of the New Forest Coven? Is that what it is? It might be that one. It was published in 2020. It's called In Search of the New Forest Coven. I will have to check if that's the right one, but if you want to know more about that story, that is a really good book to read for it. So we have accounts of this being done in the past. I don't see any reason why it couldn't be done today. It takes a whole lot of power to do it, like a whole lot of people working together, targeting to a singular goal. I see no reason why we can't have influence on it today like we did then. It just takes a lot of people to be focusing on the same goal and the same cause. So it is a really loaded question, but just looking back at the way witchcraft was used historically, we can see that it was used for the same purpose before. So I see no reason why we can't implement it in the same way today. Right. How do I start to How do I start successfully astral projecting? So this is it's kind of it's a tricky one, because astral projection is done differently by so many people. The first thing that I would typically recommend is you need to recognize whether you're already doing it. So I know I keep plugging my own videos, but it's because I'm not going to be able to recount everything in the live stream. I have a video called Dreams versus Astral Projection, and it just gives an idea of whether or not the things that you are experiencing while sleeping could actually be astral projection, and you're just not recognizing the differences. So that could be a useful starting point for figuring out whether you are astral projecting in the first place, because if you are, then you can build on that further. Generally, though, it's really useful to be able to drop into a trance-like state. So probably the biggest tip is to keep a dream journal, and then also to be trying to drop into a meditative or dream-like is not the one I'm after, but like a trance-like state, because that massively helps to detach the astral form from the physical body and separate it that way. Okay. Can you recommend a book on runecraft? So I'll be honest, my answer to this is no. And that's not because there aren't good books on the subject. It's because every book I have on the subject is out of print or is written by someone maybe questionable. I got a comment about the Runa book that I just got from Troy Books. Something about that wasn't quite right. So I wouldn't necessarily say I'm going to recommend that right now. But what am I trying to say? All of my books on runes are out of print. So if anyone has any recommendations for rune books that they can offer in the chat, that would be amazing, because I don't know any that I would recommend off the top of my head. Right, where am I? I don't know where I am. I'm here somewhere. Oh no. Ooh, okay, here we go. I live abroad and can't get books in my native language here, nor order them online. No one ships here. What would be the best alternative to books, and do you think you can be a witch without them? Okay, so one thing that I would say, maybe try ebooks. A lot of the bigger, more popular witchcraft books are available in an ebook format, and so you might find that that is an accessible way for you to access them. You can learn information from websites, from blogs, from podcasts, from YouTube. There's so many options out there. Just make sure that you are cross-referencing between people, blogs, podcasts, so that you can make sure that you are not picking up other people's bad habits. But you can definitely be a witch without books. Trial and error is the fundamental aspect of so many people's practice, and it has been for hundreds of years. You don't have to use books to be a good practitioner, but they can be really useful if you do want to learn someone else's perspective, if you want to reference back to something really easily. They can expand your knowledge so much, but not everyone is going to have access to them in the same way. So yeah, other resources are available, or try ebooks or audiobooks if that's something that you can get hold of. Why do I have the Toy Story song in my head? Oh dear, right. So words. So can you see energy? Like there is no space between you and anything, and it's all filled but shifting. Interesting. So when people say that they can see energy, usually, I'm sorry, Toy Story, the ultimate doll possession story. That is brilliant. We're getting some real jokes in the chat tonight. I can appreciate it. What was I going to say? Words. Oh, seeing energy. So when people say that they can see energy, usually it isn't like I can see the camera, or I can see the microphone, or I can see myself on the monitor. It's more like a mind's eye kind of thing. So it's like how when you're a kid and you're in the car and you're watching someone running along the side of the car, you can see them, but they're not really there, they're in here. Or it's like when you're reading a book and you've got the story playing out in your mind and it's like a movie. It's the same thing. So that's where that energy is being seen. It's being seen by the mind, but it's not being seen by the eyes. Toy Story, the original Annabelle movie. Honestly, you could fully do like a horror story from Toy Story. Like, you just need to add Sid in there. Like, you've got like possessed dolls that are being like ripped apart and like put back together again. Like, you can have some real horror movie stuff out of that. Right, where am I? Have you ever watched House of Dragon? The House of Dragon, or whatever it's called, that new... I was going to say Lord of the Rings. That's not what I'm after. The new Game of Thrones thing. I have watched the first episode because I refuse to pay for another streaming service. It ain't happening. I already am Netflix and Prime. I'm not doing it. I'm not. And also, I'll be honest, I have never watched Game of Thrones. I feel like I'm in the massive minority here of I never watched it. And like, no, I lie. I saw the first episode and then I never watched it ever again. When you start to sing or hum, I always worry because it seems you're tired. Oh no, I'm not, I promise. In my day-to-day life, anyone who knows me in my day-to-day life will know this, I am constantly making noise. I can't sit in silence. If I'm in the shower, I'm making up songs. If I'm in the kitchen and I'm cooking, I'm singing random bits of music. I'm like a keyboard. I'm like a cat keyboard all of the time. I'm just like meow meow all day, every day. Right? I must drive people up the fucking wall with it. But when I'm on the stream, I try really hard to like not do it and just like focus on answering the questions and all of that. But it's very quiet in here. And so as the stream goes on, I get less and less good at dealing with the quiet, and I just want to fill the silence with noise. And so I just random things just start coming out just to fill the void, because it goes like deathly quiet in here, because it's like 20 to 1 right now in the morning. It just goes so quiet, and it's kind of unnerving. Right. Oh, interesting. Okay, do you consider members of Magic Society like Aleister Crowley and Gerald Gardner as good at their craft? Interesting. So I think that they are two very polarizing figures. And I think that some people really, really hate them. I think some people really, really love Gerald Gardner. I don't think there's many people out there that really love Aleister Crowley. But it's a difficult one, because they both have pros and cons about them. And so I'm able to rationally say, I think that they are very, very important figures in witchcraft history. And I think even if you don't like them, without them, we would not be here right now. But do I think that if they were today, that they would be considered incredible figures within the community? I'm not sure we would. And that's not to discredit what they did. It's just that what they did was in a time when no one was doing it. And I think that now there are authors and there are practitioners that are incredible in what they're doing and what they're sharing and what they're giving to the community. And I'm not sure whether we would let the things that happened in the past slide today like they were in the past. Yeah, basically that. Like, Gardner and Crowley were what we needed to get here today, exactly. But like, I don't know whether we would appreciate them the same if they were practitioners today. Like, they paved the way for us to be able to be sitting here and to have this conversation and to have it be legal and socially acceptable. But as people and as practitioners, I don't necessarily know that we would consider them today to be the best of the best. You know, they were two people who were incredibly passionate about what they were doing, and they did incredible things with it. And I think that's what, they were really significant figures of the time that they were a part of, and without it, we would not be here. And I think that's what we need to hold on to more than them being like incredible magical practitioners. It's their legacy that is so incredible. Okay. What is the biggest sign that for you that someone has sent something negative to you, or a curse or hex? It really depends on the kind of protections I have at any given time. Usually I will be told in advance, thanks to different spirits and entities that are around. You'll often sense shifts in energy fields and protections that you've got in place. You know, that kind of stuff is typically what you would recognize if you have kind of protections in place. That's kind of what you would expect to find. What are the best methods to protect yourself on the astral plane? Generally speaking, you don't need to worry about it too much, honestly. Like, the first thing that makes you jump, and you will usually snap back like that. Oh, that was not a satisfying snap. That was better. You'll usually snap back really, really fast. It's kind of hard to actually stay present for extended periods of time, especially when you're just getting started. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. I would say, though, protect your spiritual body and your physical body with some kind of protective charm, protective jewelry, something like that, just to make sure that, like, you're physically safe and energetically safe. Because I'll be honest, the biggest concern I have when astral projecting is not me out there. That's the easy bit. Not easy bit, but that's the bit where, like, if something goes wrong, you're back like that. It's the bit that's here. It's the bit that's here that's left unattended. That's perhaps the more tricky bit. So if you're concerned, I'd say protect this more than that, because this is the bit that you have to come back to afterwards. That is the bit that's going to snap back really quick. Right. What do you think of blood magic or using blood for yourself or an animal in spells or rituals? So I use my own blood as tag locks in workings. It's not a particularly frequent thing, but I will make the most of situations. If there's a circumstance where that is something that I will use or that I can use. So for instance, squeamish people, please cover your ears for like 5-10 seconds and I'll like just do this on your ears for a minute and I'll wave at you. If, for instance, I've had a blood test done and they give you that little piece of cotton wool that you have to like put over it and they tape it on, I will then use that in my spells and rituals. Okay, if you're squeamish, there you go, you can now come back. But if there's a situation like that, where that is something that is already going to be there regardless, I will use it in my workings because I may as well. You know what I mean? Like, it's already there. That is going to have to be done regardless, so I may as well make the most of it. So I will use it as a powerful additive in my own spells and rituals as a tag lock for myself. I would not, however, use someone else's. I would not, however, use animal blood in my practice because I don't feel comfortable with doing that, and it comes with a lot of issues of health and safety, making sure that everything is sterile, making sure that you are safe and protected. You need to be doing that with everything anyway in that field. But it becomes a lot more difficult when you're dealing with external factors. So I try to limit that as much as possible. Yeah, the other option is something like menstrual blood that you can use as well. But I am also very aware that they are technically not the same thing. So it does vary kind of what you're going to be using it for, I find anyway, because they aren't quite the same. They're not made up of the same thing, basically. Feel free to do your own research on that. I'll get off the topic for anyone who feels uncomfortable about it. Are you going to Basingstoke Witchfest this weekend? I'm not, no. One day I would love to go to like one of the big Witchfest weekends. Like, oh, looks so good. But yeah, no, not for me. One day I will. One day. Oh, okay. What did you do at university, and was there support for dyslexia? Yes. So I actually I was in natural sciences, so I studied zoology, and it's one of those topics where I'm so glad I did it. I absolutely loved it, but I didn't really use it very much when I came out of uni, because then I kind of just ended up in like retail and like started the business and everything, and like it was a whole thing. But yeah, I was in a different room for all of my exams. So because I'm dyslexic, in the UK you get extra time. So like, because it takes me so long to read, they would give me 25% extra time in all of my exams, and I think pretty much everyone that was also in there had 25% as well. So you were given loads of options for things. So we were given, I think you had to jump through hoops to get like proof that you were dyslexic. So I had to go in, despite already having done all my like dyslexia tests, I had to go in and pay to have all of my dyslexia tests redone again so that I could prove that I was definitely dyslexic. I'm like, just ask me to spell. That's all you need to know. Just ask me to spell dyslexia, and that is all the evidence you need. Why they chose the ridiculous word for it, I don't know. And then I would use like a voice recorder in like lectures and stuff, because it would take me so long to write everything down that I then started typing everything. So I would type down all of my lectures. So I got 25% extra time. And then like, I forget the other stuff. Like they had like these pens where like you would highlight over a word and it would like tell you what it said. Like it would, a little electronic voice would like tell you what it said, which was useful as well. So yeah. Luckily in the UK we do get a lot of extra assistance for dyslexia. Like some people would use like computers instead of writing out exams and stuff because it was easier for them. Right. Yeah, I was so shocked by the hoops I had to go through to get it. So like I had already, like I was diagnosed with dyslexia when I was like 8, right? So like I'd already known that I was dyslexic for the majority of my life at this point. And I went to uni and they're like, oh yeah, no, we need you to prove it again. I'm like, excuse me? You what? I already went through all of this. And they're like, oh yeah, no, but it's too out of date, so we need you to prove it again and you need to pay for it out of pocket. We'll reimburse you though. They didn't. They did not. So that was fun. Oh my god, I didn't realise you were dyslexic too. I always look up about your book lists, and knowing you manage with dyslexia really makes me feel like it's possible to be a properly read witch. Oh. Yeah, it takes me ages, I'll be honest, and I have these, I have green glasses that I wear so that I can read, because when I look at a page that's black letters on white background, I can't really read it that well because the words move. So I look so daft. I have these like bright green glasses that I wear, and it takes me forever. And that's why like sometimes I'm like, I've not read anything in like 3 months. And it's because I just haven't had the willpower to read, because I don't think people realize, like, sure, it's not the worst thing to have to deal with. Like there's far worse things out there. But I think people think, oh, dyslexia, you can't spell properly, and that's all it is. But it's like, everything just takes so much longer. Here's a question though I've been meaning to ask. If anyone else has dyslexia, are you also terrible at your lefts and rights? Because I can't tell my lefts from my rights if it was like the last thing I had to do in my life. If someone said to me like, you have to tell me which way is left, I'd be like, but the problem is that doing that, they're both L's. This doesn't help. So, so yours is yellow glasses. Okay, see, when they did like, for anyone who doesn't know, we're just like deep diving into dyslexia here. Like when I had my first dyslexia test, they like sent me to like they had like this box thing in this room that I was in, and they had like this paper and they put like different colored screens over the top of it. And you would like tell them what color was better, because like different people with dyslexia, different colors help. So you could have like yellow glasses or purple glasses or green glasses, or you could get like the overlays for paper, and mine just happened to be green. And so I got this pair of like green glasses when I was a kid to help me read, and everyone took the piss out of me for it. But yeah, right, it's not just me that I'm so glad, because like I am so terrible. I'll be driving somewhere and they'll be like, we're turning left here, and I'll put the right indicator on, and they're like, we're turning left here, and I'm like, okay, and they're like, but you're turning right, and I'm like, oh, sorry. Change, I need to go left. I'm so bad, and I don't even think that like drawing it on my hands would help, because like it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like people say do the L's, like do the L's, and I'm like, I will write letters backwards. I don't think you understand. This and this, they look the same to me. This and this is the same thing. One of them is backwards, but if I think about it too hard, I always think that the wrong one is backwards. And then yeah, honestly, I might need to do that. Like my dad has joked that I need to get driving gloves that have the L and the R written on them so that I don't forget which way is my left and which way is my right, because I am an absolute menace for it. Directions are the worst. Like I'll be like, map. I'm map person. I'm giving people directions, and I'll be like, we need to take the next right. And then we'll take the next right, and I'm like, oh, I actually meant the next left. Sorry. An absolute nuisance. I'm a pain in the arse with it. I don't know why anyone gives me a map. I'm just a liability. Right. Thoughts on AI in Witchcraft? No. I recently used it to help me come up with a cord cutting spell. They're stealing it from other people, and adjusted what didn't align with my practice, but saw people questioning it in different groups. Here's the problem that I have with AI, and like I appreciate that some people find it incredibly useful and it can really benefit their practice. AI steals from actual people, which is a massive problem. Like, it's a massive problem because it is taking information, and yeah, sure, that information might be public, that information might be in videos, or it might be in books. Last time I checked, that information is still copyrighted. That information still belongs to the person who wrote it, whether it's a blog post, whether it is a book that's been written. That content still belongs to someone. And AI comes along and it just strips that content, completely disregards the person that created it, refuses to give any kind of indication of where that information came up with, and then it deposits that to someone else. And as much as I think that it can have implication, like good implications in some ways, it is absolutely destroying the community. It can take someone 50 years to write their magical practice down into a book, and then AI will steal it and give it to someone else for free and not give any credit to the person who wrote it. That person spent 50 years honing their craft, putting the time and effort and the work into it, dedicating themselves to writing a book, and then AI just comes along and just steals it and goes, here is a mangled version of what we originally took it from. There you go. It pisses me off so bad. Give fucking sources. If you're gonna take it from somewhere, give a fucking source. Like, I'm sorry, I'm swearing so much in this stream. AI pisses me off because as someone who creates content, like I found my content word for word in AI generated books. And sure, it might have just been a turn of phrase that someone else used, but when like 10 minutes of one of my videos ends up word for word in an AI generated book, it makes me start to question things, you know? It's so frustrating. And like, yes, I feel so bad for artists, honestly. I feel so bad for artists and authors and any creative person, honestly, because like, and I also want to emphasize here that I'm not shaming the people who are using it, and kind of, especially if they don't even realize like what's happening here. It's just, I hate the fact that it has become so, I hate the fact it's become so normalized that this is okay. Like, this is something that just came out of nowhere and everyone just went, yeah, I'm fine with this. Why? Like, what if I'm buying art, like, if I'm buying art, I want to support an artist. I mean, like, I want the passion of that artist. I want the creativity of them. I want their heart, and it sounds awful, but I want like their heart and soul on paper. Like, I want that piece of them that I love so much in that piece of art. I want that, right? That's why I buy art, right? But then you're getting people that are selling AI generated art as though they are the artist. And it's like, you're not an artist. You wrote a prompt into an app. Like, you wrote a series of things that you wanted in a piece of art, and then it scanned the internet for those things, took it from real artists, and then made a piece of art that you are now selling for profit. You're not an artist. You didn't create anything. Like, what the fuck is happening? It feels very dystopian. Right? It feels like that. If you'd have told me that this is what the world was going to be like in like 10 years ago, I'd have been like, no, it won't. No, it won't. That's not gonna happen. That sounds like the plot of the Terminator. And instead, it's like, oh, it's real. It's real, where computers are stealing creative jobs and we are having to do more hard work than we were before. That sounds like the wrong way round, surely, doesn't it? Surely we should be like putting this like intelligent-ish technology to doing the hard things, not the enjoyable things. Like, I don't know. I have very, no, like, it's not you. I promise it's not you. Like, people don't, this is the thing I'm realizing, is people aren't being told. Like, I feel like AI generators should be making people aware of it. Like, I feel like that should be like a legal thing. Does that make sense? Like, it's not the individuals that are using it and they have no idea, like, what is happening. Like, that I never ever want to blame you or anyone else as an individual who's just using it in their own craft. If you want to use it, that is entirely on you, you know? It's just, I wish that people were more informed by these companies as to what is actually happening. You know, like how, like, you get given terms and conditions for, like, everything on Earth. I feel like there needs to be more of, like, where this information came from, and then in a way that would then stop people from being able to sell AI generated books. Because if the companies were saying, like, this content is for personal use only, it cannot be redistributed, you know, like people do with stock images, stock photos, stock icons, all of that stuff. I feel like they should be just like how with stock images you are not able to sell that stock image as though you own it. That should also apply to AI generated content. Like, you should be able to use it for personal use, but you're not allowed to redistribute it as though you own it, because that's what's happening on these AI books. People are going into, like, ChatGPT or whatever it's called, and they're like, basically they're writing a book by asking AI, and then they're allowed to sell it. How are you allowed to do that? Like, I just feel like that should be common sense, that, like, just like with stock media and stock video and stock footage and stock music, it should be for personal use only. And then people wouldn't be making profit out of selling AI art, and people wouldn't be making a profit out of selling books. It just seems like one tiny little change. People could still use it, people could still enjoy it for what it is, but it isn't then harming creators. But that's never going to happen, is it? That's never going to happen, and that's, like, the sad reality of it. So it's not, I promise it's not you. I'm sorry if this came across as me, like, being harsh on you. I did not intend that in the slightest. And if I came across that way, I really apologize. I did not intend it. I just get frustrated by the redistribution of it more than anything else. If you want to use it in your own practice, be my guest. You know, it's your own practice. What I just don't like is when people sell it. When people sell it on, it's a massive, massive problem. I mean, AI generated witchcraft books now are everywhere. They're absolutely everywhere. And it's so sad, because there's people out there who've dedicated their entire lives to it. And, like, yeah, like, a great example, for instance, would probably be someone like Philip Heselton. Philip Heselton is an incredible author. He's so unbelievably knowledgeable about the history of the New Forest Coven and Gerald Gardner. I guarantee if you were to look up information, if you were to search for information on, like, an AI website, it would basically just rip off all of Philip Heselton's books, which is heartbreaking, because Philip Heselton is such a lovely man. Like, he's so kind. And to know that his content would probably be literally just stripped for AI, it's people like that, where it's people with very niche interests and topics who've spent their life learning the skill, learning to paint, researching a topic, and then their information is just stolen. It's so heartbreaking. How do I spot an AI generated book? So we did speak about this kind of briefly earlier, but really quick. You're looking at an author with no standing in the community. No one knows who they are. No one's met them. They don't have any social media account that shows who they are at all. That's probably just AI generated too. They are publishing massive volumes of books. And I don't mean like a book a year. I mean a couple of books a week, a couple of books a month, you know, at like a rate that is, it's physically impossible for any real, genuine human to be writing. So you're looking at, if someone has only been writing for a couple of years and they've already published 200 books, that's a massive red flag. They're either a ghostwriter, and in which case lots of people are writing their books for them, or they're AI generated. The other way of recognizing it is if you've got one author who is not only publishing massive amounts of books, but they're also publishing massive amounts of books on every single topic out there. So they've published a book on dream interpretation and tarot cards, and they've published a book on something really, really niche, like, I don't know, Hawaiian spirituality, and then they've immediately bounced onto runes, and then they've bounced onto servitors, and then angels, and this, that, the other. They're talking about everything. How can one person have that much information and have enough of it to write a book on it every 2.5 days for 2 years? Like, this kind of stuff is like massive, like, red flags are going off here. And it's not always the case. Like, sometimes people will write a book and they'll write another and another and another, and then they'll publish them all in really quick succession. And that's why it's important to look up the standing of the author in the community. Are they in the community? Have they ever done a talk at an event? Do they do interviews? Do they promote their book by talking to other practitioners? Or do they just end up on Amazon's bestseller list because they push so much content and they make Amazon so much money that they just end up right at the very top? It's so frustrating. It's infuriating. Sorry, I went on like a full rant there. I apologize. I don't like going on rants, but because it's like 1 a.m. I went on a rant, but AI pisses me off so much. It just takes all of the soul out of the community. It just rips everything that's like all of the integrity out of witchcraft, and it just commercializes it. Oh, it's so sad. Honestly, it's just so sad. Right, I need to get through the rest of these really quickly. What is the most energetically saturated magical place that you've ever visited? Wales. I'm just realizing that like I've been on here for so long that my red lipstick has literally smeared all up here. Oh, that's a look. That's something. Let's just pretend that doesn't exist. Lipstick is not meant to be worn for this many hours. So, honestly, North Wales is incredible. Wales in general is absolutely incredible, but North Wales in particular was absolutely phenomenal for it. So yeah, Wales, I think. Just anywhere in Wales, not even like a specific place. How do you figure out what kind of witch you are? You look at your style of practice and you figure out which classification or which type best fits you. So for instance, if you primarily work with tarot cards, you use them as archetypal references in your magic. So you use them as a focal point. So for instance, like you might take the Fool card and you might use that as a focal point. You might take the Moon and use that as a focal point. You use divination in almost everything that you do to commune with spirits, to commune with ancestors, everything. You might consider yourself a divination witch. If you are out in the garden all the time, connecting with nature spirit, using the plants that you're growing, you might be a green witch. It's less about figuring out what you are first and more about putting a title on it afterwards so that you can explain your practice better to other people. Okay. How can you tell if you have a brownie or a boggart? So with boggarts, it's things going missing. It's not even like little nuisances. It's like kind of things that are going to really impact your day. So like you really need to leave the house and you are absolutely certain that you put the car keys on the side table and now the car keys are gone and you cannot find them anywhere. You are about to go on holiday and you suddenly have lost your engagement ring and you have no idea where it is. You're missing one earring when you're getting ready for someone's wedding and you really need it. These might be signs that you have a disgruntled brownie / boggart in your house, although it does get more extreme than that. If you're talking brownie, you're looking at things being tidied up, things being shuffled around, corner of the eye phenomena. It's generally a very warming, nice, helpful spirit that you're going to be experiencing, and so those are the kind of things to expect. Right. Where am I? What is the best way to learn about folklore and how it's related to magical practices? It's genuinely just to look at folklore. It's to read it, to pick it apart, literally look at its core fragments, and then see whether or not that maybe associates with any local stories, any local locations, anything of significance there, because stories are usually related to the belief systems of the people. And so it's about picking apart those stories and looking at it through the lens of someone who perhaps lived at the time to see if you can draw any additional information out of it. Right. Where am I? Oh, it jumped again. Brownies sound lovely. How do I get myself one? Honestly, they are sweet as pie. They are the cutest spirits imaginable. I will die on this hill. They're fucking adorable. I've always found it to be a case of leaving out little offerings, having candles burning on the hearth really regularly, giving an inviting space for them so that they can enter into that space safely. I am lucky that my house came with a brownie, so I didn't have to worry too much about it, and then it's just about not pissing him off. Sweet as pie though, oh my goodness, so adorable. I love them. I always have. They're my favourite fae of all of them. I probably shouldn't say that. I shouldn't have favourites, but I do. They're just so nice. Have you seen the tarot deck called Every Little Thing You Do Is Magic? Ooh, I'm going to check that out. Oh, that's cute. My problem is, right, I have so many decks at this point. I say so many. People have like massive collections, but I have enough that I can't use them all. Oh, that's really cute though. Oh, darn, that's adorable. Okay. Gosh darn. Probably shouldn't have learned about that. But yeah. I like even this one. This one is on my desk because I don't use it as much as I should. This is the Tarot of the Sorceress. Really beautiful. Like, God, the gilded edges are just absolutely incredible. But like, I just don't use it enough. So that's why it's here, so that I can make sure that I use it often. Honestly, it might be. I do daily tea lights on my hearth for Vesta. I hope that helps already to invite brownies in. It probably will. Anything like that. Honestly, I find that anything that's related to like the hearth, brownies just absolutely love. And I think that's why a lot of hearth practitioners or people who work with hearth deities often end up with a lot of brownies around them. They just seem to really like the hearth. I will be honest, I think this might legitimately be the first stream I've ever done where I haven't got through all of the questions, which is absolutely bonkers to me because I don't know how long I can keep streaming for, because it's already like 1 a.m. That's mad that it's already so late. Right. Oh, there's so many questions. Let's have a look. Where am I? Ooh, Ooh, okay. So a bit of a specific question. I ask my cards what my strengths are when it comes to posting on social media, and I got the moon. How would you interpret that? So I'm guessing you just did like a single card reading. So it's a tricky one, I suppose, because surrounding cards would make this a lot easier to interpret, because obviously the moon is, it can mean so many things. Now, whether it is perhaps being able to recognize things that are not normally lit. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like if I'm thinking of like social media and like strengths and weaknesses and that kind of thing, if I were to get the sun and the moon, to me are very like polar opposites on it. So it would be, for instance, that the sun card would be about, say, like you're very good at bringing joy and happiness to it and all that kind of stuff. But the moon to me is very much about you're able to find aspects that are not yet focused on, as though you're able to like see the things that are perhaps potential. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's immediately what I got from it, is that ability to so it's not about, say, following the tide or following the trends or like going where it's popular. It's about making your own path and walking perhaps in a less trodden sense. Yeah. So I'll be honest, I'm absolutely knackered at this point. I really want carbs, and it's 1:15 in the morning. This is the longest live stream I've done in a very, very long time. So, yeah. I would love to see everyone, or at least some of you, back again next month. If you've missed some of the stream, it will be posted on YouTube afterwards. It's going to take a while to process because it's nearly 6 hours long. But thank you so much to everyone who has joined, who has donated, who has subscribed, who has liked, who has commented, who has just participated in any way, shape or form. It genuinely means a lot to me. And thank you for honestly making the stream really amazing. Like, I think this has actually been my favorite live stream I've ever done. And this is live stream 66. So we've been doing this for a while. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for chatting with me, and all my mods, thank you so much. And yeah, I hope you have an amazing day, an amazing night, an amazing week, an amazing month. I will be back again next week with another video. I'm hoping it's going to be another Witchy Week video. Fingers crossed. We'll see. We'll see if I can do it. And yeah, I'm going to look into Boggarts and yeah, trying to get like something done on that. I think that would be really interesting. So yes, thank you so much. I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous, magical day. And I will, only 600 more live streams to go, yep. And I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye. Oh, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Thank you. Okay, carbs and pajamas. That's what I need right now. Carbs and pajamas. Okay. Bye. And outro.